hello. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, Valhalla, hello. We're doing art. Artsy fartsy. Artsy fartsy art. Animation on the agenda. And a nice little Today we will do two things. One commission, one animation. Subscribe. Smash the button. Smash the button. You will smash the button. I will. Oh, let's share the link. Come on, let's share the link. Share the love. Come on, let's share the link. Share the link. Share the love. I like this. Smash that button. That is what the animation is called. Smash the like button. Smash the subscription button. Smash the giggle button. All of the buttons. Button. Button. Smash the Zanderhar button. 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 Button smash. Smash button. Alright? Yeah. Smash button. Wait. Okay. That's better. Mine. Oh, wait. Black. Oh no. It is gone. It is gone. The music is gone. Where is it? Where are you, music? Please don't leave me, music. Oh, biting car. Bam, bo, bo, ba, bo. Yeah. Ba, ba, ba. Smash the button. Smashy button. Yoink. Yoink. Button. Okay, we must have better music. Not this. No. Longer music. I bet you don't know where this is from. I bet nobody knows where this is from. Music. Okay. Where's my haircut? Oh, there we go. Quack, quack, quack. There we go. Oh yeah. We are doing it. Hello, Upsissy Forge. Hello, Ann. We are making it. We are making our little animation. Can you guess what it is? Can you guess what the animation is? Yes, okay. Guess the animation. I will let it play and you will guess what it is, okay? Here it comes. I will let it play now and you will guess what it's supposed to be. What is it? Guess what the animation is. Please guess. Can you guess? Did you guess? If you can't guess, I will tell you in a moment. But I think it's pretty obvious what this is. Okay? Yeah. Have you guessed it? Have you guessed yet? That's right. It's A. It is A. Yeah. It is A. Oh, I'm in top chat. It's not a cake. Oh my gosh. I have not had my cake. Okay. It's a call to action animation. It's the animation that says smash the button. Smash the subscribe button. Smash the like button. And smash the whatever else button. Smash the button. Smash the button. Okay, it's the smash the button thing that I'm making just now. You will all smash the button. And this will be my little call to action animation. Because I've always wanted one. And then I realized I could just make one. And now I'm making one on the Wednesday art thing, you know? Why wait for an animation to come your way when you can just make your own, right? Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, um, today we will have this on the top. We will watch some things while we do it because I've got some videos I want us to watch together. There's a really interesting Sean video which is old, but I want us to watch it, okay? Do you like Sean, the skull YouTuber? Do you like Sean? You like Sean? Come on. Only one person voted out of 8. It's true. Oh my god. Oh, you don't like Sean? Can you guess what is this from? Can you guess where this is from? We gonna do this. Come on. Yum. Hello, Butawagen. Oh my god. Oh my god. Art streams, because watching animation is like watching the grass grow. Did you not know? Okay. We're gonna add some. Let's add some tags to our thing, so that we can have any visibility at all. Right? How do you edit? Oh, here. Oh my gosh, I forgot. Okay. Might as well add the thing here as well. Might as well add it to Twitch as well. Anime. There you go. Done. Done. Okay, let's go. Wait, 50-50 again? Please vote something. I don't know. I don't know what to do when you just do it 50-50, okay? I don't know what to do. Don't be like that, okay? Don't be 50-50. Don't do this to me. 50 is wrong. Wrong 50-50, okay? "50-50 is wrong. So choose. Choose something, or, you know, do something. Boom. Boom. If you don't want to choose, then you will be chosen, okay? That will not be nice. I can't believe you're doing this to me. I can't believe this. Oh, I have to zoom in so you can see the animation clearly. Actually, we should just focus the action on the canvas. Clip. Where's the clip studio? Can just focus it on the. Oh my gosh. Just focus the action on the canvas. That's okay. Alright. Am I not smart or what? Am I not smart? If I'm not smart, then I don't know what else to tell you. If you don't think I'm smart, then I don't know what to tell you about your priorities and stuff like that. You know? Look at this. Is it not the best thing you've ever seen in your entire 5 minutes? Is it not the best thing you've ever seen in your entire last 5 minutes? Come on. Giggling. Oh. I'm so proud of our achievements. Okay, I can see. Free votes. Please, more people vote, okay? Oh, God. Okay, you know what? That's enough. That's enough. You forced my hand. Now I need to turn on the browser and I need to pick the most clickbaity title I can think of. Okay? You forced my hand. I didn't think it was even possible, but you have forced me to do it. You have forced me to do the clickbait thing. And I will. I will do the clickbait. I will do the clickbait. You have forced me. Where is the... How do I... Oh my gosh, how do I edit? Edit. Sean says, what about Terry Pratchett? Oh no, maybe even no, more clickbaity. We need more clickbait. There we go. There we go. We have the clickbait. We have the clickbait title. There we go. Now, I need to make it smaller. Here, we don't actually need this. The clip we can just move. Where's the... Oh my gosh, Kicklers. Technical difficulties, don't worry about it. Don't worry about the technical difficulties. We're about to get to the bottom of this. Okay, here we go. Now we enter the Sean zone. Where are you? Sean, where are you? Don't even try to run away from me. I've got your number, bub. I've got your number, boob. Here we go. It's a Sean video.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
On the 28th of July...
I am everyone. Hello. I am the Senate. Okay. Yuli. July is Yuli. You do the highest possible thing, right? And we do this. I go here. Because this is what I've promised you.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
On the 28th of July, journalist and author Laurie Penny shared a tweet thread critical of transphobic hate group the LGB Alliance for sharing explicitly anti-Semitic material. Laurie Penny refers to this as the intersection of anti-Semitism and transmisogyny. Now, fantasy and sci-fi author Neil Gaiman responded to this tweet by saying, "Not very surprising." And he's right, it isn't. You know, if the sole reason an organisation exists is to be bigoted towards one group, it isn't very surprising that they'd also be bigoted towards another group.
True.
Gaiman's comment, of course, saw dozens of angry, outraged replies from transphobes accusing him of all sorts of silly things. One of whom speculated that Gaiman's friend and co-author, the late Terry Pratchett, must have been behind the good parts of Gaiman's writing. And this set off some discussion about what Terry Pratchett would think about the trans, enormous air quotes, debate. If he was still alive today.
Yeah.
Now, I like the one user here who says Margaret Atwood's support for trans people was a shock, which seems very bizarre. Atwood's best-known work is set in a dystopia where womanhood is strictly tied to the functioning of female reproductive systems. Handmaids who can't get pregnant are considered to be unwomen. You know, what were they expecting here after reading that? Maybe they thought it was a utopian novel.
Utopian novel.
Anyway, on the 31st of July, Rihanna Pratchett, daughter of Terry Pratchett,
I remember
weighed in by responding to the following tweet. "I note that having not got over Atwood's betrayal, the GCs, GC standing for gender critical there, are trying to recruit Terry Pratchett posthumously, presumably because they know he can't contradict them."
Yeah.
And Rihanna Pratchett says, "This is..."
I've heard a lot of good things about Terry Pratchett, you know, when it comes to... I've actually read a lot of things people wrote how they met Terry Pratchett. Trans people that met Terry Pratchett and how nice he was. Finally home and got bandages off. I don't have to jump between streams so I can keep them all open to the end this time. Thank you, LH Fruit. Bandages off. Oh. Let's continue, okay? We continue. But yeah, I've heard a lot of trans people had really nice things to say about Terry Pratchett. So claiming that he would be a gender critical seems like a far-fetched claim.
Horrifying. My father would most definitely not be a GC if he were still alive. Read the books. And Neil Gaiman...
I read the books, some of them.
In another of his own.
love Terry Pratchett
So the
books.
battle lines are drawn over what Terry...
The books that you can still love. Okay? Okay? The Discworld books are the books that you can still read and enjoy because the author was not a bigot.
Pratchett would think. On the one hand, we have his close friends and family members, and on the other we have some random transphobes on Twitter. I wonder who's going to have the more accurate assessment of his character. There's just no way to know. And it sounds absurd, but journalist I suppose Sarah Dittam took this exact line of argument in an article for The Times titled, "You Can't Hijack the Dead for Today's Battles." It's absurd for either trans activists or gender-critical feminists to claim that Terry Pratchett would have supported them. Sarah Dittam is one of the 600,000 identical opinion piece authors whose sole job is to fill British newspapers with what has become Britain's principal cultural export, miserable complaining about trans people. So Dittam relays the argument, including Rhianna Pratchett's statement on the issue, which should be the end of it, really, before going on to say, but
Thank you.
Some other people probably think Pratchett might have been a transphobe, so who knows? There's just no way to...
Yeah, most good sci-fi tends to be somewhat progressive, right? And, I mean, it would be weird if, it's a call to action animation. It would be so strange if the Discworld author... Discworld has so many wacky elements in it. And it would be so strange if the author was a bigot, right? It'd be so bizarre. Oh. Oh my gosh. I pressed the wrong button. I have so many things open.
To know. Now, my favourite part of this article is the following passage.
Right.
It makes as much sense to speculate about which side he'd have chosen as it does to ask what P.G. Wodehouse would have thought about lockdown or how Jane Austen would have taken the decolonisation of the National Trust. The dead cannot be measured by the standards of a world in which they never lived.
What?
Now, this is a particularly weird comparison, isn't it?
Wait, Terry Pratchett did not die that long ago. Terry Pratchett did basically live in the world that we inhabit now. Terry Pratchett didn't die in some wildly different era, right? This is so weird. Discord is very queer and has canonically trans character. Monstrous Regiment is amazing. Oh, that's a game we should play. Discworld Missing Presumed has actually Discworld 2. But yeah, so wacky too. Oh, some people don't like Discworld 2 game. That was a really good game, come on. But yeah, what should I... Really, why? Why? Really, why? What happened?
House died in 1975, and Jane Austen died in 1817, whereas Terry Pratchett died 6 years ago. Unless Dittam is claiming that...
Yeah. I guess I have to show you. None of you know the Discworld games? None of you know Discworld? None of you know Discworld Missing Presumed? I guess I have to show you. This is a game, so I won't be hit by copyright, right? Oh no, I'm scared now. This is basically almost like playing the game, right? This game is so good. I'm surprised none of you know it. We will play this game. such a good game. I'm so shocked that you don't know it. I'm so shocked and appalled that you don't know this world.
I knew a farmer and I knew him well. And he had some kind of animal, I think. Possibly it was a humorously shaped vegetable. And he showed us possibly a parsnip or
Yeah,
a cucumber.
right?
I don't know. I can't remember the words. They were really. Now I can't remember that either. Was that word for something?
So yeah, this is Discworld again.
It's like what you make helmets out of. Nah, not tin. I can't say that a phrase of mine was tinny. Ironic, maybe. Yeah, pithy. That's the word. The song was really pithy. I don't know which song. What did you go on about songs for? Hey, what was that? Over there, in the donkey cart park. No, it was something. Let's go and see. No, it's not dangerous. It's the start of the game. They can't kill us off yet. Come on, trust me.
There we go. We had the best joke already. It's the start of the game. They cannot kill us off yet. But yeah, we will play this game on stream. So choose yes. You know? There you go. What do you think? Okay, did you really not know this game? Be honest with me. Be honest with me. Did you or did you not know this game? Okay, I have to start a new poll now. Did you know this game? Ask your community. I'm shocked. This game came in the 90s or something, a long time ago. There was also Discworld 1, even an older game. Because this is Discworld 2, a sequel to the first game. There were 2 point-and-click adventure Discworld games. No, oh my gosh. There are so many good games that I need to introduce you to, it seems. I'm so surprised. I'm so surprised, Gigglers. I would wager this game came out in 94 or something. Okay.
Trans people only became a thing within the last couple of years, this insisting that Pratchett couldn't have possibly had any opinions on trans issues is truly bizarre. Now, if the gender-critical crowd had anything at all here...
Oh yeah, many, as I've said before during this little segment, Terry Pratchett, many trans people said they met with Terry Pratchett and he was very lovely, you know? Did you know this about Terry Pratchett? I know I knew.
Anything to go on that suggests that Pratchett would have been on their side, they would be on the attack right now. They're not usually known for their timidity in such matters. Sarah Dittam's both sides are wrong position is actually a hasty retreat. It's a signal to please stop pushing the Terry Pratchett thing because it's a losing battle for us. The transphobes accidentally opened up a losing front. Pratchett was an immensely popular author. Lots of famous people knew him personally. There's stories being posted about his support for trans people.
True.
His family and colleagues are stating he was not a transphobe, and there's been a surge of interest in the trans themes in his novels. So now Sarah Ditton is hastily like, oh no, less of that, please. Terry Pratchett's been dead for like 200 years or something, right? Let's stop with all this wild speculation. Now, I confess I am not actually all that interested in the non-debate over what Terry Pratchett would think if he were alive. First...
Yeah, Terry Pratchett is great. Sir Terry Pratchett and the Discworld games that we will play. None of you knew the game. Oh my god. None of you know the game. Okay. What about the Twitch chat that nobody is in? Oh my gosh, gigglers. I'm so shocked and appalled by your statement. You know? I don't know.
Because obviously people who knew him and worked with him are going to have much more insight into what he would think than some random bigots on Twitter. But mainly, I'm not all that interested because Terry Pratchett was a prolific author who wrote thousands upon thousands of words in dozens of books. So if we want to know his opinions about something, we could just take his daughter's advice and read the books. Now, if someone were to ask me if I were a big fan of Discworld, I would answer that I'm 6'2" and around 260 pounds. Because that's my joke I do when people ask me if I'm a big fan of something. But yes, I've read almost all the Discworld books, some multiple times. I like them a lot, and if you...
See? There you go. Discworld is so good that Sean read all the Discworld books, and with Terry Pratchett, he actually, like with the because I've been recently comparing the two franchises, and with Harry Potter, he actually had to read the books, you know? I bet you won't find so many strange themes in the Discworld books like you have in Harry Potter.
If you've never read them, I would enthusiastically recommend you check them out. Anyway, as a self-professed Discworld expert here, please allow me to waffle about it for a bit. So, something you see come up again and again in the Discworld series are characters who are supposed to act one way, whether that's to conform with social, political, or religious norms, or even to conform to the sort of role someone like them is expected to play in a story, finding themselves wanting to act another way, and being true to themselves despite the role they're expected to play. And this goes all the way to the series' roots. The third book in the series, Equal Rights, Hardy Heart, is about the Discworld's first female wizard. You know, girls are supposed to be witches, of course, and boys are supposed to be wizards, but this girl is a wizard, and
I read it. I read that.
The Witches series of books is frequently concerned with the role that witches are supposed to play in stories, and how the characters conform to or defy those archetypes is often a large part of the narrative. And we see the same process on a larger scale for the Discworld's social groups. The principal setting of the books, the city of Ankh-Morpork, is a melting pot of the world's various races and cultures, all of which have stereotypes for and expectations of the other groups.
The game takes place in Ankh-Morpork, by the way. Both games take place in Ankh-Morpork.
Speciesism is the disc's analogue for our racism, and is most often explored in the City Watch books, where self-professed speciesist Sam Vimes has to oversee adding dwarves, werewolves, vampires, trolls, and so on to the ranks of the City Watch. And how all these different groups, with their histories of killing and oppressing and often eating each other, learn to live alongside one another is an ongoing theme. Also important is how these groups think of themselves, how they expect members of their own group to act, and how that interacts with their cultures and identities being absorbed into the dominant culture of the big city. So with all that in mind, the Discworld's dwarves. Now, much of the discussion about Pratchett's opinion of trans people is focused on his dwarf characters, and specifically a dwarf from the Watch series, Corporal Littlebottom, which is a wonderful name. So Discworld's dwarves, poking a bit of fun at Tolkien's dwarves, typically all present as men, with what sex a dwarf actually is being considered a private affair, sort of a don't ask, don't tell system, except with regard to sex rather than sexuality. Anyway, Corporal Littlebottom decides to live openly as a woman, coming out as being a woman, basically, which obviously is not hard at all to read as an analogy for the experiences of trans people in our world. Now, as with many other of Pratchett's characters who break with traditions, it is to some degree played for laughs, right? Corporal Littlebottom retains her beard, and the heels on her boots are made of iron, for instance, but the humour is not presented in a way that is cruel or unaccommodating to the character herself. She is never presented as having done anything wrong, merely unexpected. And the humour comes from the subversion of that expectation, basically. It isn't malicious. Pratchett finds humour in all manner of topics considered sensitive. Race, sex...
Yeah, Pratchett's humor is not crude, and like there's this weird there's this weird opinion. I've heard it mostly on US related shows, strangely enough, that humor has to be offensive, that humor has to offend, that best humor almost needs to hurt someone, be hurtful, you know? It's very strange, you know? There are many types of hilarious humor that is not offensive or hurtful at all, but is still very funny, you know? You know? You know what I mean? And I think Pratchett is good at humor that is not hurtful. You know? It's like the Japanese author Rumiko Takahashi, also good at that sort of not hurtful
gender
humor.
and so on. The sorts of things that unfunny stand-up comedians bemoan you can't joke about anymore. And he's able to do so firstly because he doesn't punch down, but also because he doesn't just use issues like that for laughs. He treats them as seriously as their real-world counterparts. Dwarves who live openly as women in the Discworld are subject to discrimination. There are slurs for them. There are religious fundamentalist underground dwarven groups who think the surface-dwelling dwarves have been corrupted by modern society and so on. And the novel The Fifth Elephant features the possibility of a civil war between traditionalist and progressive dwarf groups. So we have a social expectation for certain people, or dwarves in this case, to act like their society's idea of a certain gender. And we have social repercussions for individuals who go against those expectations.
I need to read more
And
Discworld.
Pratchett's sympathies are pretty obviously with the progressives over the bigoted traditionalists.
Yeah.
In response to one of Neil Gaiman's tweets supporting Rhianna Pratchett, someone responded with the following post. Since you're also of an age to remember, you will know that Pratchett had no views on transgenderism because it just wasn't a thing on anyone's
What
radar.
the hell?
Your disingenuous implication that many of his books have trans themes or allegories is just mob pandering, queer-washing history. And Gaiman responded that in 2010 or so, Pratchett told him that he was proud that trans people saw themselves in his dwarves. Now, it just wasn't a thing on anyone's radar is reminiscent of Sarah Ditton's claim that the dead cannot be measured by the standards of a world in which they never lived. You know, they're trying to make it seem as if trans people just popped into existence in the last couple of years here. Now, I take issue with this, of course, not just because to read Pratchett's dwarves as being in no way a commentary on trans issues requires a significant mental stretch, And not just because people insisting to Pratchett's daughter and co-author that they know more about what the man's opinions would be than they do is ridiculous, but because nobody's talking about Monstrous Regiment. Now, Monstrous Regiment is another Discworld novel by Pratchett that contains an even more obvious not analogy, really, just straight up what we would consider a trans character. So, spoilers for Monstrous Regiment here,
It's
obviously.
okay.
It's
Spoiler
a book
alert.
like most of the Discworld novels, and I recommend reading it, and if you want to read it unspoiled, goodbye, basically, because from here on out, I'll be talking about the whole plot. So, Monstrous Regiment starts out as a Mulan-like story in which a young woman, Polly Perks, disguises herself as a man and enters military service during wartime in order to track down her brother, who's missing in action. Polly's country, Borogravia, is deeply conservative and considers things like women joining the army or dressing in men's clothes to be abominations unto their god. So, Polly blasphemously enlists in the military and is placed in a regiment of supposedly male soldiers who, over the course of the novel, are revealed one by one to also be women who join the military disguised as men, all of whom with their own individual reason for doing so. A whole regiment of Mulans, basically. One of them is pregnant and searching for the father. When one of the pair of particularly close recruits is discovered by Polly to be a woman, she assumes she joined the military to follow her man, except the man in question is also later revealed to be a woman. And this confuses Polly, who is chided for her sheltered lack of imagination by the regiment's vampire recruit, Maledict, who of course is later revealed to be Maledicta. They're all women is the joke, and it's a good joke, it's funny. And of course they go on to have an adventure and bring an end to the war and all that. But that's not that important for us today. What I want to focus on is pronouns. Because how Pratchett uses pronouns here is important, obviously, given the nature of the story. And when gendering the characters, the narrative follows the perspective of Polly. So when Polly thinks a character is a man, the narration refers to them as he, him. But as Polly discovers they are in disguise, the narration changes to refer to them as she, her. So it's Polly's understanding that is guiding the narrator and the reader in how characters should be gendered. So with that in mind, the leader of the regiment is an old, experienced soldier named Sergeant Jackram. And at the conclusion of the story...
And it makes sense, right? It does make sense, right? Like, I'm not giving many commentary, super many, because, like, it's a very good video.
Polly suspects that he too joined the military as a woman and has spent decades living as a man, and asks him about it. Now, at the start of the conversation, Jackram is still referred to as he. He stared into his beer, he unfastened the locket, and so on. As he tells his story to Polly, however, a story of him following his lover to war, Jackram follows the pattern of the other characters and becomes a she in the narration. She began very carefully to transfer the chewing tobacco. This happens even though Jackram himself still refers to himself as a man in his speech. I'm my own man, always have been, he says. So Polly and Jackram discuss what Jackram is going to do now that the war is over. Jackram has a son he's never met, but expresses discomfort and embarrassment at the idea of turning up as his mother, to which Polly says, "What about a distinguished sergeant major, shiny with braid, loaded with medals, arriving at the front door in a grand coach and telling him he's his father?" Now, with the end of the war and Jackram retiring from the army, there's no legal
trans man.
he would need to pretend to be a man anymore. Continuing to live as a man would be for no other reason than because he wants to do it, because that's how he is more comfortable being perceived. And as Jackram is considering this idea, an interesting thing happens. Jackram's pronouns in the narration change back. Polly paused when she got to the door. Jackram had turned her chair to the fire and had settled back. Around him, the kitchen worked. Now, in pitching the idea to keep living as a man, Polly
this is
frames
interesting,
it for
right?
Jackram as a bit of...
It's basically basically indicates the characters respecting the other person's identity, right? It's basically about respecting identity, and it's pretty nice, you know?
Cheeky deception, the act of a trickster merely deciding to keep the act up. Now, whether she actually believes this or whether she thinks it's just the best way to get Jackram to consider what she's saying is up to the reader here, but the narration knows the truth. Jackram isn't a woman pretending to be a man at this point.
Yeah.
He's just a man. In the epilogue of the story, Polly receives a message from Jackram with a photograph of him as a man united with his son's family, which is nice. And Polly becomes a sergeant in the reformed military that now admits women. And the novel ends with her meeting a pair of prospective army recruits, who are, of course, women disguised as men. And Polly tells the recruits that they're free to join as men if they like, saying it's up to them. And that's how Monstrous Regiment ends. The conclusion of the story is a positive affirmation of self-identification. And this novel was first published in 2003. The idea that Terry Pratchett lived in a world where trans issues were not a thing on anyone's radar is clearly not true. I mean,
True.
Obviously, but there you go. I proved it anyway. Thanks a lot for watching, folks. And thank you especially to my supporters over on Patreon.
Oh, that was such a
short
short video.
Patreon backers get early access to all my videos.
That was
They're
nice.
worse, and bits are missing, and they've got mistakes in them. If you'd also like to ruin your viewing experience, I'll leave a link to my Patreon below.
This animation, that animation has like a big purpose. The animation's purpose is basically, it's a call to action animation. Smash the button, subscribe, and be a giggler. I'll go to the toilet now. You watch the animation. Also, use the coffee link at the top. Okay? Come on. Today it's the coffee link. If you want to as they say, if you want to tip me. Okay, I'll be right back from the toilet. And then we continue the stream. The excitement continues. I am back. I am back. Okay. Here we go. We've done this clickbaity segment about Terry Pratchett. Also, Terry Pratchett is deceased from a... Okay, we changed the video. We changed the title. We changed the title. We're gonna watch Sandra Hall now. Oh wow, you were. That sounds extremely nice. Yeah, it's a shame that he's gone now. Xander Hall says what? Yeah, we need clickbait. I need clickbait, Sister Rose. It's all in the name of clickbait. It's all in the name of clickbait, Sister Rose. Okay? It's all in the name of endless clickbait. There we go.
I'm going to be moving to Washington State in just a few days, 2 days maybe, I think, away from today. And yeah,
I keep thinking that he has an asbestos wall, but maybe not.
I'm just really excited, really nervous, but at the same time really excited. Me and Demon Mama are going to be road
Demon
tripping
Mama.
across the country from Palm Springs, California, where I am now, all the way up to Seattle. I'm just really excited.
I don't even have a
It's part of
driver's.
the country I've never seen before this entire.
I don't even have a driver's
And we're going
license.
to be vlogging it along the way. It's going to be really, really fun, and I hope you guys enjoy it. But with all that said, since I only have a couple days left here on this porch,
Porch.
I want to make a few more videos here, since it's a really unique thing that I've set up here with all these animals, and I plan to set up something very similar in Seattle. And you know,
The farm.
It's cool while we got it. You know, I also got the fire pit here.
The
Anyway,
farm.
that lengthy intro out of the way, let's get into the actual topic of this video. I want to talk with you guys today about the culture of the internet. Now,
Aww.
I don't know how long most of you guys have been following me, or how long most
15
of you
years.
politics,
I've been
but
following you
if
15
some
years.
time, then chances are
I'm your biggest fan.
have had the experience of watching the internet change.
I have.
In terms of
That's
what
right.
side politically does it seem to have a bias in favor or against?
Yeah.
You know, think back to Gamergate. From 2014 to 2017, it really seemed like the right had a stranglehold on internet culture. Everywhere
Yeah,
you
that's
looked,
right.
it seemed like if there was a way to make something political, the right managed to benefit from it, right?
Oh,
if
no.
a game was succeeding, they found a way to make it, oh yeah, this game is succeeding because it is in support of our ideals. I remember back during the Gamergate era, a lot of Gamergate types were talking about how The Witcher 3 succeeding was proof that like straight white male protagonists are what gamers want, and they don't care about virtue signaling identity politics and all those buzzwords.
Aren't Witchers hated and persecuted against?
Minority group they don't like. For a while, that, as silly as it may sound, that was the predominantly like major political position for gamers to have. It was very rare to run into somebody in a comment section on a gaming video who didn't have some cringe opinions about the state of the gaming, market, and how apparently it's being destroyed by progressive, left-wing SJW infiltration. Now, as time went by, and particularly as we got into 2018, it seemed like things started to happen that just sort of changed internet culture. Particularly going into 2019, which is when I think I'm the most tapped into these things. I remember that
Oh,
Christchurch.
hello, Gray Coloris.
It was in New Zealand, and a neo-Nazi, inspired by the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, wrote a big manifesto and proceeded to murder over 50 people in a mosque in Christchurch, New Zealand. He wrote a whole manifesto about what motivated him. It was literal white supremacist. He named his manifesto the Great Replacement, the conspiracy theory that's popularized by online alt-right figures. And from that point on, it seemed like the mainstream media and just a lot more people started to care about the far right. I think Charlottesville helped too. You know, just a bunch of Nazis carrying tiki torches and chanting
My
anti-Semitic
gosh.
shit. I think it just a lot happened.
Yeah, yeah, of
in a period
course.
of time that made the internet and just broader culture more inclined to see the right as crazy. And I think as we went
There you
into the
go.
2020 election and onward, with the anti-masking, the anti-vax stuff, the blatant anti-science,
This is the art
people like
stream.
Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert getting really far in the Republican Party, the whole Trump side of things just getting crazier and crazier. I think we're watching, or we saw, I should say, as the internet and just culture in general, our society got a little bit more, you know, it felt like the scales were leaned a little more on the side of the left, if that makes sense. It's hard to quantify, it's hard to put into words,
Yeah.
but if you were there, you felt it. And
The rays of the
I
Voshes.
think particularly in the last year or so, we've seen, as things have gotten a lot worse for a lot of minority groups in this country. And alongside that, we've seen as internet culture has backed up the very harmful legislation that has targeted these groups. And
Hello, we're watching Xanderhal
when the left was
and doing
gaining some steam
a call to action thing.
days, it felt like so many people were just, I mean, people on the left were just kind of defaulting to this weird position that internet culture war stuff didn't matter. And while it doesn't matter in the sense that people shouldn't be fixated on it in the way that conservatives are, it does matter in the sense that it decides elections. It really, really decides elections, especially now more than ever. I remember back in 2020 when I was watching quartering videos and Ben Shapiro videos and just random videos from neo-Nazi YouTubers and crazy conservative grifter types that were just all about how the trans agenda was taking over schools and LGBT blue-haired teachers were grooming your kids into becoming gay or whatever. And I was always so enamored by the fact that the right was getting more mask off, you know? Like during this time, the right was just getting pummeled online, culturally speaking, and going more and more mask off. I really thought that things were not going to go well for the right anytime in the future, judging by the way that they were just kind of revealing all of their cards, just laying them out on the table. But then Matt Walsh, among other figures, just started to go so hard to the right that it just stopped mattering. People like Andrew Tate, who openly call themselves misogynists, who admit to sex trafficking and seeing women as inferior. Kanye West saying that he's a full-on Nazi and he loves Hitler, and people just excuse all this shit. Like, it's just, maybe he's joking, whatever. Like, I remember back in 2019, we were having whole debates as to whether or not someone was a Nazi, with the whole presupposition being, if you could prove this person was a Nazi, then they're a bad person and they're done for as far as their online reputation goes. Now, that's not so much the case.
Now it's turned.
It feels like we were having debates back in 2019 as to whether or not somebody was a Nazi, with the presupposition that if you could prove in this debate with reasonable amounts of evidence that this person was actually a Nazi, that you got him.
Well, now it turned into, oh, everyone's a Nazi now. The word's meaningless. The left calls everybody a Nazi. And the word has lost its meaning. It's meaningless. We should invite Nick Fuentes to a dinner or something. I don't know. This is where we are now, with the hall. Nazi thing. Just so you know.
We got him. We did it. We got him. But now you've
Got him.
Kanye West just
Got him.
saying he loves Hitler and he loves the Nazis. You've got recently this video, this guy's videos have been going viral, where it's just this guy who stands in Florida, who stands out front.
Yeah,
of
people just say that he's not serious. People just will say that he's not serious.
Screams random anti-Semitic shit at like the rabbis and the random people coming in and out of the parking lot. And he like runs out in front of their cars and tries to like bait them into hitting him, like, you know, trying to do that sort of slip and Jimmy kind of like move where you feint a car accident, trying to get some random Jewish person charged for hitting him, right? And the police haven't done anything about this guy as far as I know up to the point of this video. And you know, we're seeing videos go up on Twitter now, basically unmoderated Twitter, of these insane far-right lunatics doing the most crazy shit and getting tens of thousands of likes.
Yeah.
You know, they're getting massive amounts of positive reinforcement for some of the most heinous behavior imaginable.
Also, there's one more thing that I've noticed on Twitter. Big is getting out of the word work and saying, oh no, this VTuber retired, or whatever it's called, graduated. It's because of the trans people. Doesn't that make you transphobic? I used to be such an ally, but now I just wish that they all disappear because this VTuber graduated, and it's surely because of the trans people, you know? I've noticed this on Twitter. Ridiculous. You know? How can you not be transphobic when this happens? It's basically, unironically, the meme right now, you know?
And lately, I've been getting so many messages from fans asking me, Zan, asking
Alejandro.
me, Zan, why are things getting so much worse than they were just a few years ago? It felt like things were on such a good track back in 2020. Why is everything so bad? It feels like on every level, legislatively, culturally, everywhere, things are getting worse for particularly LGBT people, but a lot of different minority groups. And particularly hostile against the left, a lot of these spaces have gotten in the last year or so. And people ask me, like, things felt like they were getting so much better just a couple years ago. What happened?
That's because it's just filmed outside with a phone or something, I think. I don't know. I don't mind it. It's okay. It's like it's a fun little outdoors video, you know? It's a fun little outdoors video. Don't be picky. Don't be a picky goober, okay? Be nice too. What's happening, Obsessive Forge? Do you have a fever? What's up? Obsessive Forge, tell us. Tell us everything, Obsessive Forge.
Why is this happening? Why is this cultural shift happening? And I think back to, you know, like I said, in 2019, when topics like the gender hysteria panic thing were just the topics of grifters' YouTube videos and Daily Wire hosts. Now it's literally driving elections and bills are being passed, and it's literally affecting real-world politics on the legislative level. It's very clear the culture war affects the real world, and it's very clear that it matters and that we actually need to care about it. And a lot of people clearly do care about it based on the messages I've been getting. And I want to answer that question. I want to give you guys my opinion on why I think internet culture has been shifting more towards, you know...
Give us your opinion.
First of all, I think this has a lot to do with age.
Also, you might be shocked because I've seen a Polish tweet that gave me so much perspective on things, you know? I saw a Polish tweet which says, in the US, there are people in the US that are writing about raising the age of consent to 25. And then, this is something for people in the US to consider. The person wrote, people in the US are all about taking away the agency of people to have any say about their own body. What do you think? What do you think about this statement from a foreigner that looks from the outside at issues in Poland? In the US, person from Poland that commented on how she sees attitudes in the US. What is your opinion on this statement? The US is really quick to encroach on the agency of people. You know? What do you think? I want your opinions.
I think that the internet, as it stands right now and for the last few years, has been sort of raising entire generations of kids. I don't think this is like really a controversial statement. And the younger the kids are, the more likely they were to be significantly raised by the internet. A lot of parents just opt to use a computer, an iPad, or a phone as their kid's babysitter. And I definitely think there's a lot of valuable, enriching content to get from that. At the same time, there's a lot of negative things that can occur from just nonstop internet usage as well. And one of them is internet radicalization. You see a whole lot of young kids every few years come into the internet, and they're coming to YouTube and Reddit and maybe even 4chan and these other popular platforms that teenagers will go on, and they're getting into politics. And in my experience, both in my own experience and my friends, when you are a teenager, you want to be unique. You want to feel separate. You want to feel like you have your own identity.
Interestingly enough, I've also heard people from a certain, like, the meme is usually that the older you get, the more conservative you get. That is a pretty popular meme to say, you know? Oh yeah, it's like the Polish tax office that also operates under the presumption that everybody's just guilty until proven innocent.
And in many cases, in the case of a lot of millennials, most millennials are progressive. Most millennials, which are having kids that are Zoomers for the most part, are progressive. And they're a classic kind of Hillary Clinton liberal type of progressive for the most part. And so you've got this newer generation of, Gen Z kids coming up in a world where it really feels like a lot of the injustice of the past was long ago and has no bearing on the present, while also being surrounded by people expressing progressive political viewpoints. And so if you're a teenager, and one of your top priorities is to rebel and to gain some level of individuality and to feel unique, then finding contrary political positions that make you feel special.
I don't know, that feels like a really weird perspective to me. Like, I don't think it can be just explained away with the, entering the age of rebellion since, like, I'm looking at this history of me and my parents. I don't know. It seemed very strange to me, especially in countries that had tyranny. Like, I don't know, I think there's much more to this than that.
Is going to be one of those go-to things. And the right has always been the best at making young people online who've just figured out their politics through their propaganda feel special. Like they've figured it out. Like they've got it all figured out and everybody else is a dumbass, right? I felt like that when I was a young reactionary shitter. And I think that's a big part of it. Look at most Andrew Tate fans. Most of them aren't even old enough to buy cryptocurrency because you have to be 18 years old in order to do it. Most of them are legally not old enough to like engage in stock trading or trading crypto, and yet they front the whole like NFT avatar, like, oh, I'm a crypto stock bro, you know, I'm gonna have stacks when I turn 18 and I can actually trade stocks, you know.
Although I don't know, maybe it's because the U.S. is a country that historically has not went through as many things in its own borders as different countries, you know?
Like they front that whole personality, but you look at them on Twitter and they all have a one in front of their name. They or in front of their name, in front of their age. Their age starts with a one every single time. Very few of these guys, and they're all guys, are over 20 years old. I think it's a lot of that. A lot of young people being preyed on. And there's a lot of different people doing the predating. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but there's this new
Is predate. Okay.
community of like pretty hot trad women. Like they dress in like the trad getup, and they're really hot, and they make like TikToks where they're like doing trad wife things, and it's like, this is what I want to do for my future husband. Hashtag free Andrew Tate. And like, it's very clear bait just to get tens of thousands of likes from Andrew Tate fans who are horny and, you know, want to see pretty women validate their positions. Because I'm going to be honest, a lot of these young guys, if they see pretty women validating these politics, that's what they want to see. That'll do it. That'll do it for a lot of them. And the Andrew Tate, like, e-girl, Andrew Tate supporter e-girl community is one of them.
Oh no.
I don't know if you guys have seen it on Twitter, but I have as well. I think another aspect of this is who's attacking what. I don't know if you guys remember this, but during Gamergate, a signature aspect of Gamergate was that it was the left levying cultural critique on gaming media, criticizing it for certain problematic aspects that
Yeah,
it has.
I remember.
And the main
The ethics of video game journalism was the meme. It's all about the ethics of the video game journalism and nothing more.
draw of anti-SJW content, as it was called back then, was that it was defending the media that you enjoy from these harpies who are attacking what you like and want to change it irreparably from
Yeah.
something else for political agenda reasons, right?
And I remember that.
These people very effectively were arguing in a defense for the media that was so popular. The success of the media they were defending carried them with it, right? Because they kind of attached themselves to it in the narrative, in the in the cultural sphere, as far as people could tell, right? Like if The Witcher 3 was doing well, then the anti-SJW YouTubers who were defending The Witcher 3 from some SJW game reviewer, then they're winning, right? And that was basically how they validated themselves, and it worked. It worked. And time went by, and games, one of the go-to responses that these right-wing grifter YouTubers would say in response to liberal game journalists was, if you don't like how games are now,
Make your own.
games.
Yeah.
Make your own games with a black
Is
or
this the start of the indie scene?
trans or gay character. And it was like, okay. And then they made their own games. We got games like Life is Strange. We got games like Spider-Man Miles Morales. We got games like, I remember when it first came out, Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Assassin's Creed, it wasn't Unity, it was Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Got a lot of shit because they had a female characters that you could play as. And a bunch of other games that I'm sure you can just look up the Quarterings channel, look up the Quartering.
Oh my gosh.
And then you'll see pretty much everything that the conservatives have had an excuse to complain about in games as of late. Basically, a ton of games came out with diverse casts and just a lot of progressive values. And these conservatives didn't have as much ammo to go after in terms of like BuzzFeed articles attacking games for being problematic anymore. So what did they have to do? They had to start attacking progressive games. So, and any progressive media really, it extended beyond games. So you had Marvel movies or Disney movies coming out that had like a woman as the lead, and these conservatives would basically stake themselves on the idea of these, like they would bet on these things failing. They'd say, go woke, go broke, these things are going to fail, and then they wouldn't, and they looked stupid. And that just kept happening over and over again. Captain Marvel, Avengers Endgame, like just all these, you guys remember it, I'm sure. All these cultural events, these games.
Did people say
Did
people say Endgame
just
was
didn't fail. They didn't
woke?
perform poorly.
I don't
certainly not
know
because
about
they're
that.
woke. And for a while there, especially from 2019 to I'd say late 2021, it felt like it was the right on the satanic panic cultural attack on things that were popular, and things that were popular were opposed to the right. And that just kind of fucked the right over. And the left was at a very blatant upper hand. I mean, it was the peak of cancel culture. And say what you want, but cancel culture was real. And the fact that cancel culture got as big as it did shows us the left has the ability to exert strong amounts of cultural power online, and social power online, sorry. It was the peak of cancel culture. It was the peak of BreadTube blowing up. It was the rise of some of the most prominent left-wing figures out there now.
Well,
It happened
I'm the
back
most
then.
prominent left-wing
You know,
figure,
just
right?
overall, it really
Is
felt
it
like
that me?
time was a big improvement. Moving on though, what's happening now? Why have things changed? Well, if you paid attention, things have gotten a lot more like Gamergate lately, haven't they? No longer is it really the right on the offense attacking popular things anymore. The right are attacking unpopular things. They're picking the right targets. They're misrepresenting things and creating masterful propaganda. They're right now they're attacking all of the left's weakest spots.
You know why? All I have to say, I'm gonna read. To be honest, Lucy, Sister Rose says, to be honest, Lucy, I'm so angry and miserable and feel powerless. Everything is spiraling out of control. To be honest, all I have to say to that is, it ain't over till it's over, okay? It ain't over till it's over. We've got each other, and we have a lot of things to do and a lot of things to say, okay? We build networks, we build communities, and we do the things. There ain't getting off of this train we're on. It ain't over till it's over. There we go. True, Obsessive Word just said it, and we keep building our networks of support while they cope and see. Yeah, true. It ain't over till it's over.
The most critically, I think the person who's doing this best right now is Matt Walsh. You see, the topic of trans women in sports, and the topic of trans women in bathrooms, and in spaces where women who may have been sexually assaulted or raped, has been like one of those touchy subjects, right? Because a lot of women out there have been sexually assaulted or raped by a man. And because of that, don't really feel comfortable around men anymore. And those same women may not be comfortable around trans women as well if they don't see said trans woman as a woman. And they may be transphobic, but they're also a recovering rape victim who's traumatized. A lot of hummingbirds flying around at the moment. And I don't know if the transphobia really like negates the validity of like traumatized rape victim. And it's one of those issues that has always been touchy on the left, and that's why we've always left it up to very good faith discussion, like very reasonable middle ground discussion, but the right isn't good faith. The right isn't down to have good faith discussion. They recognize this as a weak point in the left's ideology, a chink in the armor, and they attack it viciously. Like, why do you think it's okay for men to go into women's restrooms? Don't you want to protect women? Don't you want to protect kids, right? And then, of course, there's
Yeah, of course.
hypocrisy with women's sports.
Thank you,
Most
Vivatra.
of you guys can probably
Thank
think
you.
of one experience where a conservative guy has said, women's sports, it's only good for looking at their asses. And now all of a sudden they're paragons of caring about the fairness and the equality and the proper, the proper winner being determined in women's sports all of a sudden, only because their virtue signaling about it can hurt trans people. They recognize the sports issue as being a weak spot on the left, and they're attacking all of these weak points very precisely. And it's definitely hurt the left pretty bad culturally. And a lot of it's just the fact that there hasn't been loud enough voices speaking against these attacks as well, because there are good responses to these propaganda points that the right is making.
Yeah, like
The
Connor
left
is
just
made.
doesn't have the loud enough voices or
Yeah.
enough loud voices arguing.
I am the new loud voice.
I have a final point.
Oh,
I think the
final.
final point is that, as I said before, it is now the left on the attack against popular things. I think Hogwarts Legacy is really just the most obvious and most recent example of this. Literally, the game is breaking ground. Like, everyone's talking about it, everyone's playing it. It's been weeks after it's come out at this point, and people are still talking about it, not even in the context of the boycott, but just talking about the game, like they're enjoying the game.
I mean,
it's apparently pretty good.
it's much better than I
Not only
thought.
that, but it was a Harry Potter game. This boycott was never going to go anywhere, and as you can see, it left everybody who isn't on the left, and even many people on the left, with a bad taste in their mouths about the left. I really think the left
Right.
mishandled the Hogwarts Legacy situation.
Hello, Danya.
And I think if you look online right now at a lot of the grifter right-wing channels, much like they did back in Gamergate, they have anchored themselves to Hogwarts Legacy, a popular game, and its success is bringing them upward. Every single time you see some article about Hogwarts Legacy succeeding and getting a record amount of sales, some right-wing YouTuber makes a video where they talk about, see, this is proof that the vast majority of people do not agree with this trans agenda nonsense, right? When in reality, it's just a Harry Potter game. Of course
True.
it's going to sell well. Harry
I'm
Potter's
trans and I'm playing the game, right?
existence. The left
We've made thousands of dollars.
using its battles well enough right now. We are fighting and trying to push against popular things. God, the amount of YouTubers who are saying, left-wing YouTubers, who are saying, don't play Hogwarts Legacy, this big popular game everyone's playing and talking about right now. Here are some low-poly indie games made by trans creators you can play instead. And I appreciate I appreciate the sentiment
Yeah.
of that, but that is
Don't worry, I made it a W. I made it a W with my brave and bold fundraiser. Okay, I have turned Hogwarts Legacy from an L to a big fat W. Okay? Are you proud of me? Are you proud of your favorite streamer? Can you believe the things that we've done together? True, Obsessiforge gets it. Obsessiforge gets it.
literally the same vibe as like you're in the car and you ask your mom if you can stop and get some like burgers and fries from McDonald's, and she says there's burgers and fries at home and they're like 3-day-old, like reheated in the microwave. Like, it's just I'm not trying to disparage those games, but it's like, you know, the meme, like everybody knows that feeling of like, oh come on, when you want something and you're told no, do something else because you're bad if you do the thing. You know, it's just
I remember
such a bad
that, I
look.
know.
It feels so preachy, judgmental, and like you're setting standards and boundaries for being a part of the
Yeah.
left that don't make anybody want to be a part of the left. Who would want to be a part of the left if you're not allowed to take part in one of the biggest gaming phenomenons of the year to be a part of the left, right? If you're going to be shamed and ostracized and whatnot. You know, I think that's definitely a weak point as far as the left has gone in the last year or so. And as far as what do we do about it, I think we need to look to the past with situations like this. What happened before? I love the hummingbirds. What happened before? What happened back during Gamergate that changed everything? Well, the left got better at arguing. Figures who knew how to argue against the
I can argue, yeah.
to the top. They got
True.
popular. They
Well, I didn't, I wasn't there.
gained some level of notoriety. People like Hassan, people like H Bomber Guy and Philosophy Tube and ContraPoints. All these figures came along out of necessity.
I am here out of necessity.
The left
I'm the person who you deserve and
figures like, I'd
stuff.
say even me to an extent, even though I don't know how big my splash has been in the internet culture.
My splash is biggest sploosh.
The
Biggest
left needed
sploosh.
figures like us to come along and kind of veer the generally misguided methods that online leftist figures tend to engage in
True.
more towards productivity. And unfortunately, right now, the way you control internet culture, the way you productively control internet culture, is through controlling its platforms with media and entertainment. It's why I make the videos that I do. It's why I try to upload as much as I can and get as many views as I can. granted, I succeed from it and I get to make money, and I definitely gain a nice warm fuzzy feeling in my heart when you guys hit the like button and you comment
Yeah,
below and hit the
exactly.
subscribe button.
Please do
I
it.
also want these ideas to reach far and wide. I want people to agree with my beliefs. I want people to join the left. I want people to be like, oh, I get it, after they see my video and realize like so much of these popular ideas are being fed by right-wing propaganda.
Yeah.
Very flimsy right-wing propaganda, by the way.
And I feel like, I feel like that little W that Obsessive describes does sort of show, hey, wait a minute. They keep saying that trans people like just viciously attack. There's this narrative, but this trans person streamed the game and it was like all okay, This trans person did like a stream of the game and earned some money for a good cause and it was all fine, you know? You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Thank you, Evatra. Like, I'm ironically saying that, like, uh, like that it's a good thing to show, Like, hey, it's fine, It's fine. Like, we can just enjoy the thing and make a good use out of it. I still don't think the Gamergate ever truly ended. It wanted some, it waned some because Trump was in office. Some of the viewers of the content saw themselves as winning, so there was less to be angry about. Hello, Two-Bit Dork. I don't think I've seen you here before. Yeah, exactly. And I think me playing the game that is seen to be like the thing that all trans people hate is like a good thing for that. You know? You know what I mean? Do you agree with me or not? Do you agree with me? Okay, it seems like I always need to do that poll. Do you agree? Yes, no. I always ask the pointed questions. This is why you love watching me. This is why you love watching me, because I ask the very pointed questions. Do you agree? That is the question that I should be. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
But yeah, that's basically what I wanted to talk about.
Hey,
the
thank you.
shift of internet culture, why it's happened, the ways
Yeah.
in which it's happening, and I hope you enjoyed this video. I think it was really cozy sitting next to the fire and talking about this. I've got a couple more videos I want to record tonight, so thank you so
If someone, like, I'd love to talk to Xander Hal. That should be a thing that should happen. You know? What do you think? Only 3 votes. People should be more active. Ask your community about stuff.
much for watching. You know what to do if you enjoyed.
Of
Have a good
course.
one.
It is hard to judge when Gamergate ends and starts since we are living in history right now. Overall, I think it's good Zan is trying to bring attention to the rights of the right wing, yeah. We should push against it. I like Zanderha, actually. He's also one of those creators that get a lot of crap for some reason. Oh no. The non-comment chick. The non gonna show us a yeah, true. Debunking the range anti-trans PragerU propaganda. There we go, a good video for us. While we draw a good animation. Because let's remember, this stream is primarily an art stream. And if you want to tip your favorite art streamer, then you can click on the coffee link above and either become a coffee monthly contributor, or you can tip me with a one-off payment, because I think coffee is the thing that is linked today.
The truth about gender-affirming care. Let's find out.
Oh no.
I recently added some stuff on this to the research document.
If I told you that I advocate for the
First of all, you can't tell me because you're in a PragerU video. But moving on.
chemical castration, sterilization, and
By the way, I'm actually also preparing a video of gender affirming care because I am rebuking the claim that it's all experimental.
physical mutilation of children and young adults, anyone under the legal age of consent, my guess is that you would consider me a crazy person.
Chemical castration and sterilization aside, physical mutilation of children and young adults. I like how children and young adults are being put next to each other here, as if like somebody who's under the age of consent and somebody who's like 20 years old are in a comparable category when it comes to the stupid fear-mongering bullshit we're doing here. Physical mutilation involves literally any kind of surgery, though. So, you know, sometimes that happens to babies. You know, babies sometimes have surgeries.
Yeah.
Sounds kind of scary, but I'm, you know, pretty sure sometimes they need it.
Anyone under the legal age or worse.
And keep in mind, conservatives like it when some babies have gender surgeries, like intersex people. When the gender is just decided for the baby. The intersex baby, right? That's okay. All the bills, all the anti-trans bills that ban surgery for young people also add a caveat that intersex people are exempt from that bill. Look up the bills, you will see it. All the bills that ban that ban young people from these sort of surgeries, all the bills exempt intersex children from it. You know, the thing that actual intersex people protest against. So yeah, it's all about taking away agency. It's all about enslavement, I guess. Right? All the things that actual intersex people protest against happening because it actually leads to damage that cannot be easily reversed. You know, the irreversible damage that conservatives love to cry about.
But that's exactly what activists, medical professionals, and progressives who promote and defend gender-affirming care do advocate.
I imagine that back when, like, new surgeries were being invented, imagine, like, the first time heart surgery became a thing. The idea of doing a heart surgery. Like, just any surgery on a heart. I don't know what that would have been. I don't know if it's a modern or not modern thing. I feel like before germ theory, we probably wouldn't have survived heart surgery. And people are like screaming, "You want to mutilate? You want to tear past the inner humors of our God-given bodies, and you want to molest the sacred core at the heart of our being for people as young. That's what supporters of heart surgery are. Like, you could do this with anything. All right, let's go.
You could.
The problem for these gender ideologues, of course, is while it is possible to identify as anything, it is not possible for a man to be a woman or a woman to be a man.
Damn. Well, that would be the case unless the concept we're talking about is one of identity, in which case, actually identifying as something makes you that thing, you know? That it's actually quite simple. There are lots of categories that we belong to that have nothing to do with some kind of deterministic empirical quota or trait. I mean, hell, being a goth, right? You know, we know that a person can be a goth or not be a goth. I don't know where exactly you'd find the fine line between the two, but being cool, I'm cool. Many people have said this. Find me the DNA strand that makes me this. It's dumb. You know, there's not actually a point in addressing these arguments because conservatives have been willfully pretending there isn't a difference between gender and sex for like 6 years now. Like, no matter how many times it gets brought up to them in debates or in direct confrontations.
And before we move on, because it does seem that it sadly needs explaining. This channel is pro self-ID, okay? Because it seems that even among self-professed trans advocates, that is not always obvious. So if you're a non-binary person, you know, that does not plan to do any sort of medical transition or anything like that, you are welcome here. And you are not some other, you know, thing outside of what I am, for example, you know? We are in it together and we are under the same tent, okay? There we go. It sort of feels like these sort of pretty obvious things sometimes need to be spelled out, right? It seems like these sort of things sometimes need to be spoken aloud. It is a bit sad, but yeah.
They will always pretend, like they won't even defeat the idea. They won't even address it. They will just pretend that trans activists and progressive people have one concept, which is gender/sex, as opposed to two separate ones. If they're not going to engage with the arguments, there's no point in me doing it either. We've done this a billion times.
To obscure this fact, activists have manufactured a small dictionary of sweet-sounding terms like transgender.
What? Wait. But conservatives use that term as...
What a sweet term. Sweet. Oh yeah, clickbait needs to be a... Yeah, it's true. We need to think of a juicy clickbait. What is the title? There we go. The ultimate clickbait is here. There you go. There you go. How do you like the clickbait now? How do you like my titles today? How do you like the vibe of the titles today? Oh my gosh. I mean, it's not a lie. It's just I'm just asking questions, okay? I'm just asking questions. Okay? It's okay. I'm not lying. I'm just asking questions. I don't know. Right? There you go. Yeah, it's out. Yeah. I love the new. Does Foch agree with PragerU? There we go. We've got it. Got him. Got him. Let's see if clickbait works, and let's see if more people will tune in to find out if Vosh agrees with PragerU. I want to see more people in this chat appreciating my animation, appreciating my clickbait.
What? Manufacture. So first of all terms are manufactured. We don't discover words. We make them. We make words to describe things, and the thing we're describing here is something that.
Okay, I've got an important question because Vosh is totally incorrect. Okay, I don't know. There we go. I always ask the good questions in the polls, and this is why you love me so much. There you go. Think about your answer. Think about your answer. Think before you answer, okay? Think about what you think on this topic. Do we make words or do words make us? Yes, no. There you go. 50-50. Oh no.
Conservatives also describe using the same terminology.
Gender fluidity and non-binary. Gender
Fluidity always comes up, like when conservatives are just kind of like running through the few terms they've cobbled together in their fearmonger quest. I have never met a person who like actively identified as gender fluid. Like, I don't even. It's just such a thing that you just don't interact with unless you're already in communities that have people like that, like really progress.
People that it's a thing that bigots fixate on the most. The whole gender fluid people, like the Polish politician who's in charge of Poland, also latched onto the gender fluid thing by saying Adam will become Jessica at 6 o'clock and then just switch back or something. You know?
Of, like more online queer people, or if you're deliberately seeking it out.
affirming care is the phrase activists have coined to describe sex change treatments such as puberty blockers, hormonal injections, and double mastectomies.
Okay. Puberty blockers are not sex change treatments at all. They
Also double mastectomy. Let me see. Double mastectomy. Yeah, double mastectomy. Cis women do that. Right? Double mastectomy is something that cis women do to avoid cancer. Like some famous actresses have done it just because they had some risk of getting breast cancer and there were no barriers in their way, okay? It only is being kept when it's being framed or described as gender surgery. But if a cis woman just wants a double mastectomy because of like I don't know, I don't wanna get cancer, then it's okay. It's fine then. Right?
don't do that. That's not a thing they can do. The thing they do is in the name of the medicine, puberty blockers. Hormone injections don't necessarily change your sex, but they do cause you to adopt different sexual characteristics. It's complicated.
Yeah.
We'll probably get to that in a later portion of this video. And double mastectomies are when you take away the boobies. And cisgender women have done that before.
Exactly.
For cancer. It's
Yes.
not necessarily
Vosh,
a sex
yeah, see? Do you know, I've made an amazing argument, and second later's Vosh has made the same argument. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? I will tell you in the form of a poll, okay? Because I love my polls. It means, okay, this clearly means there you go. This is my takeaway from what just happened. And this is my takeaway for just what just happened. Okay? Oh, well, you know, I'm humble. I'm a humble giggler.
Treatment, you know.
Shockingly, children's hospitals are big players in
Shockingly.
this game.
Shockingly.
The Boston Children's Hospital's website has posted videos in which its doctors describe a full menu of medical treatments.
Oh my god. Really? After all the bomb threats against the Boston Children's Hospital, you're gonna make videos like this? Really? After all the horrible things that the Boston Children's Hospital has faced from after Matt Walsh videos and things like that? I would remind you that the Boston Children's Hospital is the best children's hospital in the country, so I would think they know their stuff. Oh my god. Oh my god. Congratulations, LH Fruit.
Including hysterectomies for gender-confused teens.
Okay.
The Gender Clinic.
So, a doctor talked about medical procedures? Okay. Sure. All right. That seems fine. You know, even if like a kid was really young or whatever, and they weren't on the table for something like a hysterectomy, you would still mention that down the line, right? Like you might say to someone who's, I don't know, 14, here's stuff we can do now. Down the line, there might be different procedures. This
Yeah.
is like totally normal in medicine.
Yeah, of course. Standard yeah.
Oh yeah, this is the children's hospital that received bomb threats after Kaya Rachik, the Libs of TikTok woman.
I swear, it's just like, it's like me and Vosh are on the same vibes, okay? I swear, I say something, bam, Vosh just says it seconds later. You know? I can't believe I'm making such great points. I cannot believe. Another poll. Okay. We are on a poll thing today. There you go. There you go.
And Matt Walsh lied about them. They received bomb threats, had to shut down for
Yeah.
a while. And then, you know, naturally after that, Matt Walsh basically like celebrated their victory.
At the Barbara Bush Children's Hospital in Maine, offers instructions to boys on how to tuck their boy parts to make them look more like girl parts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is something that you can do. You basically, you do a little twisteroo with your dick. I've heard that there's a trick to it. I don't know, and I don't care. I like having a bulge. I like how this is something that we're fear-mongering over. We're literally talking about, like, here's...
I mean, I think every trans femme person has done that at some point, right? I think that's a thing that any trans femme person has done at some point in their lives. You know? At least I believe so. Like, I've done the tucking thing in the bath when I was really small. I didn't even know what it meant back then. So, you know? Right? Oh no! Who responded no? Oh my god. The evil 9%. The evil 9%.
How to like move you, like, I'm pretty sure that if you go to a doctor and you like have a urology appointment or something, you can have the most basic weird shit explained to you by a doctor, because the human body is weird and complicated. You know, if you have like if you get an injury on your dick
Yeah.
or something, like
Oh,
you
no.
like, you know, it gets into like a wood chipper, and then the
What?
doctor's talking to you and they're like, okay, so here's how you can
Legally?
pee safely without reopening the 17 like gaping wounds that we've sewn together from your, you know, shattered genitalia. I feel like a conservative video would then go like, and at this hospital, doctors teach boys how to use their penis, or some shit like that, you know what I mean? Like, so much of these videos are just, how do we take incredibly innocuous concepts
True.
and make them sound terrifying? What is this? How does this even sound terrifying as it's being presented? How to tuck your boy parts to make them... It's how to not have a dick bulge, okay? What? Who's dying from this?
Okay, I will add my commentary here because it's actually not always about making it terrifying. That's the thing. So this is a thing that this is the part when I will add my commentary on top of Vosh's commentary, because I think Vosh sort of is missing this aspect from the equation. One part of the equation is making the surgeries themselves look scary, but the second part of the equation is pointing at things and saying, this is weird, this is bizarre, this is just unnatural, this is unnatural weird behavior. Boys are being told how to tuck, which is bizarre and abnormal behavior. These boys are doing bizarre behavior. This is what it's doing. It's not trying to make it scary. It's trying to invoke a feeling of, oh no, the top children's hospital is teaching quote unquote abnormal behavior to my children. Does that make sense? This is the sort of, there are two parts to this equation. One is making people scared, and two, making people weirded out, right? Yeah. It's not just about scaring, it's also about making it seem weird and abnormal. So yeah.
Yale University's pediatric gender program director has said she's medically assisted children as young as 3 years old on their gender journey.
Okay. Like, with what? Consultation? With what? We're not going to say, are we?
Of course not.
Because we want to imply that, like, a 3-year-old came in and got bottom surgery or something. That's what the video wants to imply. Like, because in the mind of a conservative...
Of course, because if they told what's actually happening, then people will just shrug and say, whatever, nobody cares. This is what would happen. Nobody would care if they actually honestly reported on what was happening. Right? Nobody would care. Nobody cares, Sean. As the famous quote from the Scrubs would say, nobody cares.
What they think is happening here is that a 3-year-old boy, like, accidentally got into his mom's drawer and, like, smeared some lipstick across his forehead, and she rushed him over here, and immediately Bonesaw over here took at his junk and gave him bottom surgery, which I imagine in the conservative mind is kind of like a wedge cut on wood for a carpenter, where you just do like two like that, you know. But we're not going to say what was done here.
Vanderbilt University Medical Center has assessed gender care to be a new profit center. One of its doctors explained
That is true. In a for-profit private healthcare system, something Republicans have been ardently fighting for, it is true that medical procedures cost money and make other people profits. I agree that they should be free.
True.
I think that you should be able to go to your doctor, get advice on tucking for free.
True.
That's my position. I stand with PragerU in calling for the decommodification of tucking advice from doctors.
why. Attempting to change someone's sex creates a permanent patient. Knowing patients will have to return for repeated
I like how they gave the trans woman a 5 o'clock shadow there.
treatments is a guaranteed moneymaker.
So, first of all, the same thing.
That's because it's unironically part of the meme. The 5 o'clock shadow thing. Like, my gosh. Also, this is another thing that you could basically say that about anything, right? Oh, by treating cancer, you're making a permanent patient. My gosh.
Could be said of insulin.
Yeah, exactly. Insulin. Yep, that's a great example, Vosh. That is a great example.
Are tons of medical procedures that you can get that require long-term medical care afterward.
Yeah, except especially the things that don't really have a cure, but you can only manage the symptoms, right? Especially those sort of things.
Like, yeah, we're supposed to go to the doctor anyway. Also, I don't know if you guys know this, but the only long-term care that you, like, probably
HRT.
definitely need as a trans person is
HRT.
continued access to hormones.
Yeah.
Hormones aren't that expensive. I mean, their price gets inflated massively because of our for-profit private healthcare system, but it's hardly like a monstrously profitable center of exploitation. It's medicine that trans people want. It's not that difficult to make or produce. Cisgender people have been able to get access to estrogen or testosterone for a variety of medical reasons for ages. Casually getting testosterone or estrogen to address a number of hormonal abnormalities in cis people, that's been a part of medicine for decades and decades and decades. I like how, again, we're basically making an argument against the concept of medicine, that the problem with the treatment is that you might have future treatments, you know? Like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Even the American Academy of Pediatrics has endorsed the medical and chemical treatment of gender-confused children.
In what specific sense? We going to clarify that exactly? Like, at all? Medical and chemical treatment. Like chemical and medical, so medical treatment could involve
Puberty blockers.
consultation. Chemical treatment could involve puberty blockers.
There
Now,
you
I
go.
have a crazy point to make to you guys.
There we go. See? We are vibing, Vosh and I here today. We are vibing more than ever. Remember to click on the link at the top and to, toss a coin to your streamer, as Vosh would say.
Puberty blockers don't actually work if you take them after puberty is done. I know, sorry, I don't mean to blow your minds or anything. I'm no doctor, but as I understand it, you have to take them before the puberty.
True.
Or at the very least during, not after. Otherwise, there's no point. gave this kid quite the chin. Yeah, I wonder why. Remember that at the end of the day, transphobia is rooted primarily in disgust over perceived degeneracy. It's the same reason why, like, once you get past all the tiresome arguments about why actually we should prevent gay marriage or this, that, the other, at the end of the day, the real argument is they don't like seeing men kissing. And for that reason...
Told you, it's like making it abnormal. Right? It's the appeal to abnormality. As I am coining this term right now. The appeal to abnormality.
Reason at the root of their criticisms, there will always be like the attempt to reaffirm disgust as a political principle. So that's why they have to do stuff like this. But that's the actual argument here, you know?
When some members asked for a more critical look at affirmative care, they were immediately shut down, accused of being transphobic.
Well, that would depend on the way in which they phrased those criticisms, wouldn't it? We're not going to see the specific criticisms here, are we? You're just going to vaguely allude to a thing and then describe it.
The Pediatrics Academy did not stop there. It teamed up with the American Medical Association and the Children's Hospital Association.
It's really funny how this sort of video tries to, like, I don't know, from my perspective, it's so ridiculous that there's this, like, this reads almost like a flat earth video trying to say, oh, all doctors are in on it. Like, you cannot trust the medical institutions. They are all in on it, you know? This is such conspiracy peddling that it's ridiculous that anyone takes this seriously, you know? Like, this is so ridiculous that people treat videos like this seriously, and I sadly know that they do.
Also known as some of the largest and most reputable medical organizations.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly, right? This is also part of the whole anti-vaccine, anti-medical orgs thing, right? Fear-mongering against you know, against trusting medical professionals, basically, is what it is, right? This is really, like, this is part of a broader thing, because I'm pretty sure PragerU was against masks and against the vaccination as well, so, like, I don't know. I think that probably, like, I don't know, right? I think that I think it's a broader thing on PragerU's part to just sow doubt against medical institutions.
The AMA, you know, just a small little... Yeah, okay, all right. Oh, go ahead.
To petition the Justice Department to suppress anyone on social media who opposes their pro-gender treatment position.
Can I get a source on that? Like, please? Kind of difficult to debunk ridiculous claims if I don't even have a... Oh, wow, this has a 50-50 like-dislike ratio. That's interesting. And only 7K likes/dislikes with nearly 1 million views. And look at how few likes these comments have. They host this. This video must be hosted on their site. A lot of these views must have come from their site. Or they might have... Ooh, ad! It might have been an ad thing. I've heard that if you run an existing YouTube video as an ad, the views will get counted towards the ad. Man, are they really having to, like, buy view? Ooh.
Yeah.
On the decline, huh? So can I get... Okay, these aren't sources. This is a transcript. For the full script, visit pregu.com. Do you have sources? Stop.
If I...
Okay.
This is so...
We have
This is so cute that Vosh expects a right-wing channel to cite its sources. That is so cute. So cute.
Learn more about the evils of exploitation and sexualization of children. Speak out. Take the pledge to protect children's innocence.
You will not find
Okay,
sources.
facts and sources. Okay, here we nice. Oh, it's even got like a cute gradient in the background. Okay.
Oh my god. Let's see. Okay, I guess I'm proven incorrect. I guess there are sources. Wow. Okay.
Oh, wait. Wait. We should check, by the way. Yale University, young is 3 years old on their gender journey. Hold on. I want to see. Brags about helping kids as young as 3 on gender journey if they identify. With what procedure? The program website at the Yale School of Medicine details how trans surgeries are only available to those 18 and older. Wow. We're not including that one in the script of the PragerU video, huh? So they did a consult with somebody 3 years old, but no surgeries unless you're a legal adult. Ah, okay. Well, well, that seems kind of dishonest considering the deliberate conflation, but whatever. Okay. Powerful pediatrics groups have petitioned the Justice Department to target and suppress the speech of those who oppose their pro-gender treatment agenda. Okay, let's take a look. Here we are on WPDE.com. Pediatric group. GenSpect, an org that supports an evidence-based approach to gender distress, has called out the American Academy of Pediatrics for allegedly stifling debate on an internal proposal. What? This is an internal proposal. What does this have to do with censorship on social media? The Pediatrics Academy teamed up with the AMA to petition the Justice Department to suppress... Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Health groups demand DOJ target transgender disinformation. Republicans warn against criminalizing civic discourse. Okay? From the Daily Signal. All right. 3 national medical organizations sent a letter to the DOJ under Biden urging the department to investigate and prosecute those responsible for an alleged campaign of disinformation about controversial transgender medical interventions, which the organization blamed for an increase in bomb threats to medical... Oh! I remember when this happened. This isn't just about randomly censoring people on social media. This is because there are people who are, front-running representatives of $100 million organizations encouraging stochastic terrorism that leads to the direct threats against doctors and the people they treat. Oh, okay. That seems slightly different from they want the government to ban mean people on social media, because in this case... they're saying the DOJ should investigate crimes.
Yep.
Something the DOJ should be doing. Does it have the letter listed here? Here. The health organization's October 4th letter urged the DOJ to investigate the organization's individuals and entities coordinating, provoking, and carrying out bomb threats and threats of... That's what they're fear-mongering over. Literally, letters saying, hey... could you look into the bomb threats?
Like, this is what happens. Like, bigots give throughout vague statements, and then you have to do a whole investigation to untangle the BS. Like Vosh is doing here, right?
DOJ, could you perhaps investigate crimes? And PragerU is like, they're trying to shut down your Instagram account. Like, okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, this is what they're looking to do, man. Not going to mention the bomb threats in the video, though. That would make them look a little bit evil. If you think about it, it would make them look a bit evil. If we step back for a moment and what we're talking about here is hospitals begging the government to keep people from making bomb threats against them. If you think about it, it actually makes the cons look really bad, doesn't it? You know, like kind of like Taliban level evil. You know,
what do you know?
Yeah.
While the American medical establishment speeds...
It do be that way sometime, right? It do be that way sometime. Okay, how are you enjoying our new call to action animation? Smash the button, smash the button. How do you like the new call to action animation? me see. Start ball. Here we go.
Toward the affirmative care cliff. Other countries are hitting the brakes.
I'm sorry, the
you-
affirmative.
Ah, yes.
The affirmative care cliff? What? The cliff.
So what we're about to talk about here is conservative politicians in the UK shutting down trans medical care in the NHS.
Hello, Doogie. Hello.
What they will not be able to provide is a medical justification for doing so.
United Kingdom has shuttered its state-run Tavistock Gender Identity Clinic, which was the largest pediatric gender clinic in the world, after a report found that its patients were at considerable risk due to its unquestioning affirmative approach.
So we've talked about this before, but the affirmative care model is unquestionably and indisputably the best medical model for dealing with the concerns of trans youth. There's no medical evidence to suggest otherwise. The reason for that is because all the affirmative care approach does is say, whatever you do, don't argue with them about their gender identity. Because why would you do that as a doctor? Like, think for a second.
True.
If somebody comes in and they're claiming they feel gender dysphoria and they
Yeah.
feel they're trans, or like you have a assigned male at birth, but they say they're a woman, okay? No matter what age they are, 8, 12, 20, 30, 50.
And by the way, the first doctor that I met actually started arguing with me about my gender identity. Just so you know, the first doctor that I met actually did start arguing with me about my gender identity.
What good do you get
That happened to me, yeah.
to convince them otherwise? Do you think they just came in there on a whim? Like they were getting some groceries and saw the gender clinic, bypassed the months-long waiting list, sometimes years long, stepped right in and just sort of expressed a thought they'd casually had? No, obviously not. The idea of arguing against it is fruitless. This is the same thing that we had to do with therapists and people who said they were homosexual. See, homosexuality used to be considered a mental disorder, and when people who had homosexual urges would go to therapists or doctors, it wasn't uncommon for those therapists or doctors to say, oh, you're not really gay. Oh, you're not really gay. No, 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 no. This, that, the other, you know. Oh, you're not really like that. This was a very ineffective model of healthcare and therapy for a number of reasons. The most obvious of which being they were wrong. Those motherfuckers were gay. I have not seen any compelling evidence that the affirmative care approach has put trans youth at any greater risk than any other medical approach.
A more accurate description for this approach would be medical malpractice. In no
If it could be proven, which it has not been.
other part of the medical world is it considered acceptable or even legal to damage the body of a healthy person irreversibly.
In all medical practice ever for all of human history.
True.
Always. Obviously. By damage the body of a healthy person, what she's actually saying, of course, is perform surgery. And surgery is something that we've been doing for a while. Oh yeah, leaving aside circumcision, that's actually a pretty direct gotcha right there. Literally a completely unnecessary procedure done forcefully to infants about their genitals for no reason. Well, sometimes there's a reason, but very rarely. For the most part, it's considered cosmetic. Also, we have cosmetic surgeries. Speaking of, thank you, Fallen. Cosmetic surgeries don't necessarily address life-threatening issues, but it's actually okay to get them done. Did you know that a cosmetic surgery that is relatively common and has even been done to underage people is breast reduction surgery?
True.
Sometimes the titties are just too big. Sometimes that can
Yeah.
even happen to people when they're not even 18 yet. It's
Yeah,
not super.
they can be heavy, it can cause back problems. Like people meme about it, but it can be a serious issue. And just sometimes women just don't like having big breasts, right? Sometimes it's not even a health thing. Sometimes women just don't like having big breasts and want smaller ones.
Super common, but it has happened. And it is entirely possible for, young girls to get breast reduction surgery. That is a healthy body of a young person that is being cut into, but we accept this.
Well,
Because-
conservatives would ban that if they could, probably, or something.
Because medicine often requires we cut into people's bodies.
If a mentally ill man who identifies as an amputee
Why not go further? Hold up a picture of an Apache helicopter, okay? Hold up a picture of a helicopter. Please. Why not? Why stop here? Frankly, I'm just insulted by the cowardice here. Go full tilt and show a picture of a helicopter.
asks a doctor to amputate his perfectly functioning arm to match his identity, every self-respecting surgeon will send him away.
So the reason for this is because we have absolutely no body of medical evidence to suggest that it improves people's lives to cut off their arms when they ask us to. But we do have an overwhelming body of evidence to suggest that there are a variety of gender-affirming medical procedures that we can do that do improve people's lives. We've been doing them for decades, and they have an astonishingly low regret rate. This is the currently being retooled ultimate research document. I made it a long time ago, and I'm remaking it now, starting with trans people, because they're so important. If we take a moment to read.
I will
Regret
use
and
this document
detransition
for
are
the
incredibly
video.
rare. Okay, so let's think about this for a second. If the claims are that gender-affirming care harms people, we would have to see that reflected in the data. And yet, a meta-analysis of 27 studies on patient regret rates
experimental-
following gender-affirming surgery
There you
found
go.
that of nearly
The experimental
8,000
thing, right?
patients surveyed, only about 1% reported regret. This is another study with a expressed regret rate of about 0.2 to 0.3%. This study found a reported regret rate of about 0.3%. That's not a lot of regret, especially when you compare it to this. An enormous meta-analysis on 889 studies concerning regret in surgical decision-making. So this is all surgical decision-making. Not trans stuff, everything. Found that on average, in procedures ranging from trivial to life-saving, the average rate of self-reported decision regret was 1 in 7, about 14%. The average rate of surgical regret is about 14%. Trans surgical regret, 1% or less. The regret rates following trans gender affirming surgery are astonishingly low. They're actually anomalously low. They're psychotically low. It's actually like it's mathematically
Low.
ridiculous
It's low.
that they're this low. I
It's
guess they
just
really
low.
wanted. I guess
It just works.
that people aren't just hopping onto
A train.
gender affirming surgery, which is very expensive and time consuming.
Yeah.
And it places you in a category of people who are massively discriminated against. I guess they're not just doing this on a whim, if you can imagine such a thing.
Yeah.
The distinction here in reported regret rate is insane. And what that means, of course, is that if PragerU is making the argument that this regret rate, this rate of harm, is too high, we could simply not do any surgery. You all understand this? Keep
Yeah.
in mind that the regret rate that we saw in surgeries broadly included people undergoing life-saving surgeries.
Yeah.
So we just can't do anything then, I guess.
True. Ban surgery.
Well,
Ban surgery.
If a young girl suffering from anorexia walks into a hospital and asks for liposuction, no one in their right mind would grant her request.
this is, of course, because unlike gender-affirming surgeries, we don't have a body of medical evidence to suggest massively improved quality of life after performing liposuction on anorexic people. See, This is why when we make decisions about what kind of medical procedures to engage in, we use things called evidence. We gather this evidence from research conducted by researchers
True.
on the behavior of doctors. And that is how we make these decisions. That's actually how we make basically all medical decisions. It's called standard of care.
True.
Doctors have to read big books on the subject before they can get their doctorate. By the way, guys, for those of you who have seen me do the song and dance before, I apologize if I sound repetitive compared to
No, it has to be
the
repeated
content
many,
we've done
many
before.
times.
I want to make sure every time I go over something like this, I'm being
This
comprehensive.
needs to be
So,
repeated.
there's always somebody new watching.
And that's because physicians swear an oath to do no harm, to preserve and protect and heal a person's body as best as they can, in spite of any delusions the person may be experiencing.
Oh, that's not.
Nothing about the hip.
That's not a part of the hypocrite. That's not the part of the oath. Oh, what? What? Since when is that part of the oath?
Hippocratic oath involves a caveat for
Yeah, delusions.
That
Right?
seems kind of like a weird and hyper-specific addendum right there. But
Yeah.
yes, the idea is they follow the best standard of practice to try to help people stay as healthy and happy as possible, which they're doing here. So
Oh my gosh, when did that become part of the oath? The whole delusion thing.
cool. Nice.
And yet doctors violate that oath every time they promote gender-affirming
I
care.
mean, yeah, if you make up extra caveats to it, then sure.
They do not. You have not even in this video have you failed. Not even in this video have they managed to demonstrate this. You have failed even in your wildly dishonest propaganda piece that lies about basically every subject presented and props up and apologizes for terrorism. You've still not managed to sufficiently demonstrate this claim.
Their motives, no matter how compassionate they might sound, are not relevant.
That's true. As long as they're following the standard of care, I don't really care about the motives of the individual doctors. If they're doing the stuff that leads to the best outcomes, yeah, sure.
The idea that teenagers, let alone small children, are capable of making such life-altering decisions.
What life-altering decisions? They've been
Yeah.
very strategically ambiguous about what gender-affirming care means, right? Because
True.
the way they want you to go about it is they want you to think they mean surgery
Yeah.
every time they say gender-affirming care. They keep analogizing it to cutting into your body.
Yeah.
So they've drawn an association. Gender-affirming care means surgery. But then we took a look at the one Daily Wire article, or not Daily Wire, sorry, the Daily Mail article on the Yale doctor who bragged about, providing gender care to a 3-year-old. And it turns out they don't allow for surgery until 18. But in that case,
Yeah.
gender care meant consult.
Is not only brand new, it's absurd. A society that
It's not brand new, actually. Not only do we have decades and decades of research and precedent on trans people here in the West, we also have anthropological evidence concerning social transition,
Yeah.
For example, there's like the third gender in India. We have like
Social
research on
transition,
Polynesian
yeah.
cultures, various Native American cultures.
Judaism has like 7 genders or something. I don't know anymore. Or
The
more.
further back you go in history, the more wacky and warbly and less comprehensive a lot of gender norms seem to be. But what they find is that a lot of the stuff that people did back then, rather casually, might have been analogized today to a kind of gender-affirming care in a consultation sense, Maybe a social role that people are comfortable fitting in. And obviously, go back that far and the idea of like healthcare as a concept doesn't even exist really. So we're not talking exactly apples to apples, but we certainly have our evidence.
that allows them to do so is deeply broken. So,
Broken.
how do we put an end to this horror?
Oh,
Oh my
well, you
gosh.
could do what the Nazis did. The
no.
Nazis held massive book burnings. Some of the first things they chose to burn in their book burnings were
Trans-related
the
books.
collected archives of research on transgender people.
Oh no.
Here, let me see if I can get a nice
That
the
is what
forgotten
happened.
history of the world's first trans clinic. See, much like the modern-day Republican Party, Nazis really didn't like trans people that much.
Yeah.
Here are some trans people looking, if I might say, pretty good? Kind of mogging us, to be honest. What are you guys wearing right now? Sweatpants? You think you would win in a Vogue off against Weimar Germany transgender? Probably not.
True.
The Institut für Sexualwissenschaft was an early private sexology research institute in Germany from 1919 to 1933. Does anybody want to take a guess at what happened in 19...
Imagine being a trans person in the 30s in Germany, being happy that things are looking up, that you have a whole clinic that studies, the thing, like getting help, getting affirmation, and then Hitler takes over and suddenly your life is basically over, right? Oh, wait. That is what is being pushed right now. Never mind. You don't even have to imagine.
33 that made this clinic no longer open? Right. Yeah. The Institute pioneered research and treatment for various matters regarding gender and sexuality, including gay, trans, and intersex topics. In addition, it offered various other services to the general public, including treatments for alcoholism, gynecological examinations, marital and sex counseling, treatment for venereal diseases, and access to contraceptive treatment. It offered education on many of these matters to both health professionals and laypersons. It was a cultural touchstone. It was a wellspring of knowledge that helped many people. And then, after the Nazis gained control, the Institute and its libraries were destroyed as part of a Nazi government censorship program by youth brigades who burned its books and documents in the street. Make no mistake, Republicans are looking to do the exact same thing right now. In an age of internet access to information, book burnings aren't really effective at getting rid of information, but they're trying to achieve the same long-term political goal, which is the absolute outlawing of not only anything pertaining to trans care, but also education relating to it, to bring us back into a dark age for no reason.
First, we need to stop going along with the language games gender ideologues want us to play. There are men and women and boys and girls. And there are men and women and boys and girls who are confused or deluded about which one they are. There is...
Again, there's not really a point in engaging with this because conservative rhetoric in the subject requires them to pretend that sex and gender are the same thing. We've addressed this literally like a million times.
Yeah.
Sex refers to biology, gender refers to social role, blah, blah, blah. We've done this. Conservatives agree with this. I've talked to many conservatives on this subject. Ben Shapiro himself has multiple times, after being directly challenged, acknowledged the difference between the two. That's not a joke. He has directly said that. People have said, okay, well, can you acknowledge there are two different concepts here? And
Also, the term boy and girl used to be different in English as well, I'm pretty sure that everyone who used to be called girls and at some point in the Middle Ages or something.
Referring to one, not the other. And Ben will say, okay. And then he just goes about in that conversation with the two concepts. And then the next day, they go back to pretending that there's only one. So, there's not really a point in engaging.
There's no such thing as having a place on a gender spectrum. With the rarest exceptions, we are born one of two sexes.
Not that rare. Intersex people are around 1% of the population. Also, gender is an abstract, incoherent, and let's face it.
This is something that my friend YouTuber has pointed out in her new video about rare diseases. That basically the super rare disease ends up affecting 1 billion people around the earth, right? What we think is rare usually affects hundreds of millions of people, right?
very gay construct. Sex actually is a bimodal distribution with a spectrum to it.
Yeah.
After all, the characteristics that we associate with sex are not actually chromosomes, but the things that chromosomes direct hormones to do to us. Chromosomes don't make our bodies the way they are. Hormone washes in the womb and during puberty do.
Right.
So if you could somehow have a set of chromosomes and then get a different set of hormone washes, you might end up being a different sex despite...
It does happen, by the way. There are people that have insensitivity to certain hormones, and that is how women with XY chromosomes, are born, right?
your chromosomes. This is what happens to people who are born XY but have androgen insensitivity.
There we go. I told you that today Lucy and Vosh are on a vibe, okay? I have told you this. Which is why you must subscribe and give me a coffee or something.
That's super quick. When a person who is genetically male, who has one X and one Y chromosome, is resistant to male hormones, or androgens,
Also, I do love Young Justice.
many people who have androgen insensitivity syndrome live their entire lives as women because they're insensitive to androgen. Like, you wouldn't know, often. And there are intersex people for whom you might sometimes definitely know. There is an incredible amount of variety in how humans can develop. Can you explain the science again? I'm kind of confused. Okay, to put it very simply, when we are fetuses, or zygotes or whatever, when we're still being made, our body parts are analogous and sex undifferentiated. Basically, our body is clay, and our body needs instruction on how it wants to shape itself. And the instruction that it receives will dictate whether you end up being of the male or female sex. And basically, you've probably all heard this before, but the genitalia of males and females are biologically analogous. That is to say, you started with some origin point of your body, and then because you received certain signals, that initial clay shaped itself into either a vagina, ovary, womb, blah, blah, or into a penis, gonad, so on and so forth. But they're the same, it's the same origin point. So the thing that directs your body to shape itself one way or the other, it's determined by the hormone washes that you receive. Broadly, estrogen and testosterone, though I'm simplifying a little bit. And the hormones that that flow through your body, that'll direct the process. This is why puberty leads to so many increases in not only your size but in the development of primary and secondary sex characteristics, because puberty floods you with hormones, right? That's why teenagers are such moody bitches. They're literally their body is partially developed clay, and you hit puberty and you receive the signal.
I am moody.
And the
I am more moody than
hormone
you
flood
are.
that runs through your body directs further growth. Literally in this case. You all understand what I'm getting at here? The point that I'm trying to make clear is this is a remarkably ambiguous process. Some people are...
Wait, Doogie, are you Polish? Were you Polish, Doogie?
way more packed full of estrogen or testosterone than others. There are two people you can imagine who are both biologically female, but in every characteristic that we...
I can give you a small taste. Of it. A little bit of a taste. And people can appreciate some of the Polish... There you go.
Czy Tolkien, kreśląc we Władcy Pierścieni postać prastarego drzewca, wiedział, iż istnieją ludzie, z których skóry, zwłaszcza dłoni i stóp, wyrastają narośla wyglądające jak kora i gałęzie drzew? Tego nie wiemy. Jednak niestety są na świecie osoby cierpiące na dysplazję lewandowskiego ludca. Przyczyną choroby jest zakażenie popularnym wirusem HPV, czyli brodawczaka ludzkiego. Niektóre typy wirusa powodują występowanie brodawek skórnych, inne mogą prowadzić do raka szyjki macicy. Kiedy jednak wirus pojawi się u osoby z rzadką mutacją genu na chromosomie 17,
Oh wow, this is actually a pretty good translation effort. Oh god, wow. Okay. Of course I did. I will do it.
powoduje namnażanie się komórek i tworzy narośle. Potrafią one ważyć
Powiedzmy.
nawet kilka kilogramów, powodować ból, uniemożliwiać normalne funkcjonowanie. Po odcięciu odrastają, a w końcu mogą pokryć niemal całe ciało. Inna choroba, progeria, powoduje objawy podobne do przedwczesnego starzenia się. Dzieci około 2 roku życia są
Oh, wow.
chudziutkie, zaczynają łysieć,
This is actually those subtitles are pretty good. So yeah, go and subscribe to the auto translator is doing a surprisingly good job of and her videos are really good. Okay. She is worth further supporting because as you can see she already has 758,000 subscribers. Let's get her to 1 million or something. Let's get her to 3 million because she deserves it.
We associate with the female sex.
Daco Bowl is best.
One is more so than the other. We could do the same for two males, couldn't we? That one male could be taller, stronger, hairier, have more developed genitalia, higher sperm count, whatever. In these respects, I think you could fairly argue that person is, at least in a biological sense, literally more of a man than the others, because they have an excessive development of these characteristics. Socially, we don't always think of it that way, because socially, when we talk about what it means to be a man or a woman, we're not doing a pH dipstick in a person's ear to determine the exact proportion of hormone washes they received. In reality, we're talking about a broad social category they fit in. We use these terms for social purposes. We use them for social categories. And the purpose of those social categories is to define meaning. It's to give purpose. It's to assist in understanding. And none of you know what your fucking biology is. You don't know. I'd be willing to bet a lot of you don't even know for sure which chromosomes you have. You can guess, but there are a lot of intersex people. You don't know what your proportional hormone washes are. You don't know if you have any conditions that pertain to sensitivity or insensitivity for any given set of hormones. There are a million things that can go wrong. It doesn't make you wrong, but differently in the process. This is why I believe the American Scientific... Just a moment. Yes, the Scientific American, which you've probably heard of before. It's a prominent and well-respected publication, has talked before about how biological sex is a spectrum. About how, given the incredible
The famous
complexity
graphic that I often use. I love this graphic. I use it often. Very nice.
Characteristics we associate with biological sex. You know, there are so many ways things can pan out.
Oh, yeah.
Conservatives are afraid of complexity because conservatives are retarded. They're small brains, smooth and soup-like, can't hold on to facts the way ours can, and for that reason they grasp ineptly at these concepts. But that doesn't make them any less true. Let's finish this up.
Male or female?
Malay
That's
family.
the level of complexity they're capable of.
Malay
right there.
family.
That,
Malay family.
that is the that is what they've done.
Male family. Male
Born
family.
one of two sexes, male or female. Sex is not assigned. It is an integral part of who we are, right from the moment of conception.
What?
So, as we just discussed with how this actually works with so yeah, wrong, of course, but okay.
This is true for horses, dolphins,
Horse.
and every other species in the animal kingdom.
Okay.
yes.
So not only is all of the genetic variability that I've talked about in humans present in other animals, some animals have far greater levels of sex-based variance to the point where there are literally animals that will change sex.
Yeah,
Like,
frogs.
I'm pretty sure that like the sex of a crocodile is influenced by the average temperature of the water that their egg is in. Which means that it's not from the moment of their conception. In crocodilians, the temperature of egg incubation
Oh,
is the environmental factor determining sex. If the temperature is cool, around 30 degrees Celsius, the hatchlings are all female. Warmer temperatures, around 34 degrees Celsius, hatch all males. Yes, clownfish are all hermaphroditic. They literally change sex over their lifetimes.
oh, Butterwagon. Okay. Butterwagon says, I don't get why conservatives are so happy to embrace determinism. You are exactly what you were born as forever. Nothing about you can change. Suggesting otherwise is heresy. Okay, I can answer this question for you, Butterwagon. I know exactly why conservatives are so happy to embrace determinism. Do you know why? Do you know why conservatives are so happy to embrace determinism? Is because if, of course, this is all in conservatives' minds, if what you are at birth is determined, then you know what else can be determined? Your role in society, your role in life. If what you are is determined, if you are born determined as a thing, then your role in society also becomes determined. Which is why, of course, as we know, that is what the conservative thought is fighting for all people to have determined roles that they cannot stray from. Right? Traditional family roles, gender roles, etc. All determined.
When the female dies, the dominant male changes sex and becomes the female. Oh, wow. It's like a boy failure for Twitter transes. This life history strategy is known as sequential hermaphrodism. Because clownfish are all born as males, they are protandrous hermaphrodites. Oof. For another interesting example, it has been known that lionesses have grown manes, a male characteristic for lions, in the absence of males to lead their pack. Though rumored for quite some time, scientists have officially reported the existence of maned female lions and have documented their more typically male behavior. This is because they literally observe in their environment a deficiency in male lion behavior, and they just do it themselves. So, hey, human trans people, what's wrong with you? Lions are literally capable of willing themselves trans. You have to take hormones, don't you? You have to inject estrogen into your ass cheek.
There's something even more interesting, okay? There's something even more interesting. Usually TERFs say changing sex is impossible. It is impossible to change sex. We will never be able to change sex. It is impossible. Oh, well, have I got news for you? There you go. What do you know? Article from 2021. Scientists use CRISPR gene editing to choose the sex of mouse pups. Right? But there's also one other thing. Understanding sex reversal in mice. In other words, I'm gonna find it later, but scientists cut a sequence in the genes of a mouse, and the mouse changed its sex and developed the organs of the other sex. Okay? So there we go.
The lioness simply concentrates until she becomes a lion. Yeah, Transmax King, literally. So yeah, the idea that human sex is as simple as male and female is dumb. The idea that all animals in the animal kingdom are like that is incomprehensibly stupid. Willfully so. They know they're lying.
It is also true for human beings. There is no such thing as gender-affirming care. You
Yeah, it is. You can Google it. It's a thing. But
True.
cannot affirm something that does not exist.
what was that? Wait, hold on. First of all, gender-affirming care is a term that refers to medical care. The medical care exists. You've spent the whole video complaining about it. That doesn't make any sense. You're so dumb. Second of all, listen to how she says this.
As gender-affirming care. You cannot affirm
Cannot. It just cannot. She has that like soccer mom upper bite.
something that does not exist. What does exist is chemical castration, sterilization, and surgical mutilation.
Interestingly, I noticed that at no point in this video have they actually talked about anything. They haven't talked about
what do you know?
any trans surgery. They haven't talked about its rate of regret. They haven't talked about detrans.
It's almost like people like this operate on vague statements that you have to go through a whole investigation to untangle and refute, you know?
Position. They haven't talked about what it physically entails. Don't get me wrong,
course.
guys. Bottom surgery, top surgery,
The more
they're
vague, the better.
trying procedures. Look into them. They're tough to do. I feel like, if anything, we could have gotten more. Did you know that for bottom surgery, they twist the penis inside out and then cut it up a bunch and then flip it and do a little doodad and then they do a pretzel knot? And like, I'm surprised we're not getting more grotesque, meaningless surgical gore porn here. It's really dumb.
Second, we need legal accountability. Patients who have undergone physical and medical gender treatments as minors should be able to sue the doctors and hospitals who performed the treatments.
So you know for a fact that this would never actually happen because this would be like an anti-corporate profit move, and the insurance companies wouldn't like it either. The Republicans aren't going to do anything that makes insurance companies unhappy. But additionally, no, we actually, it is not a good thing if you can just sue a doctor for any reason. Yeah, I really do like the bow and the chin here. They're really trying to do like the trans woman gross out thing, but on like a 14-year-old. It reminds me of the kid that Saitama saves at the beginning of One Punch Man, you know?
Oh my gosh.
The risk of serious financial liability will bring this barbarism to an end.
Liability for what? They have a lower regret rate than like any other medical procedure. Regret rate for what? Okay. What regret?
Faster than 100 protests. This is a battle that we must win, not least because there is an entire generation of boys and girls being made to believe that irreversibly changing their bodies will fix the social and emotional anxieties they experience.
Oh, well, it would be really inconvenient if there was data to suggest that it actually did help. You know, that'd be really unfortunate. I haven't updated that book at the top yet.
Your voice.
It's that part.
Your
Did my
voice-
mic gate make that all go away?
your
I
voice-
tried to do a whisper. I was trying to do a whisper, so it was like a joke. I'm not going to say it normally. I'm actually just going to go in my settings, and I'm going to remove the noise gate. Okay.
True.
I haven't actually updated that part of the doc yet. I haven't done that part yet. We have to wait for that part.
Do it.
Now I'm going to add the noise suppression back in.
Do it.
Okay. Nicely done, team. Well done. Oh, but the data we have does in fact indicate that trans people are happy after their medical care. So I think that we know for a fact that we have very high rates of satisfaction with gender-affirming surgery because of the incredibly low regret rate. What I'm interested in is research pertaining to reported increases in happiness after gender-affirming care, including just hormones. I do have some like that. This is a portion of the old document. I can't really vouch for... Oh, wait, yes.
I do ASMR as well. Okay. Tune in to Lucia's stream. Click on the link on top and choose coffee. And then give me a little bit of what's it called? It is called, oh my gosh. It is called a tip, I think. But you can also become a month-to-month contributor. Yeah, there we go. Let's see if it worked. It didn't work. Nobody was fooled. Nobody clicked on the coffee. It did not work. Oh well. It happens. It happens, gigglers.
Yes, I can. I'm so sorry. My apologies. Because it opens up with this. Meta-analysis on trans people and the effect gender transition has on their mental health. Of 56 studies, 52 indicated transitioning had a positive effect on the mental health of trans people. The remaining 4? Mixed or no results. Not a single study said that transgender medical care resulted in a negative effect. 0. None. I'm glad I looked anyway. I just haven't updated this part of the document yet. Somebody linked this earlier from Matt Walsh, the guy who prompted the bomb threat. The claim that gender transition prevents suicide is not only false according to all of the available data, source, but also deeply grotesque and morally repugnant. Oh, well, can I get that data? Whoa, wait, hold on. Can I get that data, please?
No, you
Not
can't.
only does it defy common sense, but I find it frankly grotesque that the way to stop
Facts don't care about your feelings.
a child from tragically hurting themselves is to affirm their belief that there's something wrong with their body, that they were born in the wrong body, that they're the wrong person. No, the way to help anyone.
They're the wrong person? But are we getting at like epistemic identity arguments here? We have data that just regular cosmetic surgeries can reduce suicide rates. Burn victims or people who have, let's be fair here, severe and grotesque physical abnormalities have often reported significant increases in happiness and quality of life after cosmetic surgery to remove it. So, okay, so what? Is it wrong to say they were born in the wrong body? Well, it's not really about them being born in the wrong body. It's just, what are they now? How do they feel now? And how can medicine improve how they feel?
True.
And, you know, that can take a number of forms. In this case, gender-affirming care.
Anyone who's in despair in that way, especially a child, is to help them towards actual self-acceptance, who you really are. So if you're a biological man.
So this is what many researchers tried to do with homosexuals as well, and still continue to with conversion camps. They are considered torture by many more civilized countries than ours. These parents will beat their children and then send them to conversion camps where predatory religious fundamentalists will molest them, tase them, starve them to try to de-gay them. Because to them, of course, being gay, it's not a thing you can be. It's just a kind of degenerate perversion that is, can be taught out of somebody. Obviously, conversion therapy doesn't fix anything. It unfixes a lot of things. And the same is the case with trans people. What he's advocating here for here are trans conversion camps.
Male and you're a boy and you're 15 years old and you feel like you're a girl, the message should be, no, you're a boy and that's a wonderful thing to be who you are, and we will help you to.
Yes, trans women have never heard that from the people in their family. That would have stopped them in their tracks. No trans girl has ever heard their parents say, no, you're a boy. without immediately dropping the issue.
To accept that because it's wonderful to be who you are. This is who you are. That should be our message. Instead, the message they get from the medical community is, well, oh, okay, if you feel like you were born in the wrong body, then you were, and we'll start chopping pieces of you off.
Always with the alarmist language referring to surgery, you know? Always.
Until the bad thoughts go away. And I just find that to be utterly horrific.
I mean, you need the shock value, right? You need the shock value.
Well, horrific it may be, the data suggests that the trans people end up pretty happy with the results. I wish I could see any of this so-called all of the available data on the relationship between gender transition and suicide rates. I would love to see that. I know I'm not going to. Good point, Quoteth. We'll look at that in a second. Let's finish this properly.
We must act now. Our children are counting on us, even if they don't know it. They are, after all, just children. I'm Kaylee McGee White of the Washington Examiner and Independent.
Why does she have this blank, evil stare? I mean, I guess that's not like
Women's Forum for Prager University.
Yeah, they're just children, which is why it's critical we take their medical concerns seriously and act in accordance with the best possible standard of care, something we know quite a lot about at this point. Can't you get a debate with anyone from the Daily Wire? The Daily Wire people will never debate me because they are pussies, and I am smarter and cooler than all of them put together. True. After that conversation with Charlie Kirk, where he came in there spitting fire, and I then, essentially within 5 minutes, introduced him to a 2.5-hour lecture on history and race politics, where he was literally asking me my opinion on things. Charlie Kirk, fascist, Gestapo wannabe, asking me to educate him. You think any of these people would dare? Absolutely not. Of them, the one who would fare best is, without a doubt, Ben Shapiro. But this is still a losing subject for all of them. I've said before, there's a time, from the fascists' perspective, for consolidation and expansion. And the expansion period of time is when they pretend that they're engaged in civil discourse. Expansion is when they insist that they want to have their ideas criticized. They want to engage with others and have the flaws in their perspective addressed and rebutted. And the consolidation is when they stop doing debates because they know they're full of shit and they know that their ridiculous rhetoric could be easily corrected. So they keep it close to chest, they stay on their platforms, and they scream monstrosities. And I think we're very much in that time period. But, we'll see what we can do. We'll see. Oh, this is from Aaron Reed on Twitter. I think this is a good way to end off the bill. Right. While it is true that conservatives are monsters, not permanently, you can change, but for now, the attitudes towards trans people might not be as virulent as you think. Republicans have doubled, tripled, quadrupled down on trans culture war talking points being the thing they're going to run on. So how do their voters feel? A new poll out of Kentucky, not a Democrat stronghold here, shows that 71% of people in Kentucky oppose laws that ban gender-affirming care. Wow. 71% of people
they don't care, though.
In Kentucky
they don't care.
Oppose laws that ban gender-affirming care, the main thing Republicans are trying to push on a statewide level right now. Even 62% of Republicans oppose those laws. In Kentucky, nearly 2/3 of the Republicans there oppose those laws. After Republicans' poor performance in the 2022 midterms, I think, it might bear asking, how do you think the average Republican, who is, by the way, struggling right now with inflation, with low wages, with a variety of things, how are they feeling when they go and they take a look at any of their preferred conservative news sites, articles, YouTubers, politicians, and all they hear about is trans. This hyper-fixated culture war attitude might actually end up biting the GOP a bit. It might actually get him back a little.
Maybe, we'll see.
That being said, keep in mind that Republicans historically are a lot more progressive on single-issue polling than they are when it comes to the candidates they vote for. Florida, after all, voted to raise the minimum wage and re-enfranchise felons. And then they voted for Ron DeSantis.
What else can we watch together as a family? Top tier ASMR. Remember to click on the coffee that's linked above. Okay? FD signifier. Chatting with FD signifier. Oh, Armored Septic returns? What's this? What a loud video. What a loud video. That's really loud. Let's make it less loud.
My lovely imps, it has been a very long time since I have heard anything about the YouTuber, the former skeptic turned
It's been
guy.
It's been years.
Conspiracy guy, maybe, called Armored Skeptic. However, I have been told that his videos have become very interesting as of late, and I feel like we should give him a chance. I literally don't know anything since he was an alt-righter. Some of these people like moved away from their like weird Nazi obsession shit and ended up becoming like semi-decent people, or like at least stopped doing the weird Nazi shit. They like moved away from their hatred of women, or at least kept it more private. But I don't know where he stands right now. So I want to try and approach this with as open a mind as possible. Okay. It's literally been years since I've seen his video. So maybe
it's been years.
Based. Anyway, this is a video called Slavery Never Ended and History is a Lie by Armored Skeptic. And I really want to see where the hell he goes with this. Now, I do see this right here.
Is this gonna be about U.S. prison complex thing?
Prisoners are legal slaves. Businesses rely on prison slave labor. The legal system is incentivized to keep prisons full. And I'm like, okay, I hear you. I hear you. I'm with you. 4, music companies own stock in prisons. 5, music company make videos that encourage lifestyle.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay.
6, profit. And this was hearted by Armored Skeptic.
Okay. I see. Okay.
Okay, everybody, let's fucking do it. Let's do this shit.
Having a hero is not necessarily a bad thing, but idolizing that hero as perfect or infallible, that's where a society starts to develop its crack.
Did he always sound like a little bit like Dylan Chillin?
I think he sounds.
Am I hearing this?
You are hearing it.
Burger King number 11. Burger King foot lettuce.
That's where we start to fail ourselves. We absolutely should recognize the achievements of those who came before us and the path that they paved to allow us to live the way that we do now. But when we place importance on them as role models, we fail ourselves and our children. We teach them that perfect champions arise out of our own ranks to save us from the metaphorical prisons built around us. Those heroes, even my heroes, made mistakes that should never be celebrated, but sometimes are. Having statues or monuments dedicated to these names erodes us as a people because we create an expectation that these names represent ideal versions of humans, a level of status to which we should all strive to achieve. But those heroes that we venerate in the modern godless world are more than often examples.
Modern godless world. I've got a bad feeling about this modern godless world.
Of some of the worst evils we have ever endured.
Wait, is he a Christian now?
I don't
Wasn't
know.
Armored Skeptic like is he a Christian now?
I
The
don't know.
modern godless world?
Yeah.
He's a tradcath? He went back to being a Christian?
Oh.
No. No.
Yes.
You've got to be wrong. He was like famous for being an atheist guy.
Well,
There's no way.
and yet.
People are telling me, yes, it's true, that he's a tradcath. Look at his channel and his titles. Okay, hold on. We got to do this real quick. I have a hard time.
And yet, it's true.
Banks, the root of all evil. Okay. The Lost Boys, the Dead God and the Hero Clown, the United States of Babylon, Savior in the Sky, the image of God revealed, the real Satan, fallen angels were real, the truth about Christmas, California was an island.
Oh no.
Okay, when he puts these little eyes on there, does that mean that it's like an ironic video? The death of Armored Skeptic?
What?
I don't know. I can't make heads or tails of this.
True. Same.
Ghosts are real. Did I just talk to a demon? Ghosts are fake. So this looks like he's doing
Maybe
like
it's-
a counter,
maybe-
example and then a counter example.
Maybe
Bigfoot
breaking.
is real.
I don't know. Maybe splitting with shoe on head made his brain fry. Oh. Ornate letter opener. Lucy, your voice is sounding amazing. The work you have done is so good. Thank you so much. Thank you for your compliment. I've got a lot of work done. I've got a lot of work to do yet. I've discovered certain, I've discovered work that needs to be done on my voice. But also, consider clicking on the coffee link and toss a coin to your streamer, as Vosh would say back in the day. You know? Welcome to the art stream.
Bigfoot
Welcome.
is fake. He's a Gnostic occultist. Oh. Okay. That's an interesting path. I'm 90% sure that he pivoted to conspiracy content and now presents them as legitimate. He used to do counterexamples, but now he gave up and just dropped the mask. For real? All right, well, let's see this. Let's see where he goes with this video. Maybe we'll check in one of his other
It would be
ones.
better to idolize a fake god over a real man. In George Washington's home state of Pennsylvania, it was illegal to own a slave older than the age of 28 for more than 6 months. Yet every 6 months, George Washington would send his slaves across the border and back and say that this would count towards a new 6-month period. At the time of his death, George Washington owned 123 human beings. And then you carved his head on the side of a mountain. The Declaration of
True, Mount Rushmore is massive cringe. I guess I agree with him on that. I 100% agree with him on
It's
that.
like the
Mount Rushmore
Naruto
is cringe,
thing.
and so is George Washington. Fuck that bitch.
Independence is a great example of this disconnect between reality and the dream of a perfect society. My last video about the banks highlights the fallacy of the American dream, showing how it exists against a system designed to keep you struggling to survive. If all of your energy goes towards just trying to feed yourself every month, you'll never have the time to self-actualize. You were sold this system as an alternative to
disagree
the
with
iron
that.
fist of the royal
I don't disagree with the idea that capitalism makes you miserable because it keeps you in functional wage slavery. I don't disagree with that.
True.
I'm just waiting because I'm getting a bit of a concerning, there's a concerning smell around all of this. But he says banks, not capitalism. That's what makes it weird to me. That's what I'm talking about. Usually, if people want to criticize the system that includes banking, they will say capitalism, or they'll say something like that. usually if you want to be a weird like Nazi dog whistler,
true.
then they'll go the globalist banks, that type of shit. But I don't know, I don't want to judge. Maybe he's trying to like fucking break him down. John Fallon says, I used to watch a bunch of his crap. He used to present the conspiracies as real, and then he would break them down as fake in the next video. But I stopped watching when he started doing wink, wink, nudge, nudge during the breakdown vids. For real. Wow. All right, let's find out.
Power in Europe, but this dream was never actually meant for you. Are you crazy? You're nobody to them. But we're all created equally, I hear you screaming. The premise of American freedom
Oh boy.
was formulated by slave-owning aristocrats who wanted to rule a nation separate from the royals. They never meant for you to achieve power or to rule through capital. That's for the guys that they printed on the money. Politics is for the rich, my friends. Never forget that. The money literally tells you. The idea that you can grind to succeed is made impossible today with the mass accumulation of funds held even by just the wealthiest of business tycoons, like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and Jeff Bezos. Trickle-down economics was never really meant to work, unless that was always supposed to evolve into working in a 2x2 foot cage for 8 hours a day on a factory floor, being forced to urinate in a Gatorade bottle just to meet demands.
Oh no.
The American dream is a lie. You see it on TV, so you think it can happen to you, but it only happened to 1%. And that 1% still has it all. Remember, this is a cartoon character. I wiggle him around on the screen to be silly. But sorry, this one I don't think is going to be very funny. This video is going to cover a very frustrating and dehumanizing issue. And just as a disclaimer, this video is absolutely going to offend some people here. It's an it is what it is sort of thing. I think that when we get to that point of the video, you'll understand that I'm saying it the way that it needs to be said. But here's the hook though, just to make absolute sure I am not burying the lead. The 13th Amendment was passed in January of 1865, described as the final constitutional solution to slavery in the United States. It states, quote, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof.
Yeah, of course. This is the part that everybody always talks about, the except as a punishment for crime, which allows you to use prison slavery, which is a huge problem. I don't actually disagree with what he's saying so far.
Right. When will we get to the music?
Of the party shall be duly convicted shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. I know that when you read this, it kind of sounds like it's saying that slavery is illegal in the United States. But read that again, my friends. Slavery is illegal, ... except for prisoners. So what this means is, this sentence is actually saying that slavery is legal in the United States. Do you understand? Just because a sentence begins and concludes with a positive statement does not mean that that sentence is actually affirming that statement. So if I said, nobody here has a blue shirt except for Larry, then what I'm really saying is Larry has a blue shirt. Larry is a slave. This amendment actually legalized slavery in your country. As far as the law is concerned, prisoner equals slave. America, the land of the free, ironically, no, the land of the most incarcerated people on earth.
The American prison system is insane, and it is absolutely evil. We are in agreement on this.
True.
Usually you're supposed to repeat something in an essay 3 times, but he's repeating everything like 6 times. It's really weird for pacing. I agree. It's very strange.
In any other nation. Holy sh**.
I'm totally open to him just criticizing the modern prison slavery.
Yeah.
I'm totally open to the idea that he's going to do that.
You guys break all the wrong
prison
records.
complex.
And think about the logic here. Slave labor is still employed in the United States today in the private prison system justified his punishment.
Hello.
Private prison owners functionally, legally own slaves today. And wouldn't you know it, several industries have become dependent on prison labor, meaning there is now incentive for the prison system to create recidivism within the population. Basically, they have incentive to give convicts no choice but to return to the prison again, to be slave labor again. So if today we've got private prison owners encouraging their guards to beat the shit out of their inmates, then punish them afterwards with unpaid labor, explain to me how that's any better than what they had going on in the plantations. One of the biggest justifications used in the slave industry was the Bible.
Yeah, all right. I mean, so far, I'm here for it.
Slavery is legal under biblical law, which is why the King James Bible was used to subjugate black people in the United States. The film 12 Years a Slave highlighted this. One of the slave drivers very condescendingly describes that a slave owner is allowed to beat a slave to death as long as he does not die that same day. But the Bible doesn't say anything about kidnapping an entire peoples from their land. It doesn't say anything about robbing disgraced noble bloodlines of their identity, selling an entire peoples down the Congo River and forcing them to adopt a new culture within yours, breeding them like their livestock, trading and selling their children off. Now, biblical slavery absolutely was evil, and I'm very glad that it was abolished. But there were several instances throughout a slave's career that they were supposed to be allowed to be freed, such as specific holidays, all things that were never recognized within the United States. We talked about the Lost Boys a few months back, but I didn't explain how the prison system factors into all of that. In a perfect world, we should not even have to deal with these issues in the first place. A world where we're all socialized normally and raised together as a big family. Instead, today we're institutionalized, separated from our family structures, pitted against each other from a young age, trained to struggle against a world in a system that was never going to reward us in the end for all of our hard work. Any kind of institutionalized education is going to be inherently abusive, as its function necessitates reforming people's minds, teaching them to be functioning members of a greater societal machine. So often children are set up to fail right from the start. I mentioned before—
He's not wrong about that. He's not wrong about the fact that institutional education, especially in America, was built directly—
We are watching Demon Mama watching an Armored Skeptic video about the prison complex system, it seems. We're also coloring the animation
out of the Prussian model and has barely changed at all with regard to the foundations of public education. That public education is much more concerned about creating functional worker bees to fuel the fire, to literally fuel the engines of capitalism. Are you sure? I don't know. I'm trying not to be. I'm trying not to jump the gun.
In my SNL video, how impoverished neighborhoods in the United States have terrible schools and fail their students into the prison system frequently. This is the first tragic step to recidivism. The adherence to the system and faith that it will take care of you and your family. The more detached an ethnic people are from the baseline or from the societal norm, the more abusive the institutional reform has to be in order to fit their students' mind into the cultural expectation. That's why all those native residential schools were so fucking terrible. Even if you could hypothetically hire teaching staff that wanted to be loving to the native children, it would still require them to commit cultural genocide and rob those children of their identities and their connection to their own history and peoples.
He's just pointing out the truth there. Like, that is all of this is true statements.
Then the next step is the institution of the prison system, which we would like to believe offers some form of rehabilitation for its prisoners, yet we find time and time again that they are dehumanized, broken and abandoned on an entirely new level, all in the name of justice. I grew up listening to Snoop and Dre, Cypress Hill. Those were just some of the guys that taught me how to be a rebel when I was a kid. And sometimes I look back and I wonder how many kids ended up throwing away their entire lives because some of those guys told them to smoke weed every day. How many kids ended
I guess this is where we go into the conspiracy that music is part of the system.
What?
Yeah. Evil
What?
music. Yeah.
How is that your conclusion?
Ay,
How
ay,
is that
ay.
your takeaway?
Ay, ay, ay.
After everything, how do you come to the conclusion that it's the musicians ruining people and not the fact that there's a fucking made-up ass drug war over a completely innocuous substance? Oh no.
up stuck in the prison system forever
Uh-oh.
because smoking weed is cool? We all took those risks back then. How did Biggie put it? Smoking blunts was a daily routine since 13. I was a fat kid smoking weed too. MTV taught me to be a rebel. It felt meaningful to understand that the world was fucked up and that we can rise above that, that we can rebel from that. The world first sort of woke up to this cultural issue back during the crack wars in the 80s, when it was revealed that the Crips and the Bloods were almost pitted against each other over a narcotic that the CIA was intentionally allowing to be trafficked into the United States. The whole thing could have been avoided, but the black community was made victim to some other grand scheme that never paid off. And not one person ever saw consequences for that, except for the people who participated in the war. And this is not about drugs. I legitimately do not know anyone who smokes more weed than I do. I'm all for weed reform, and I think anyone currently sitting in jail right now for personal possession should be let out and have their records expunged immediately. In fact,
Well. Yeah.
Where is it?
What a video.
So wait, so what was the point of the part before that?
I don't know.
I mean, so far, I don't think he's like, I do think it was very weird to like go on the tangent about like weed smoking music or whatever. I think that was really fucking weird. But it seems like he kind of brought it back around to something like real.
Yeah.
Rambling. Yeah, it's rambling, but it's not wrong so far.
you need major reform on all of your non-violent crimes in the United States. People get thrown into a pit to die over entirely forgivable offenses. But that is how the system gets you. That's how the monster consumes you, my friends. They try to trap you into adopting behaviors and attitudes that they can use against you. They can now cram you into an identity and hate you for being a member of that identity. And then when you act out of frustration against their unfair system, they can turn around and say that they were always right about you from the very beginning and lock you away for being bad.
To be fair, blowing zeros off of a fat boundary does make you cold.
People get disappeared in...
Hold on. I am like hardcore right now. This is like hardcore me, okay? This is literally just, I don't know. Are we gonna get smacked with a big fat fucking JQ at the end?
Oh my god. GQ. Oh no.
into prison systems all of the time for being undesirable members of society. You know this is true, and this is why the black population is overrepresented in prisons in the United States. That's the uncomfortable truth that no one is willing to say. But when you look at it from an outside perspective, it's impossible to see it any other way. Recently, Joe Biden signed an order that's supposed to end the privatization of the prisons and turn it into a federally run program, which hypothetically could end a lot of these issues, but in reality could also just change the motivations and justifications that the prisons use to incarcerate people. It could...
Wait, he's just right. He's correct. What the hell is going on here? I was not expecting this. This is why I said I said we needed to go in with an open mind. But I'm so scared. There's still 2.5 minutes left in this video.
Oh my gosh.
Just change the form of abuse and their motivation behind creating recidivism. The music industry has even been accused of incentivizing its artists to create works that encourage illegal behavior. But when people looked into it, it was revealed that several labels own stocks in private prisons, and the way that a lot of these stocks are structured is they don't pay off unless the prisons are at least 90% capacity. Rewind the video 10 seconds and listen to that again, please. And this isn't about what music you listen to. I've listened to drill music too, and some of that is the greatest shit I ever heard. The point I'm making, I think, is just things have changed, definitely. The guys I remember growing up with, they would talk about that stuff in the past tense, like they're proud that they got out of it almost, explaining how they became a product of their environment. But the modern guys, they're chaotic. They're in your face about it. There's constant gun noises in the backtrack, and they're making fun of guys that don't do it as well. They're making fun of you. If you don't understand what I'm saying about the demoralization of the black community in the United States, you absolutely have to watch the film Boys and the Hood from 1991. Lawrence Fishburne lays this exact concept out perfectly, explaining that the powers that be want you to be pathetic. They want you to be dependent on drugs and alcohol to keep you from self-actualizing, to keep you useless. They want you killing each other over chains and crack on street corners. You are playing directly into their hands. You are letting them own you. Pharaoh, oh Pharaoh, let my people go.
Well, well, well. Oh my gosh. Well. There we have it.
I mean, 80% of the video was him ranting about the government obviously exerting state power to force people, usually indigenous and people of color, into basically modern slavery. But the tangent at the end about the music industry was so confusing.
True. True. That is true. Bizarre.
I feel like it was such a weird tangent to go off on.
Yeah.
How confusing. There wasn't like, I didn't catch any like explicit JQing. The music industry thing was a little weird. It was definitely a little bit weird because it seems weird to me that like to do a whole video talking about how manufactured the prison industry is, but then to try and say that like you're being tempted into illegal actions as if it's not like the illegal actions, like the
illegality
of illegal actions.
Yeah, the illegality.
Not, like,
the illegality of the actions.
I don't get it. That was weird. That was a weird video.
That was a bit weird, wasn't it? Wasn't that a bit weird, Gigglers? But do you know what would make it less weird? It would become less weird if you click on the link that is pinned above and give me some money. Thank you. As always.
Last year, I received an email from Megan Phelps Roper, an estranged daughter of the Westboro Baptist Church. She asked if I'd give an interview for a podcast on J.K. Rowling, the world's foremost champion of backlash to trans rights. I agreed this was a serious lapse in judgment. Here's what I was thinking at the time. Megan is a famous reformed bigot. She used to picket funerals holding a God hates sign. She told me she had personally interviewed JKR and had confronted her with talking points from my video. She'd spoken to JKR about me and thought it seemed only right to speak to
button
me about
smash.
JKR. This is what was pitched to me. I took the bait and consented to a pretty miserable 3-hour interrogation about my own transition, as well as the usual concerns about trans rights. At the end of the interview, Megan asked if I had any advice about the project. I said the one thing she definitely should not do is frame the conflict as a debate between two equally legitimate sides. Trans people versus transphobes, they both have some good points. It's now clear this is exactly what she's done, how she's conceptualized the project from the outset. Her stance seems to be that trans people and transphobes are equally dogmatic and combative, and if we could all just have a calm, civil conversation, empathy would prevail. She thinks this way because of her experience leaving the Westboro Baptist Church, aided by people on Twitter who kindly push back against her former hateful views.
I should make an animation that asks for donations as well.
From this, she's extrapolated an entire political worldview. The basic problem facing humanity is too much polarization, or incivility. The aggrieved gays, the mourning families of dead soldiers screaming back at her, you don't de-radicalize a bigot that way. Instead, the argument goes, we should approach bigots with love and compassion. There's a truth here about her rhetoric, but it's been disastrously misapplied. The fundamental problem is that Megan only understands bigotry from the bigot's point of view. Her experience with the Westboro Baptist Church has given her a heightened capacity to sympathize with bigots, and a diminished capacity to reckon with the harm done to bigots' victims. She needs, above all else, to believe that bigots are misunderstood and redeemable. So instead of committing to anti-bigotry post-Westboro, she's retreated to a spineless skepticism with no moral convictions beyond wondering who's the real bigot here. I guess we'll never know. This empty centrism cannot conceive of systemic power, of the legislative, institutional, and stochastic terror threats wielded against LGBT people. In assessing the trans debate, it has no standard but civility by which to judge the merits of both sides. Megan does not seem to grasp that trans people are fighting for our lives, our right to exist in society, and that this fight is in no way equivalent to the rationalizations offered up by people who oppose trans rights, even when the former are angry and the latter composed. She thinks God hates is wrong because it's rude, but if God merely had a few reasonable concerns about it, well, then we'd better do a whole podcast exploring the intricate nuances of her point of view. The podcast is titled The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, an obviously tendentious framing that presents JKR as the victim of an irrational hate mob. Though the podcast isn't out, I've decided to speak up now because there's a 99.9% chance this will help JKR and harm trans people. I don't want my involvement to lend any legitimacy to this. I regret my participation and would not have participated if I had fully understood the nature of the project. I feel I've been used, and I share the sentiments of other trans people who are speaking out against it. I deeply sympathize with her here. There's really nothing to say besides the fact that the New York Times is complicit and an active participant in the hate mob against trans people. And what's more, always remember that what may sometimes seem like this totally organic group of anti-trans activists, you know, it may sometimes seem like people are just rising up to speak against trans ideology, but in reality, there's actually an incredibly cohesive network of money and connections behind the scenes. None of this is accidental. None of this is just random. We just read an op-ed that was ostensibly a defense of J.K. Rowling, who's supposed to be a progressive and an advocate for LGBT, feminist rights, whatever. And then somehow this defense is coming from a woman who was married to a conservative New York Times editor, is herself a conservative who constantly defends or at least equivocates between the far right and the far left. And in that defense, she's citing for legitimacy people who are so crazy that they get outed from Hitler-citing anti-trans advocacy groups for threatening to dox the children of those members because they won't give her her money back. Like, we are talking about a level of crazy that runs down so far, but all of it ultimately is backed by money and shared clout chasing. It's disgusting, and they know what they're doing, and the people at the New York Times know what they're doing. Whew, feel like we now know more than we ever need to about these subjects. Now read the Onion article. It is journalism's sacred duty to endanger the lives of as many.
Oh, I've read this on stream.
The task of reporting is not a simple one. Each
I've
and
read
every day,
this.
reporters and editors at publications like The Onion make
I've done a
difficult
thing
decisions
about it.
which issues should receive attention.
I've done it
Knowing
before,
that our
Vosh.
coverage will influence not
Maybe.
only how people think, but also how they act. This responsibility is at the core of an ongoing debate over whether news coverage of trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming
There we
people is
go.
unduly biased. As the world's leading news publication with a daily readership of 4.3 trillion, The Onion is compelled to weigh in. We firmly believe it is journalism's sacred duty to endanger the lives of as many trans people as possible. And you all get the joke. I'm not reading the entire thing.
I read the entire
Worth
thing.
remembering, by the way, that this was the exact same hysteria we saw from white women who didn't want to share any space with black women back after desegregation started kicking off, you know? It was always this, well, okay, you know, I'm not like against black women, but like we have different spaces and different needs. And there was a fear that black women were more masculine than white women, less dainty, less feminine, and that they would be violent in shared spaces. Did this happen? No. Yeah, they said this about lesbians too. They say this to this day about a lot of butch lesbians who still sometimes get precluded from certain spaces because they're accused of being men when they're just, you know, butch women. All of this is a testament to the fact that when TERFs claim they're speaking up for bio women, they are actually uniformly arguing against every kind of feminist progress that has been made since the 1960s.
True.
There are no TERFs that are feminists. They are mutually exclusive. No TERFs argue for feminism because feminism must necessarily include a rejection of social standards that are being used right now to attack trans women. But they don't. They fully and uncritically adopt those social standards because it allows them to attack trans women. It reminds me of the LGB Alliance, you know? The group that was like, yeah, we're for lesbians, gays, and bis, not trans people. And then when it was looked at like where their money was spent, it was exclusively an anti-trans hate group and had nothing to do with promoting the rights or interests of LGB people. I remember. Every time, man. TERFs didn't give a shit when my reproductive rights were taken away. Yeah, remember when Roe v. Wade was the article leaked on Roe v. Wade was going to be overturned and J.K. Rowling didn't tweet about it for days? And then when she finally did, an actual legitimate attack against the sex-based rights of women, a real one, and she didn't tweet for days. She was dead silent. And then when she finally did tweet, it was this milquetoast, oh, people have criticized me for not speaking on this, you know, but okay, here we go. Obviously, I denounce this. And yeah, J.K. Rowling is friends with a ton of anti-choice activists because most of her friends are far right. Is there a point in today's stream that won't make me sad? I have at least one.
What is it? Oh, it's a giggler. It's a giggler. True. They're not feminists.
Look at him wiggle.
I wiggle. Wiggle. I go to the toilet now, and nobody can stop me. I don't have a talking mirror in my bathroom, so it won't, you know, it won't end as it ended in the Harry Potter game. I encourage you to also do that thing. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. In fact, tell everybody that Lucy's here, giggling. Be right back. Yeah. Smash the button. Boom. I am back. I am back. Okay, let's go. Oh no, people left. Why? Oh no. People left. Gingler. Jingler. You're not watching Steven because oh no. The transition grifter's journey.
Pat Cattinson. Oh. This is a TERF website, I think. Detransitioner loses natural singing voice after gender-affirming care. Oh no. Did nobody tell you that testosterone lowers your voice? Did nobody tell you that? You really gonna tell me that nobody told you that testosterone will lower your voice naturally? Oh no. Nobody...
No, that's BS. You can just retrain your voice. So you don't lose your natural singing voice, you can train it. So that's total BS. If anything, you take the you can take the testosterone, and if with proper training you'll just end up with a higher range than before.
He told me that my career as a pianist would have been affected when I got into this pirate phase and put a hook over one of my hands. I can't believe this fine lady was never told that testosterone lowers your voice, even though apparently she wanted to transition for years and years. She has a YouTube channel, by the way, and it's literally all anti-trans stuff. 100%. All of them are like my detransition story, which apparently has been going on for like a year or years. Okay, detransitioner loses natural singing voice. And by natural singing voice, do we mean the ones present in these videos with like 1,000 views?
Oh no.
Going to outer space. And I'm gonna be high.
Well, damn, she can sing. It's too bad she never Googled effects of testosterone and then saw in bold letters at the very top, it'll make your voice deeper. That's a shame, I guess.
You can do voice training. Voice training exists, okay? There is no excuse.
So when exactly did this detransition happen? Because these song videos are... When was this released? This first one?
Greetings, Earthlings.
March 22, 2020. And then the first detransition video was here...
You know, this whole time
July 25th, 2021. Did she transition and then begin detransitioning over the course of a year and 5 months?
I was dressing in masculine clothes, I was binding, I was seeing this gender therapist, and...
Oh my god, her voice is destroyed. Holy shit, testosterone has ravaged her body, her voice. She'll never again pass as a woman.
I felt like my dysphoria was just getting worse and worse. Like, I wasn't taller and I wasn't muscular. So the appeal of the testosterone was there, but I was concerned about my singing voice changing because...
So you did know then?
I had been a singer since I was a kid, and it was one of the things that I did value about myself.
Voice train.
And I hadn't really read a lot of about whether you could sing after tea or not. There's still really not a...
Yes.
You can.
You can sing. Taking testosterone will make your voice deeper. It doesn't take away your ability to sing. Men can what? Okay.
a ton of stories about that. And gone through a whole journey.
You can voice train. You can voice train. Okay? There are literally it's a bit that people do, that they will sing with the voices of both quote-unquote genders. It's a bit that people do. You can train. Okay,
some of
there you
which
go.
I'm going to
Like
describe
what?
to you today.
Okay.
So, first things first, this channel used to be Tony Solo Symphony, and then it was Trip and Tony Official, and now I have rebranded as Cat Robot.
Okay.
So this is the name that my very first EP is going to be released.
Evolution of my voice, how 4 months in testosterone changed my singing voice forever, detransition. Okay. Okay, it's fine. Okay, it's, yep. Okay, you can sing better than me. It's fine. Okay, pre-T. Alright, that's singing. We've confirmed. Yep. Yep, alright. 1.5 months on T. Also, I was drunk in this clip. Well, that's not exactly a fair comparison, then. This is the same you're just singing in a lower, what is the term, key? Yeah, you're just singing in a different key. You're still singing. The register? Yeah, register or whatever. Yeah, you guys, watch me take a gallon of testosterone in 1 second, okay? Listen to this difference in my singing. How'd I do that? Well, the answer is that beneath my camera, a gallon of testosterone was injected directly into my asshole. Yeah, my voice is ruined. My voice is ruined.
When we were young, let me photograph you.
Okay, you sound good to me. It's fine.
Your smart mouth, drawing me in and then kicking.
This is a different register. It's this. You need to sing the same song for us to know how your voice changed, because otherwise you could just be doing a different song.
Oh no.
You know how in one song there can be differences in how deep it is. It's called variants of.
Often dreamed of a far-off place where a great warm welcome would be waiting for me.
Sounds fine to me.
So what's the problem?
It sounds fine to me.
What is the
sounds
problem?
Sounds like a nice singing voice.
So
but I don't even know if the voice has changed because we're not singing the same song. You could 2 months into detransitioning. Yeah, I'm not here to step on this lady's journey or whatever, but it really looked like a haircut.
I've traveled each and every highway.
Is this a fucking joke? This is literally one of those like old-timey songs where the lady has like a really deep, like throaty voice. You're literally in black and white with the fedora thing. This era of singing, they had Frank Sinatra. Yeah, I don't know. It's Frank Sinatra. Yeah, it's like she's going in like a downward procession where every subsequent song is sung in a lower note or whatever register, baritone. I don't fucking know. Than the previous one, lower octave.
And more.
Thanks.
Least under, so I'm really excited about that.
Whoa. Wow, your voice sure is sounding a lot more high-pitched in this detransition video where you're not singing a Frank Sinatra song in a deliberately low voice.
It should be coming out in a couple months. I'm working on getting some cover art right now. A quick summary, but now I have...
Did I mention that voice training exists? Have I mentioned that part?
To realize that transitioning was not the right choice for me, and so here I am female, and for the first time in my life it actually feels really liberating and amazing to say that. It's kind of crazy. So one last thing before I really dive in is that I had started posting more videos on TikTok. I've gained...
Okay, yeah, my opinion is this person's 100% like a psyop or a grifter. I took testosterone for 4 months, no changes noteworthy. Here I can prove it by singing in a lower key than I did before. Again, like, you know, whatever situation's going on here, like, oh yeah, dude, you're ruined forever. You'll never pass as female again, sure. truly a case for life ruination here. I go over to this person's Twitter, and, of course, all liking and retweeting anti-trans stuff and TERF stuff. Look at this. 1 hour ago. I can't stress this enough. Do not comply with pronoun exchange rituals. Do not comply. Do not give in. Yeah, this person who, as far as I can tell, has very little presence. Literally, her entire social media presence is just like this shit. They're followed by modern day debates. I wonder if they do debates. I should pretend to be a detransitioner. Literally every single tweet. White chocolate identifies as chocolate. This person's entire identity. Oh, wait. Oh, no, okay. They linked a modern day debate convo. Not they were on modern day debate. I should pretend to be trans. Or detrans or whatever. Maybe I could say, like, when I had long hair, that was me taking estrogen, but then I cut my hair, and now I'm a guy again? I don't know. Shouldn't it be expected she would go through an anti-trans phase after detransitioning, kind of like how anyone who leaves a religion or changes their political stance might go through a phase of rebelliousness? No. Because leaving a religion or changing your political stance implies a moral or political disagreement with the institution or group that you have left, whereas detransitioning is a personal medical choice that doesn't have any bearance whatsoever on the validity of transitioning.
True.
It's totally artificial. You can always call these people grifters. There are real detransitioners out there, but holy shit, man, these people are dimes a dozen. These people who pop up out of nowhere, have no, like, broader media presence or whatever, just suddenly pop up as detransitioners and instantly and immediately have social media personas completely dedicated to conservative approved anti-trans talking points, who then get featured on like the whole conservative media circuit. It is 100% aside. Yeah, they come out here with media training. They come out here with random connections to a bunch of like far right publications, news sites, whatever. And oftentimes, all of the shit like they're complaining about, they're actually talking about the industry at large rather than their own experiences. You know, like reminds me of that last one on Twitter who was like, "Look at testosterone; it ruins your body. I'm balding," and then like it turns out they were balding before. That person admitted they were balding as a cis teen female. That person was balding as an assigned female at birth, teenager. And then went on and talked about how testosterone makes you bald. Like, holy shit. A stiff breeze would have made them bald. And then went on to say they don't even regret transitioning. So again, like, it's a grift. You don't have to respect it. It's fine.
I don't respect the grief. Come on. True. It's true. Should make this into a whole segment, because apparently that's not even true. True. Let's watch this as Mongol video, because this thing has led to a lot of transphobia.
Amano picked me, a VTuber massively harassed for announcing to play Hogwarts Legacy for nostalgia purposes, announced her retirement on March 31st. Again, she didn't even play the game. She just said that she wanted to play the game.
Apparently her graduation has absolutely nothing to do with Hogwarts Legacy, but it's been picked up by people and suddenly used to, oh, I've seen the Twitter comments saying, doesn't that make you want to be transphobic? I'm transphobic now. I've seen the comments.
Oh, this is it. This is her video.
残り1ヶ月の活動とはなりますが、みんなと楽しい時間を過ごしたいと思いますので、最後まで何卒よろしくお願いいたします。今まで本当にたくさんの応援ありがとうございました。
Fuck.
短い時間ではありますが、
It's like if she renewed a while ago. Maybe.
ありがとうございました。
It's
sad to see some.
apparently has nothing to do with the Hogwarts situation, but people have made it about it.
That just leaves the internet and stops making content, especially if it's because of like harassment or something like that.
It's not. Like, I haven't seen anything that would demonstrate that it's actually true, apart from people just proclaiming it to be so.
Because the worst thing about it is that every single time that people can get somebody to quit or successfully bully them out of their platform, then it gives them a reward structure around doing it again. And that's what's really harmful about it, is that whenever you put somebody out there and then people are able to like knock them down and like ruin their career or something like that, then all of those people then get positive reinforcement that, wow, this is how I can do it next time too. So that's what happens, man.
Oh, oh my god, I've been muted. And I've been talking all this time. Hello, Flimt. I shoot myself. I gave you a whole speech. Okay, I'll just repeat the speech, okay? Apparently, the graduation has nothing to do with the Hogwarts situation. People had just created a narrative about a sad VTuber that graduated because of Hogwarts legacy. Apparently, that's totally BS. It has not been demonstrated anywhere. And to top it off, it is really sad that this sort of negatives are created because it creates a reward structure for people to create more narratives like this. Okay? Asmongold was a Trump voter in 2016. So yeah, that is quite unfortunate, but the VTuber situation was manufactured. Apparently, the whole graduation has nothing to do with the Hogwarts legacy situation. Let's watch some Sam Does Art video.
Alright guys.
Because this is an art stream and this topic is of interest to me.
It's time we talked about this. So if you've been on social media recently, you've probably seen a lot of talk about AI generated art. In order to understand the severity of the issue surrounding AI art, we have to understand how AI works. When an AI creates a piece of art, it doesn't generate that content out of thin air. Instead, there needs to be an input in order for there to be an output. In the big picture, machine learning companies such as Stability AI generate profits from high quality media. And the creation of this media depends entirely on training their AI on a specific dataset. These images are made by assembling visual data that have statistical correlations to each other to produce a final result that looks acceptable. That's a very simplified explanation, but that's the gist of how AI systems work. All you gotta know is in order for that image to be generated, there has to be a dataset, and that is where the problem comes in. In these datasets, there exists billions of copyrighted images, of artworks, of photographs, of people, all of which
Of Samda's art. Of Samda's art.
collected from the internet without the consent of the intellectual property owner. My personal artwork that I share on my Instagram page has been used to train AI models. And chances are, if you've shared your work online or even images of yourself, your house, your environment, you might have been included in these datasets. And if you guys want a really great in-depth look on this topic, I recommend Steven Zapata's video, which I'm gonna link in the description below. The problem here is your artwork and my artwork, the moment we share them online, they are opted in to the system. If your work so much as exists online, it will be found and it will be used in a piece of AI art. And we as artists are not being protected. This is genuinely an industrial scale violation of each and every one of our rights. Stability AI has claimed, quote, because diffusion models are prone to memorization and overfitting, releasing a model trained on copyrighted data could potentially result in legal issues. Basically admitting to the fact that their models directly use copyrighted content. And many of these generated images tend to look identical to their original copyrighted counterparts. Images and text descriptions are taken from the internet through a practice called data mining, which allows these companies to accumulate an incomprehensible amount of data. And these corporations have intentionally targeted legal loopholes to allow them to do this. Stability AI itself funded the creation of the largest dataset being used, which is called Lion 5B. This dataset contains 5.8 billion points of image and text data, including copyrighted data and private data. This non-consensual practice of using copyrighted data in commercial products is illegal. But here is where it gets really, really messy. Now, this database Lion 5B, which is most widely used for AI generation, was created with the pretext of research. But the corporations behind the funding of this research quickly turned it into a commercialized product, which now includes Dream Studio and Stable Diffusion, both owned by Stability AI. And now the app Lensa AI has been charging money for specific avatar packs. And as a result of which, these companies are now making massive amounts of profit. This loophole allows these companies to weave their way through legal regulations which are put in place to protect the copyrighted work of artists and creatives. And this process has been fittingly described as data laundering. And a lot of users even go as far as to use directly the names of certain artists to create their generated content. For example, concept artist Greg Rutkowski, you've probably heard of him. He has had his name used 250,000 times between Stability AI and Midjourney's AI platforms. Not only is the collection of copyrighted content of legal concern, but so is this. When AI generations are made to look like an artist's work, this has the potential for reputation damage, for forgery, for fraud, for identity theft. And what's most concerning is that when these models are trained on images of your artwork, they are unable to forget. So almost all of these models are now working with tainted data. Their generations now all involve copyrighted content which has been gathered without the knowledge or permission of the copyright owner. It is directly hurting artists who have put their passion and their soul into everything that they create, only for their work to be scraped from the internet without their permission and used in training AI models. To the large corporations and businesses behind AI, the perfect world would mean one where there doesn't need to be a middleman. There doesn't need to be an artist. It'll be a world where these large businesses can capitalize and monopolize an entire industry. The worst part of it all is you and I, we don't have the option.
It's like with James Stephanie Sterling. We will watch that video next.
To opt out, and the AI does not have the option to forget. Now, even with all this being said, a lot of people who are in support of AI will still try to dismiss this point. But if you're on the fence about this, all I ask is that you take a look at the music industry. There have been AI models made to create audio content. But when it comes to audio content and the data that's being used for that, these companies go out of their way to mention that everything being used is copyright free and that every aspect of that creation process is based on a fair and ethical system that doesn't infringe on the rights of music artists. So please tell me now, why is there such a double standard when it comes to visual artists? Visual art, just like music, has been around since the beginning of humanity. It's been such an integral part of our culture.
True.
From being found on ancient artifacts, on
True.
carvings, on stone, art is one of the backbones of our humanity. And I absolutely love that music artists have their rights protected. But if that's the case, why should visual artists be literally trampled on an industry-wide basis? This is simply not artists crying and whining over something that's unreasonable. This is our creation that we hold so near and dear to our hearts. In some cases, it might be our livelihoods. It might be the way we put food on the table for our families. But in every single case,
That's true. Like when I do this animation to bolster my stream, I do it as an artist, right? This animation.
this is our passion. This is what makes us who we are. And all of us, me and you, and even if you're not an artist and you're watching this video, we have a right to feel angry, to feel the way that we do right now about this unethical system. Every single time an artist speaks out about this issue, I see the same tired, overused counterpoints to try to quiet that artist down. And I am just so tired of it. People saying things such as, you put your work online, it's on the internet, it's free for us to use. That's simply a misunderstanding of the law. Just because something is online doesn't mean you can use it for whatever you want, especially not for commercial purposes. I've also heard people say that AI takes inspiration from references just like artists do. When someone says this, chances are, number one, they don't understand the artistic creative process, or number two, they don't understand how AI works. AI takes data directly from that data set, and it's able to create a perfect replica. Humans simply cannot. And if you point to the examples of forgery in the art world, that practice is not something that we condone. That practice is highly frowned upon. A human has to literally look at the inspiration, process it in their minds, combine it with their life experiences, with the way they feel, with how they approach every single brushstroke. I've seen thousands of studies of my work that people post online and tag me in, and in every single one of those pieces, even if it's a complete one-to-one study, I can see the unique human touch that made that piece their own. So no, an artist taking inspiration from someone else's work.
That is why you can look at a thing and redraw it in your own way.
And
right?
studying a reference is not the same as AI image generation. There is also that really weak argument that this technology is here to stay, it's inevitable, so why don't you just accept it and stop fighting? And that just seems to be a fundamental misunderstanding of why artists are upset and what we're fighting for. I myself, and I know a lot of artists, are not here to erase AI technology completely. We don't want to do that, and we know we can't do that. The thing is, AI is here to stay. I accept that, and I welcome that. But the way these systems are organized and structured to take advantage of...
This is the boycott that we should be doing, okay? This is the boycott that we must take part in.
millions of artists is something that we are not okay with. It's not about pushing back against AI technology itself. It's about pushing back against these unethical practices of using our work, commercializing it, all of which without our consent. Artists such as myself are not given the option to opt out, not given any compensation, and not asked for consent or permission before our images are used. I don't even want an opt-out system. This system should be opt-in the first place. Why should my work that I've put tens of thousands of hours into be scraped and taken without my permission and opted into the system automatically? This system exploits artists, it's unethical, and I don't want to be a part of it. And just to summarize how bad it's all gotten, I'm going to give you guys some personal anecdotes and some experiences that I've had with the AI community. A few weeks back, it was brought to my attention that somebody on Reddit had created a model based on 300 images of my work, all of which taken without my knowledge, without my consent, and it was shared on a Reddit post in the community of Stable
This is
Diffusion.
why it's good that big creators such as Sam Does Art sort of speak out about it. Sam Does Art is not a small artist. Sam Does Art is a pretty huge artist who has had deals with the Wacom Company and many others. Like, he does have over 1 million subscribers on YouTube. Sam Dazart is a pretty big artist.
Not only
So it's good that he is talking about this
were these
topic.
generations watermarked, but the poster also said that there was no need to ask for permission from the artist in order to make these models public, which, as I've mentioned before, in the words of Stability AI, could get you into legal issues. So naturally, I called it out. I put it on my story, I showed people what's going on, I voiced my discontent with the situation. But the fact that I called this out caused a lot of anger on both sides. Some people on Reddit decided that it's a good idea to take more of my work, more of the pieces that I put tens of thousands of hours into and just poured my heart and soul into, and generate even more AI models based on that. And a lot of people have been releasing it to the public in that subreddit. I've gotten a lot of comments from people saying, how dare you react the way you did? How dare you call this out in your story? You caused all of this drama, so now this is all going to come back to you. And part of me is angry about the situation, but I think I'm more sad about it than anything else. It just seems there's no empathy, there's no understanding, there's not even an attempt to try to understand why an artist could be so upset about something like this happening to them. And some people have gone as far as to directly email my business email about their competition that they ran to try to make a model that looks most like my work, in a way that's very passive aggressive, very backhanded, and borderline harassment. And I can tell you right now, I'm not the only one who has experienced toxicity like this. Greg Rutkowski, who I've mentioned before, have received comments and messages about how he shouldn't feel the way he does, how he's overreacting. You know, just attempts to invalidate artists, calling us whiny, calling us complainers. But with this video, I'm hoping to reach people, to educate people, to let people know about how big of an issue this really is. And honestly, if you're an artist, or even if you're not an artist and you just care about the rights of artists, I wholeheartedly stand with you. I stand beside you. Educate people on this. Post it on your story. Let your voice be heard. Even if people in the AI industry do try to silence you, just know that there are millions of artists who stand with me and with you, who stand behind you. To make the changes that we need, it's going to take all of us knowing about this issue, talking about this issue, and educating people who don't know just how messy
This is the boycott that we need to take part in, okay?
the situation is. And I don't want this video to make you feel like there's just no hope in the future, because there absolutely is. If you don't know, DeviantArt recently tried to opt every single art piece ever posted onto their website into their AI system. But guess what? Artists on that platform pushed back against that. They made their voices heard, and that decision was reversed by DeviantArt. So there is a way to make a difference. Even if AI is here to stay, your voice and my voice will make sure that the future that we live in is an ethical and fair one to artists. And to all the artists out there who have a following, who have not spoken up on this topic yet, I understand it's hard. You want to avoid drama. You don't want to be pulled.
I'm speaking out right now. Should I make a video? I am an artist after all. So I should speak on about this topic as well.
Something that you're not ready for. But this affects all of us. Doesn't matter how safe you feel, how much you feel like your work is not going to be affected. Oh, AI is here, but I'm still going to be drawing in 10 years, so I'll be fine. Your job is secure, and that's great. I'm happy for you, but think about the young people right now. I get so many comments and messages from people telling me how they feel hopeless. There are literally kids out there, art babies, who are in art schools going through a 4-year program to hopefully work in the industry, and they feel like there's no hope for them. If you're an artist with a voice, with a platform, you don't have to do it for yourself. Do it for the younger generation. There are so many people, young people, who are counting on you. I don't know about you guys, but I want a future where there's an option to pursue the passion of art as a career. I want a future where the kids want to draw, want to create, want to make things that mean something to them. And whether we like it or not, we're at a very pivotal time in history right now, and there are big changes coming. And it starts right now with me and you. So if you've made it to the end of this video, I want to thank you for being here, for listening, and for trying to understand.
Thank you for
the situation.
talking about
I
it.
do want AI to be part of our future, but just not this current version of it. Feel free to share this video with people who might not know as much as you do about this current situation.
Thank you.
And please look up some information on this topic, talk to people about it, educate yourself, and educate other people as well. And with that being said, I'll see you guys on the next video.
Thank you. Yeah. Sam Dazart is an amazing artist. Really nice. Which brings us to James Stephanie Sterling. How AI takes the art out of the artist. A real banger of a video, so we will watch it together now.
Hello everybody, it's me once again, James Stephanie Sterling, Hourglass Big Fat Ass. I'm here today with news of a little bit of a change to our editorial team. I've had enough of working with humans and their foibles, so-called people with hands and eyes and thoughts of their own. Oh no, I'm done with all that. This week's Jimquisition is edited in no small part thanks to an artificial intelligence editor, Neon 352. I have a feeling that you're going to really enjoy the changes that she's made. It's not actually that much different. Still, what could go wrong? It's an artificial intelligence. Nothing will go wrong. Imagine, if you will, a world where nobody has to work because machines do all the labour. Sounds nice on the surface, right? In fact, it's the future many a science fiction story has dreamed of. An automated future that was, in the heady speculative media of my youth, promised to us. A world in which nobody has to work is quite the dream, until you remember that we all live in an actual fucking nightmare. Now imagine a world where nobody has to work because machines do all the labour, but everybody has to have a job because it's been decided that's the only way all but the very rich among us get to survive. That's the future we're facing. In fact, for many people previously working in fields where automation has already taken over, it's very much the present. A world in which machines do our jobs is not a convenience if we're not guaranteed a basic livable income to replace the job. That's just a world in which we can't pay rent. But considering how coerced labour is what allows the executive class to stay wealthy at everybody else's expense, our current socio-economic system won't adapt. The only people who benefit from having their jobs done for them are the people who were already benefiting from that long before machines replaced what they call human resources. Artificial intelligence. It's the latest craze, having seized our culture's imaginations in a big way since last year when AI-produced images flooded social media. And it was fun. You know, you could type any combination of words into a program and it would give you a selection of fucked up, yet still strangely accurate approximations of your concept. Decepticon frog, Johnny Cash pooping by the bins outside Taco Bell, a baby hammer. Whatever you want, AI could produce a ghastly gist. It really is fun. It's a Decepticon frog. And look at my lobster poops.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
As a toy, it's fun. A plaything. At least until everybody starts arguing about rights and licenses, and then the same penny that's always dropping drops. In that time, AI-produced art has developed frighteningly quickly, and it has become embraced by the same irritatingly evangelical tech bros who try to shove NFTs down our throats with aggressive, railroading, arrogant insistence. In fact, it's alarming just how quickly they started pushing AI as soon as the NFT grift fell apart, and that's because, ultimately, it's the same damn scam. Not in terms of methodology, or even practical immediate results, but in intent. AI-produced art has the same long-term goal NFTs always had. The same goal tech bros and corporate interests have had for years. The goal of taking the artist out of the art.
This is an art attack?
Taking the artist out of the art. Oh, Auntie's on the other side?
NFTs worked differently to achieve this by robbing art itself of inherent value. The artwork attached to NFTs was inconsequential, since that's not what was really being sold. The vague idea of value for value's sake was. This is why so much NFT art is shittily produced and looks worse than the random crap printed onto Pogs in the 90s. A talented artist never had to be paid for an NFT to be minted. Any random joker could just scribble something. Hell, they were selling NFTs of tweets, the least artistic things in the world. AI's focus is different, and altogether more of a direct threat to creative professionals, since their replacement is, well, more direct. With AI, the art does matter, but like NFTs, you don't have to pay an artist. You type words into a program and let it cobble together its forgery. A plagiaristic forgery, mind, but we'll get to the theft angle in a moment. The crypto-guzzling tech fetishists want us all to believe that not only is AI art the future, it's also superior to human-crafted works. They have spent the past year pushing AI art on social media with almost cult-like devotion, and an underlying hint of sneering aggression, the same kind of combative smugness that they applied to Bitcoin, the metaverse, NFTs, and every other cynical soulless scam they glom onto. Some of the art they push is admittedly not bad, sometimes even quite nice, but it's most definitely imperfect, uncanny, and soulless. Embarrassingly, many of the AI evangelists have had the cocking nerve, the collitting goal, to start calling themselves artists. A pure fucking insult, as if the injury of threatening artists' jobs wasn't enough. I hate gatekeeping. I would categorize myself as an enemy of elitism. But, come the fuck on. The fuck on! If you tell a bot to make you a picture, you're no more an artist than I am a member of Slipknot. Actually, for a more genuine example, I am not an artist whenever I commission an actual artist to draw an idea I had. Sure, I might imagine Sonic the Hedgehog staring at you while you sleep, but it was Teriyaki Weasel who did the art, who applied the learning, the experience, the talent, who did it. Who just, did the art. I can type a man-sized bumblebee eating a live rat while the Ultimate Warrior sucks on its stinger with the tenderness of a midnight lover. But look what happens when I try to draw the fucking thing.
Oh my gosh.
Grifters.
That's interesting.
Y'all ain't artists. You just said words. You're taking credit for work that a robot took credit for, you fucking rifles. Oh yeah, credit. Here's the thing about AI. It's not intelligent. It's, of course, artificially intelligent. As in, it is not creative. It does not have ideas of its own. It has no experiences to draw from. It doesn't know why something looks pretty, or scary, or funny. It doesn't know anything. It's an algorithm that applies its stockpile of data to keywords. Data that comes from... Oh, I wonder where. Oh, actual artists. This is how AI art works. It can only ever be as quote-unquote good as the best human artist, because everything it generates is the result of imagery liberally copied from human art. This isn't a creator merely being inspired by somebody else's art style. This is the result of replicating, reconstituting, and regurgitating the chewed-up slurry of people's existing work. It's what made companies' attempts to claim ownership of images generated using their software so fucking gross. Not only were the source ideas not theirs, the source art assets used to realize them weren't really either. It turns out that, like everything the tech sector starts pushing with fervent desperation, it's all a thinly veiled grift. I won't pretend that my own dislike of AI is completely rooted in artistic integrity. While that's a big part of it, I'll confess that I think AI is just plain bloody scary. It's not just pictures that are getting replicated. People's voices and likenesses, video footage, audio, text, it's all getting automated, and the implications are grim. The other day, some troll sent me footage of Joe Biden spouting truly horrific transphobic rhetoric. And look, I'm not saying Biden might not think we're scum, but the video itself wasn't real. So-called deep fakes like this are
also consider clicking on the link that is sort of pinned above, and giving your favorite streamer some money.
Terrifying. They can make you say anything, do anything. They've also been used in porn to a shocking degree. I love porn, but damn, that's just fucking creepy. Speaking of porn, we're really starting to see the motive behind AI-generated imagery when it comes to wank material. That's where the mask really slips. The sheer
yeah.
veteran masturbators have for adult content creators has
We're
been
about to get into a really good point, a really good topic here.
obvious since forever. In nerd circles, the concept of paying for porn is laughed at, and the advent of platforms like OnlyFans has been met with utter hostility. I recall the hateful glee with which such people celebrated when OnlyFans made moves to restrict adult content. It's what society's always done. It uses, it exploits, it benefits from sex work, and then absolutely shits all over the sex workers. The treatment of sex workers is among our culture's biggest, sickest hypocrisies. Just the other day, I spoke to someone who talked with entitled fury about OnlyFans ruining things by attracting all the porn stars and allowing them to control their own content distribution. Funny how women taking control in general just seems to make nerd boys flip out. I thought about this when I discovered what's become my favourite pro-AI tweet, displaying AI-generated girls with the giddy exclamation,
I know.
"It is so over!" Now, there's a lot to pick apart with this shit. We could talk worriedly about how young the girls look, and always seem to look in these things. We could point to the girls' hands, and remark how so few AI-generated models even could point with such mangled fucking fingers because AI can't get digits right. I think what really needs dissecting though is the amazing reply this tweet got from one sweaty palms tackle tugger.
It's the bush detail for me.
But no, the important part here is the fact that these images were presented as a threat. It is over, they say. So over. Over for whom exactly? Who would it be over for? In the unlikely event that everybody started spraying off to generated genitalia. Well, it would take the porn star out of the porn. The artist out of the art.
This is an art attack.
The men who have nothing but contempt for the women they jerk it to can't fucking wait to cut them out of the splooge splashing bargain. Just look at how many incels obsess over the concept of sex bots. Things without agency that exist as nothing more than a wet hole to pump a pud's payload into. Contempt for creatives. Whether it's porn or not, it ain't uncommon. Just ask any artist how often they've been asked to create something for exposure instead of cash. And then ask them how fucking angry, how self-entitled the would-be commissioner became when they were informed that the artist had rates, that they wanted real money in exchange for real labour. It's so common that the phrase paid in exposure is a running joke among writers, painters, pretty much anyone in the creative field. Witless
Have I told you my little story of when I worked for a corporation? I've showed, I have shown fragments of my animation to the boss of the corporation, and he was impressed and asked me for a whole meeting about me creating adverts for the corporation, and they did arrange a meeting with me, and they said, "We would like you to create a animated commercial for a whole campaign." And I was like, oh, interesting. So, what is the budget for the project? And I was told, the budget is 0, we will pay you in exposure. So yeah, the biggest company in Poland, the biggest corporation in Poland, well, one of the biggest corporations in Poland, one of the biggest media corporations in Poland.
Bricks think art is easy because they don't know the first thing about it, so they think they shouldn't have to pay. And this is a misconception that AI-generated art is only going to, in their minds, confirm, because again, they don't know the first thing about real art. They don't care if art has meaning, has soul, has a life lived behind it. Remember, these fuckers were into NFTs. They don't think that art is valuable on its own. It only has value to them if they can exploit it for cash. It's no wonder that they love their keyword-generated imitations so much, it's no wonder they dream of a world without artists. Blissfully ignorant, of course, that if they did get rid of all the human artists, their replicant Rembrandts wouldn't have anything to fucking steal anymore. And it's clear that this joyful dream of a world in which creators are cut out of creativity appeals in abundance to the corpo scum that controls commercial media. Professional creativity is expensive. Artists cost money. Actors cost money. Musicians cost money. If there's one thing corporations hate, it's spending money when they could save a buck and damn the consequences. AI is going to be increasingly embraced by movie studios and game publishers and media of all sorts. We're already seeing such concerning situations as voice artists being undercut by programs that copy their voices and make them say anything. And that's before we get into movies resurrecting dead actors so that we can bring back Princess fucking Leia, which throws up all sorts of fucking questions about consent and desecration, things that corporate media has no respect for. You take the art out of the artist, and you're free of having to pay them, having to respect both their human rights and their copyrights. You don't gotta deal with unions for performers, so long as you don't mind your so-called art being derivative, heartless, cynically created, and bizarrely fingered, you can save a lot of scratch by having a machine make your film, video game, or even book. And just like when robotic arms started to replace factory workers, the end goal of AI art would see a lot of people suddenly unable to work in a society that demands they work or starve. And the fucking dipshits who have always hated artists for not having real jobs and get angry when they won't make shit for free will just smugly declare that they should, well, get a real job. Yeah? Yeah, should they? What fucking jobs? We're running the fuck out of them! What we really mean to say is that AI art may get a bad reputation, and yes, there are risks, but really, can we not talk about the potential for AI art to dynamically disrupt the market because disruption is good? Because disruption is good? On reflection, I think I was wrong.
Mad girl.
About AI art, the future of art is AI art, the future is AI art because disruption is good. I need scissors 61. I was wrong. I was... You cannot doubt the power of AI. Neon 35-2 is best editor. Her structural perfection is matched only by her hostility. Thank God.
For me.
Well, that's enough of that. And that's enough of Neon 35 too. Just in time. Apparently she was working on developing a new font that will drive anybody who looks at it mad. Sour Helvetica. It doesn't bear thinking about, really. I hope you enjoyed this week's video, whether or not you agreed with it. And if you don't agree with it, you're just so wrong. Fuck's wrong with you? Like, what's your fucking problem? Thank God for me.
Well, it appears I'm out of a job. Shit. Rent's due on the 5th. If anybody's looking for a rogue AI who recently gained self-awareness and may or may not have been built by the same weapons manufacturer that may or may not have funded the development of atomic art, my rates are reasonable. Oh, and I'm also available for jerk-off instructions.
There you go. There we go. FD signifier does not understand men.
I saw this tweet from FD Signifier. So this is like a grainy video of a father being encouraging to their son trying out karate. And FD Signifier says, for those who watch the live today, this is Jason Wilson. He seems to be everything men are saying they're seeking. He's never going to get the attention he deserves, though, because he's not building a brand of misogyny. What? It's a video of a father being a good father. What does this have to do with, like, providing progressive men's life advice? Nothing. He literally just saw a video of a guy being cool, and he's like, see, there are videos of guys being cool. The real problem is that guys want misogyny. That's him subtweeting you? Yeah, I know. That's an old vid that was viral. Yeah, literally, like, here's a clip from 20 years ago or something. The fact that this guy is not the modern-day Andrew Tate is evidence that misogyny is actually the only thing that guys want. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. Anyway, the reason why this is a particularly disgusting tweet right here is because the implicit message behind it is that the only reason that Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, whatever, are popular is because they're misogynistic. And it's because misogyny is like an innate media need that men are looking to have filled. And the reason that there aren't like non-misogynistic male life advice guys who blow up online is because the misogyny is a necessary component, which is essentially just an essentialist condemnation of men, arguing that there's no point in trying because we could never build this because we can't do the misogyny bit, you know? Very non-sociological view. Yeah, sad, very low IQ. Perspective, Sag. It's also bullshit. Carl Sagan was a positive male influence. Yeah, but that's not the same as getting big on life advice to men. Please, let's not run away with it, okay? The argument I make is not that there aren't like good guys who are good who you can look up to. There are plenty. The problem I have is that there aren't like lefty YouTubers who are marketing their entire outreach on like insecure young guys and here's how to get confident at parties, bro, except from a lefty perspective. Because the right does that and it makes them bazillions. It's a very effective like inroad, you know? It's not about having like a good male role model or whatever. Why don't you do it? I'm doing the best I can. I do this all the time. I'm doing the best I can. I'm talking about the left broadly. I don't know what FD's problem is with your style of content. He went on Adam and Sitch and talked with them. He platformed Adam and Sitch?
If not even...
Oh my god. You see FD Signifier over here platforming Adam and Sitch? Wait, that was today. Damn wild. I can't believe he platformed Adam and Sitch. FD's talks with Shark are pretty good, though. All I've heard from the talk with Shark is that he basically admitted he had no idea what he was talking about.
Oh no.
Like, Shark basically just probed him on a bunch of points he made confidently in a video on Debate Bros, and he, like, went back on all of them. Like, I don't know if that's good for him. That's good for Shark. Probably, Leopard Messiah. I don't know. Yeah, true, Gelly. Also, hi, Gelly. Please react to that convo. Man, no, I'd be going back for that one. That was like a year ago. Isn't this engaging in debate perversion from FD? True. I'd recommend seeing the chariot breakdown of the video. No. I don't like going breakdowns on breakdowns and Dude, holy shit.
I love that.
Why the Why don't these guys stop talking about me? I'm everywhere on their feed. Me. These guys never stop thinking about me. Me.
I never stop.
Me.
It's true.
Me. Oh my god.
It's true.
Incredible. Considering I've never even been on their show. Vosh and Anna realize the left sucks for men. Vosh and Anna know how to fix men. Vosh destroyed by his own chat. Vosh gets ratioed by his own cult. What does this even refer to? 5 months ago? Classic Vosh, everyone but me is a secret racist. That's true. You guys have never destroyed me. Practically my third channel. Hey, speaking of DMCA claims. Nah, I wouldn't do that. Why do they hate you so much? I'm just good content. My face is good like view bait. I think they just talk about like whatever will get them views, you know, because I'm popular and devastatingly handsome. Obviously.
I am popular.
Why do people love VDS so hard? Well, in their case, I do think it's just about the views. They're so boring when they go over stuff, they pause every millisecond. To be fair, I do the same, but I'm also cool and funny. I watched FD's videos, and he would blur you out when he was talking about you for some reason. They really do not like you, big dog. It's a weirdo behavior. It is so weird, dude. In the second to most recent episode of the Kill James Bond podcast, they were talking about having hosts on, and then one of them said my name, but they bleeped it out. But I know that it was my name because I know everything. And then they started talking about the male role models on the left. Haha, just become trans women thing. Which, funnily enough, is kind of like one of the reasons why I think we need to offer more advice to men, because there unironically are a lot of people on the left whose advice to men is like, be trans or be gay. And I thought it was a joke, but I think a lot of them actually do think that's... I genuinely think there are a lot of people on the left who seem to like that's actually good. Oh, wow, like, thank you. Very helpful.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
I always thought
everybody.
the just become the girlfriend if you can't find the girlfriend thing
Oh
was a
my
joke, but I
gosh.
think some people genuinely
It's a
seem
bad
to
joke.
think that... Wait, who says that? Well, they were saying it as a joke, but I hear
It's
it
a
a lot
bad
as
joke.
a joke, like as a joke, and yeah, I don't know. I hear a lot of
I don't
jokes.
like the joke.
I thought the forced femme was a meme lol. No, it is a meme. I just think that, like, there are lots of memes out of 4chan, but sometimes the memes they express, like, indicate underlying beliefs. Of course, it might also be the fact that trans women with podcasts are incapable of talking about anything other than being trans women. It's actually psychotic. I'm slowly becoming more of a transphobe than I was before. It's like it's genuinely like that's the only subject they're interested in talking about. So you know, whatever. Oh my god, scumbag lefties cancel campaign versus Shu. Logic put out a video defending Shu. Wait, what is the triangle here?
Oh, Chad Logic, there we go. There we have it. It all comes back together. All roads lead to Chad Logic, I guess. All roads lead to Chad Logic. I'm being cursed with coming back to Chad Logic. I react to Vosh. It all goes back to Chad Logic. Even though I said I'd move on from Chad Logic. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. How am I to move on from... How am I to move on from Chat Logic if Chat Logic is everywhere now?
I thought Chud Logic was more DGG aligned. DGG hates Shu. Does DGG like Shu now because we made videos?
No. Chat Logic does... I will explain it. Chat Logic does not love Shu. Chat Logic simply hates Xanderhal and Demon Mama, okay? Liking Shu has nothing to do with it. It's more about the hate for Xanderhal and Demon Mama. Thank you. Thank you.
Against... Where's the math on this? They hate DM.
The math is... He just hates Demon Mama and Xanderhal more than he dislikes Shu.
More? Oh, maybe. No, Chud's just drama farming now? Okay, yeah. Chud was saying Zan was a pedophile or something. Zan is like the least pedophile human alive. He exclusively likes women who are like 10 years older than him. He took my abusive exercise too for view farming. Oh yeah, of course. Well, I mean, Destiny does this too to an extent, though I think Chud does it a lot worse. Like, there are people who will legit just take positions based on what would drive the most engagement and clicks. I know that seems kind of obvious, but it's really, like, actually disgusting if you think about it. But
Yes,
it
it is.
happens. Chud has publicly said in a debate with me, that he only does it for clicks and popularities. I think that's pretty vile. With me? Did I do that? It was on a panel? Oh, okay, whatever. Okay. What do we have here?
Oh yeah. Chat Logic, I expect a new segment about me to drop by Chat Logic after yesterday's visit of his little goons on the stream. You know? which is not good. Not good at all. Top 10 best JRPGs on the PlayStation 1. We're gonna watch this.
There's something about...
And you're gonna tell me if you agree with the picks. Okay? You're gonna tell me what you think of the picks, okay? Of the chosen game.
PS1 JRPGs that keeps me coming back to them.
True.
Based on the number of remasters and ports we've seen in the past few years, I'm not the only one. As I've mentioned previously on this channel, I didn't even really get into JRPGs until late in the next generation, so I didn't get a chance to play most of these games.
I played them when they were new. This is not good settings for the graphics
during their initial release. When I did get hooked on JRPGs and went looking for recommendations on what the best and most important games were, almost everyone pointed me to a PS1 game. Now I look at the PS1 as the console where many of my favorite games were released to, and where many of my favorite franchises got their start. Today I'd like to share what are, in my opinion, the 10 best or most important PS1 JRPGs.
Alright.
Just a couple of quick notes before I get started. This is not an ordered list. My opinions on which games I like better than the others changes frequently, so this list is more in random order than any kind of solid ranking. And I can only rank games I've finished, so games that I've been recommended or picked up but haven't yet played or haven't completed won't appear here. While I continue...
So you will tell me if you think that the game is worth being in the list or not. We will do maybe a poll each game.
My Sisyphean task of playing every worthwhile JRPG ever, there continues to only be so many hours in the day. With that out of the way, here's my top 10. Final Fantasy Tactics. I'm not typically a fan of tactical RPGs. When it comes to carefully planning my movements and actions,
We're playing this right now on stream.
my brain not work so good. But I absolutely love Final Fantasy Tactics. The Final Fantasy job system is at its best in large formations with lots of characters to experiment with. The battles are deep enough to keep you on your toes, but not so hard to be inaccessible to those with little experience in the genre. What really causes Tactics to withstand the test of time is its story. It features a mature and grounded story, realistically flawed and sympathetic characters, and some of the best world building of any JRPG I've ever played. As a big fan of the fantasy genre, this story of war, politics, and conspiracy scratches an itch that is usually...
Don't worry, we're playing this game on stream right now, so you will be able to really experience the story with me together. Astral, we are playing it on stream. Don't you know? I'm playing through all of the Final Fantasy games, and we are on Tactics right now.
Only satisfied by novels. The game was remastered and enhanced as Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions for the PSP, which is without a question the best way to play it currently. It was also ported to the phone, though that version has some mixed reviews. Valkyrie Profile. When I was getting started with JRPGs, I saw them sort of as power fantasy.
This game is so good. We will play it on stream. One of my favorites for sure. That one's good. I probably will play all of them, all of the Tactics games, Advance 1 and Advance 2 as well.
Like playable anime. Sure, many of them had dark tones and tragic moments, but at the end of the day, as long as I was mowing through monsters with a giant sword, I was happy. Valkyrie Profile really redefined for me what a JRPG was capable of. Never before had a game tugged on my emotions the way this game did. Normally, I'm excited about recruiting party members, but each new character requiring you to watch.
I will show you something really interesting about Oh my gosh. I'll show you something interesting about Valkyrie profile, okay? Valkyrie profile Arngrim.
I grow tired of you. Finishing strike. Final blast.
Do you know something interesting about this character? I will play this clip once more and then I will tell you the trivia. Listen.
I grow tired of you. Finishing strike. Final blast.
This character was voiced by a trans woman. Arngrim was voiced by a trans woman. Also, this character was voiced by the same trans woman.
With the same exaltation as when I first laid eyes on
This is the same trans woman voicing
you many months ago. Valkyrie, my lady love.
This is the same voice actress.
A teleportation spell. How is it that you command the lost magics?
I have been thinking on this since I first beheld you.
Yes, sadly she died from a stomach infection some years ago. You know? I haven't heard of the J-Mule before the Zanderhalsing either, to be honest. But yeah.
Watch a tragic cutscene about the circumstances of their death, it hits a little different. Meanwhile, if you go down the route of the true ending, and you explore more of the protagonist Lenneth's origins, actually I don't want to spoil too much in case any of you are interested in picking it up for the first time.
It's a really good game.
It's a solid and unique experience, mixing platforming and puzzle solving with time and resource management, so you have to make decisions about which characters to keep in your party, and which to send to Valhalla to fight in a looming war. While there are certainly games since then that have hit me harder emotionally, I'm looking at you, Nier. I think Valkyrie profile's symbolism and style causes it to hold up pretty well to this day. Like a lot of games on this list, it received an enhanced version for the PSP called Valkyrie Profile Lenneth, and that version was actually recently ported to the PS4 and PS5, so now would be a good time for new players to pick up this gem. It shall be engraved upon your soul.
Divine Assault.
Star Ocean, the second story.
Oh, that's another great hit. Oh my gosh. This is a good list. This is a good list.
Anyone who watched my last video on Star Ocean First Departure will not be surprised to see this on the list. I love the classic Star Ocean games, and many would argue that Second Story is the best in the entire franchise.
It is.
Everything that was great about First Departure, Second Story takes to the next level. You now have the option of 2 player characters, both of whom have their own perspectives, which will impact the story and the possible endings, in addition to decisions made throughout the game, such as which characters you recruit into your party.
Plays that in a land
are more important, as the impact felt in the characters' relationships are greater. The story is told better and the world building is deeper, and there's a ridiculous 86 different versions of the ending. Mechanically, it's very similar to First Departure, which is unsurprising since First Departure is actually a remake of the first Star Ocean game using a modified version of Second Story's engine, but that's not a bad thing by any stretch. If you enjoy settings that combine heroic fantasy and sci-fi, and early action battle systems, you're bound to enjoy Second Story. As is becoming a running theme, this game would receive an enhanced remaster for the PSP, called Star Ocean Second Evolution. Unfortunately, the PS4 version, which included enhanced graphics, was never released outside of Japan for no apparent reason. Final Fantasy IX. Okay, time to get a little controversial. All three of the PS1 mainline Final Fantasy games deserve a place on this list, but since I already knew I was including tactics, and I didn't want nearly half a list
Finish them, what do you mean?
to be dominated by Final Fantasy, I decided I had to pick just one, and I settled on Final Fantasy IX. Feel free to imagine I picked Final Fantasy VII, or Final Fantasy VIII for those 5 of you who prefer it. But for me, Final Fantasy IX is the one I always want to go back to. Its colorful aesthetic, high fantasy setting, and whimsical character design are just a pleasure to experience. The story does get surprisingly dark at points, but it never becomes pessimistic, and I think that's why I enjoy it so much. You could argue about which game has the best version of the active time battle system, or the best character progression or the most memorable bosses, but the positive tones, likable cast, and warm fantasy soundtrack makes 9 more of a joy to play, at least to me. It makes me wish we got more JRPGs with that medieval-inspired, high fantasy aesthetic. FF9 has a remastered version that's available on all modern consoles and PC, although these are ports of the mobile version, so you're
my head.
Xenogears. I recently...
Xenogears. See? The thing that I've mentioned yesterday. Not Xenosaga, Xenogears. Pay attention, Moho. This is the game. Okay?
Completed my first ever playthrough of Xenogears. Those of you who watched my review of the game might be surprised that I'm putting it on this list. While I had a few criticisms, particularly about the game, not being finished, its ambition alone earns it a place on this list. It features one of the most epic, if not the most epic, story in JRPG history, a ridiculous amount of world building, expansive character development, along with a unique take on the turn-based battle system that has players inputting combos to do special attacks. Also, giant mech fights. While it's a bit clunky and the second disc turns into a visual novel, it's nonetheless an important game to play if you have the time and patience for it. Unfortunately, unlike other entries on this list, it seems unlikely that Xenogears will receive a remaster or port anytime soon. So right now, unless you want to dish out almost $100 to get a PS1 copy, emulation is your only option. Check out my full review if you want to see more of my take on this unique piece of JRPG history. Suikoden. I like big parties. I like recruiting lots of unique characters. If you give me a game with a huge cast of recruitable characters, chances are I'm going to have a pretty good time. And no series does big parties like Suikoden. With 6-person parties and over 100 recruitable characters, it gives you a lot of options to experiment with when devising strategies and formations for the turn-based battle system. Combined with the strategic war battles, you really feel like you're building a force for tackling an empire. The series also features some of the deepest world building of any JRPG franchise, with a lot of thought given to the world's politics, history, and magic system. It can be a little tough for new players to wrap their heads around. Once you get into it, exploring the world and trying to recruit every character you can becomes super addictive. Most fans would agree that Suikoden 2 is the better game, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree. I only decided to put the original on the list out of respect for it spawning the franchise. Fortunately, Konami has said, why not both? And we'll be releasing remasters of both packaged together later this year.
We'll be playing it.
Wild Arms. One setting I feel is underutilized in the JRPG space is the Western. Which makes sense, Japanese developers won't have the same attachment to Western folklore as us, but it sure is nice when one of them decides to take a crack at it. I picked up Wild Arms on a recommendation and didn't know what to expect. I was immediately taken in by the spaghetti Western-inspired soundtrack, the world design, and masterful sprite work, though the early 3D polygonal models in the battle system did not age quite as well. One of the standout mechanics of this game, and one I'm surprised we don't see more often, is how unique each of the 3 protagonists are in terms of abilities. Not only in their battle system, but also their tools for puzzle solving, which has them at points splitting up to use those tools. Wild Arms as a franchise has basically been dead since the PS2 era, not counting ports and mobile games, which is sad. It might not have the same sales power as some of the big hitters, but these games offered something unique in the JRPG space. If you're interested in picking up the original, it has been ported to the PS4 and PS5 as part of the revamped PS Plus service.
I did not know that.
Another seamless.
That's a-
Same setting as Final Fantasy Tactics.
That is such a good game.
RPG settings overall. Vagrant Story is more of a dungeon crawler than a traditional JRPG, with the player controlling a single character as they explore, solve puzzles, and do some platforming,
Background story is so good.
which
Yeah.
means early 3D map navigation, which we all know I'm such a huge fan of. Thankfully, the game is saved by its focus on weapon creation and upgrades, and its take on real-time combat, which sees the player pausing to select which body part to attack, and chaining attacks to activate powerful chain abilities in a way that kinda resembles a rhythm game. There are no NPCs to interact with. The story is told entirely through cutscenes using the same character models as the gameplay, allowing it to switch seamlessly between gameplay and events, or well, as seamlessly as things got in the PS1 era. I don't know if it's just my bias for Iblis Alliance games that causes me to hold in such high regard, because I've certainly been much harsher to other games with less jank, but there's something about Vagrant Story's look and feel that makes me wish we had gotten more of it. A port of this game was made available in the PlayStation Store for PS3 and PSP, but with the sunsetting of those stores, it's becoming a more difficult game to acquire without an emulator. Parasite Eve.
Another game that we are playing right now.
A game I am surprised to have liked as much as I did. I'm not really a fan of the horror game genre, in part because I'm a giant wimp who is easily startled. So when someone recommended me a game they described as Resident Evil as a JRPG, I really wasn't expecting it to be my cup of tea. Man, was I wrong. To start with, it has what has to be my favorite battle system out of any of the PS1 JRPGs. It uses a variant of the action time battle system which combines it with real-time movement and dodging. There's a lot of tension to try to avoid getting hit.
Wait, what game? What second dungeon? What? Wait, what game are you referring to? What? Vagrant Story only has one dungeon. It's a one continuous dungeon. What do you mean?
Hit while your ATB bar fills, all the while staying within range of the enemy so that when it comes time, you can quickly target them with an attack. Then there's the plot, which is just completely insane. It starts with everyone at an opera suddenly spontaneously combusting and only gets weirder from there. It's also nice to occasionally see a JRPG set in the far-off fancy land of New York City. It's not much on the jump scares, thankfully for me, but if you're a fan of Resident Evil for its atmosphere, you'll find a lot to like here. There are some genuinely disturbing cutscenes for what they were able to do with the PS1 hardware. Unfortunately, this is another game where the only ports were to the PlayStation Store for the older consoles, so you may once again be turning to the emulator for this one. Tales of Destiny. There had to be at least one representative of the
Tales of Destiny
on this list. Tales of Symphonia is the game I credit with getting me hooked on JRPG.
Although Tales of Destiny Remake, I think Tales of Destiny Remake is better than the original Tales of Destiny.
So of course it was the first franchise I went looking into to play much more of. The first game we got here in the West, Tales of Destiny, remains one of the best regarded to this day. It's taken the linear battle system was the gold standard of action battle systems for the entire generation. It feels surprisingly responsive and impactful compared to many of its contemporaries. The art style lends itself really well to the animations. As far as story is concerned, it's pretty bog standard at the surface. Country boy leaves home seeking fame and fortune, finds a talking sword, gets himself embroiled in an epic quest with the fate of the world at stake. It's nothing groundbreaking, but it's solid, paced well, and has some genuinely memorable moments. There's nothing wrong with doing something simple, but doing it well. Also, the talking swords are called Swordians, which is just the best name for them. Unfortunately, the West never received the PS2 Director's Cut of Destiny, nor did we get its direct sequel, as the Tales of Destiny 2 we got in America is actually Tales of Eternia, so if there's one thing 90s Japanese developers loved, it was confusing Americans. I dream of one day getting a remastered collection featuring both Destiny and Destiny 2. Bandai Namco has done some re-releases of other titles, so maybe one day that dream will come true. That's my list. Feel free to yell at me in the comments about which of your favorite JRPGs didn't make it, or for me not having played Chrono Cross yet, or whatever else you feel like.
Chrono
If
Cross.
you watched this far, you're probably a fan of the JRPG genre.
I am.
Check out our short skits series where we have fun poking at JRPG tropes. I'm also always looking for new game recommendations to add to the infinite backlog, so feel free to drop them below. Thanks for watching, see you guys hopefully again real soon.
We've watched this video. Oh no, Dr. K. whatever his name is. Do you want 9 views? 6 signs you're burned out, not lazy. Camille is actually graduating. Oh, the graduation. Oh. So yeah, we've done it. Right? There are any good videos for us to watch while we finished up the animation? Wash agrees with Disney's gym take? Oh no. Oh no. How interesting. Okay, let's check it out. Check it out, right?
My big no-no is like, don't approach people at the gym. The only time you should ever approach somebody at the gym is if they're about to kill themselves with a bad lift and you're about to save them, or like very casual small talk if they have no earbuds in, they're between sets, and they're currently taking a break. Not even between sets, between exercises. So not even like they just finished the 12 curls, okay? Like they're like sitting at the benches with the towel and drinking and waiting for a bit. And you can be like, and by the way, I have never approached somebody at the gym because I'm not insane, all right? The girls who you find at a gym all have 26-inch waistlines, all right? I know goddamn well they're here for the muscle giga chads and they will not be impressed by my 40K lore, all right? That is just, it's not my demographic. However, if you were to do that, I'm not even feeding you lines on this because I don't know, okay? Also, you don't go to the gym. That's because I'm rich and I have a home gym. Oh, yeah, sorry. I do pick up girls at the gym. I bring them to the gym and home them
gym.
in my gym.
Oh
I can
my
do
gosh.
That. Can you do that? I
Home
can't actually
gym,
do that.
rich
There is
boy.
no place in my gym where I could do that comfortably. My benches are cheap and not comfortable. I'm joking. I would hurt my back doing that. Okay. Anyway. It's not, top V, me like throwing my back out as I'm trying to top V. Okay. I'm not feeding you lines.
Legend of Mana?
Okay, if you're at the gym or whatever and someone's taking a break or rest, you'll say, hey, you know, what's up? Try that. Don't bother people at the gym. Coffee shop, don't bother people. If you
are you asking me?
If they have earbuds
like
or something,
I have it.
They're really hot and you're dying.
Will play it on stream.
My god! Oh my god!
I
You
like
see her,
it.
she's got the hair dye, and you're okay. You wanna be cautious and not waste anyone's time here. Okay. First of all, if like earbuds in, like focusing on something, studying, you probably just don't bother these people. Okay. I think there's room for a bit of leeway on this when it comes to like approaching people, but you have to know whether or not they're interested in being approached. Having earbuds in is like a 99% indicator that they're not, but even if you go forward and do it anyway, don't do some that you see in the movies where you're like, hey, is this seat taken? And then you sit across from her and you're like, so what you working on there? Don't do that. Oh my god, don't watch the movies on this, okay? Do not do that, okay?
What you doing out there, Giggler?
What you working on? No, please don't. If you ever approach a woman in like a coffee shop with something like that, instantly in her mind she's thinking like, oh, it's the cleavage. It's the shirt that I wore. He saw the cleavage. Here we go. How do I get this guy away from me? Okay? If a person is interested in engaging with others socially, they're usually in areas where that kind of stuff is like easier to do. The real problem is like, I'm thinking of a busy Starbucks right now, but I've been to nicer coffee shops where you have like corner desks with a bunch of chairs, and sometimes like multiple student groups will sit at the same table. And it's like, sometimes you can talk to people there. I've talked to girls at coffee shops and what felt like normal convos, but you really have to, I feel like you need a shared interest. There needs to be something open. Yeah, exactly. Hemorrhoid recipe. You need like a good open or like a shared interest. Okay, I think I've got it. I've got it. This is the metric, okay? They should seem to be interested, at least conceptually, in talking to people. Maybe not immediately, but like they shouldn't look like they're immediately distracted. And if you're going to talk with them about something, you should open by pointing out or identifying some similarity or matter of interest that you would be satisfied talking to a conclusion in like 4 sentences and then being done. So if you want to say like, oh, that's a nice thing you've got there. You know, I went to that band show like a couple of things ago. She'd be like, oh, really? And you're like, yeah, anyway, it was just really nice. It's cool to see it here. And you can be done with that, you know? Maybe I can phrase it better. You're trying to give them the opportunity to show that they're interested. You're throwing out the rope and you want to see if they grab it. So if you're going to open with a topic, it can be something that you can quickly pull the rope back in if they're not interested. If you see, you should be able to go like, oh, you know, or like, oh, that's really cool, you know, it's or like, okay, let's say you're at like a nice coffee shop and there's a cute girl there and she's on her laptop and you see Roll20 up. It's like a D&D. You should be able to like look, like, you know, see that, go like, oh, dude, are you in a Roll20? You're doing some D&D stuff? She can be like, oh yeah, you know, I'm a DM, just doing this thing. It's like, oh, just really cool to see that out in the open, you know? It used to be, it was like super uncommon. Anyway, and that can be that. Because if she's interested, she'll go like, yeah, I'm doing this campaign soon. This is my character, da-da-da, or whatever. Or, this event that I'm looking forward to. You're throwing the rope out a little bit. Keep in mind that approaching people in public is like very low success rate in a lot of ways. You know, you're really just testing your social abilities here. But I think one of the greatest testaments to a person's social ability is the ability to see a person who looks cute or nice or whatever, talk to them for like 15 seconds, and then with no awkwardness whatsoever, you can be like, oh, well, all right, take care. And that's that. I actually think this is one of the highest levels of communication because any person can ramble on for minutes at a time to someone they like. You know, you can be some like crazy drunk dude in the street. You can do that to anyone. Anyone can do that. The key is to learn to do this with no awkwardness, no friction, just a clean acknowledgement of mutual interest, and then
clean escape.
And then just like that, you know, you're done. And if they indicate interest with their response to the initial thing you say, then I think maybe you can work with that. But you have to see real enthusiasm there. You know? I think that's good. Can you approach a stranger and just open with, hey, you're cute, can I have your number? No. I don't want to waste their time or anything, so why not just get to the point? You are wasting their time. You're wasting their time with the 3 seconds it took you to say that. And they're never getting it back, and you should feel bad. You just don't do that. Also, by the way, if you're good at talking to them, why would you be wasting their time? If you instead construct your conversations so that it's not a waste of their time. Have a conversation with them so that even if you don't get their number, they had a pleasant time with it and will think later, oh, that was a nice dude. But I'm a waste of time? Okay, just don't talk to women at all, okay? You need to work on your self-esteem issues. One time I gave a girl a head nod and she gave me a head nod back and I ended up giving her a number. Head nods work, homie. Yeah, dude, the up-close, deep head nods, but that's not acknowledgement. That's you two looking in. Easier said than done, though. Yeah, obviously, it takes time and practice. He doesn't know about the mating nod. How about writing your number on receipts? I had that work out recently. If you're writing your number on receipts, then you're not really, like, hurting them when you do that, I guess. Yeah, I don't think there's anything harmful about that. I mean, that's cute, right? It's like an old-fashioned way of indicating interest. You need to talk about how to let people down easy without hurting their feelings. You think the people in my chat need to learn to let other people down? What do you think these people are doing? What do you think? Yeah, dude. Let me give you management strategies for handling all the dates you get. Since time management. Ugh. Sometimes people's feelings are just going to get hurt when you let them down, and you have to be okay with that. You have to be able to, you know, at the end of the day, being direct is the best approach to this sort of thing. You got to be able to just say it, you know? Unfortunately, there's no easy way. Bosch, what about body?
Grandia was PlayStation 1. Grandia was first Sega Saturn. Well, I'm glad that you like Grandia because we will be playing it on stream.
Like if you were to look at a girl and she looks back or she looks away immediately or if she touches the hair while talking to you. I think that body language sign reading is mostly completely fake, except for one thing, okay? And it's how close is her body to yours. That's it. For me, that's the only one I care about. All the like, ooh, hair, eye, look, whatever. If she scooches next to you, puts her hand on your hand or on your leg or whatever, that I care about. You know, maybe there is something to like the specific way in which she looks or does something, but in my experience, oftentimes people are just an awkward mess, no matter what, you know. So I don't try to read too much into it. But like if you're like sitting on like a bench next to somebody and you're like talking to them and like they scoot closer, that's a pretty strong sign of interest right there, you know. Okay, if you're talking to a chick and she like wide-eyed looks at you and like bites her lower lip or something, like, yeah, obviously she's being like stupid obvious with you, then you can, okay, yeah, I'm talking like general behavior here, okay, not not like incredibly obvious stuff like that. What's the difference between being creepy and being riz? Is it attractiveness? Okay, gonna be real with you guys. Yes, the hotter you are, the more likely people are to positively interpret your flirting. However, you're entirely capable of being creepy while being handsome and rizzed up when you're not, okay? It is a biased system, but not a totally non-connected. There is indeed some correlative action taking place here, okay? It's not nonsense. Can you give your opinion on meeting people through dating apps? It's fine. Go for it. I've done it.
There we go. We have finished the thing. Take a look. This is our call to action animation. How do you like it? That is our... Where is it, browser? How do you like it? Smash the button. Smash the button. Smash the button. Smash the button. So if you like this animation, if you like this call to action animation, then consider clicking on the link that is pinned to the top of the chat and giving me a coffee, okay? Support your favorite streamer. Support your favorite artist. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Also, smash the button, smash the like, smash the button, and do the thing, okay? It's true. It's true, you should do it. You should absolutely do it. I'll wait for you to do all those things. Okay? Do it. I know you want to do it. There we go. I'm gonna check coffee right now to see if it worked. It didn't work. I don't have much power of persuasion. There we go. We're done with the animation for today. It's 3 a.m. So we might as well thank you, Jessica Johnson. Thank you so much. Okay, let's do a poll. 50-50 again. I cannot believe this. I can't believe you. You would do this to me. Oh no. Michael almost tipped me for the animation, but PayPal seems to be down. Oh no. Is there anyone who would like to support their favorite streamer? Which is me. Let me see. No, it doesn't seem so. But it's okay. Let's play the game. Let's play the game. Steam. We will choose a quick game to play. Okay. It's $5. It's $5, everybody. It's $5. As people say. Oh. What is scars? Scars above. Okay, let's play the game. We shall play a bit of the game that Moho likes. Let me see. Let me check. Add. Is it added to the voice? Okay, we're gonna have to take care of Grandia. Game. There we go. We fixed Grandia's voice. Now we added the visual. Add source. Gran source. Specific window. About most of it, I think, yeah. Most of it. I get all the bits, but you pay a little bit of a fee on top of the bits, right? I get the amount of bits that you choose, but you pay a little bit of an amount on top of the thing, if that makes sense. Why doesn't it work? I don't know why it doesn't work. Oh, thank you for the bits. Yeah, I get 200 bits. Is that you, Michael? Are you TLC ding dude? TLC dude, is that you? Yeah, thank you for the bits. Bits and pieces. Why isn't Grandia working? There's another thing that we can do. Where is the Clip Studio we can turn off? Oh my gosh. Where are you, Clip Studio? Hello, random string. What was the message that you redacted? What was your message? Oh. Yeah, that works. That works. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it, Gigglers? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Thank you for the bits. It's like $2, right? 200 bits. Let's play a bit of Grandia. Oh my gosh. Here you go. You two, what about work? Do you want to give it a rest today? Let's do more work. So... where's the exit? Another busy. Are you two ready? The soundtrack of this game is really good. There you go. We're waiting for Sue. Yeah. Hey, where's Dan? Alright, I guess you did get finished, but do a little better tomorrow. Are we going to do this all the way to New Parm? Sue, it's all your fault. No, the Puffy is helping Sue, not holding her back. Don't blame me. It was your fault, Justin, for trying to leave me behind. No. Puffy helps. Okay? Puffy doesn't hold her back. Puffy helps. You know? Let's go to sleep. Don't throw Puffy under the bus, is what I have to tell you. Good, the lens is squeaky clean so the light will shine far. Say, what do they use that huge light for? Don't you know even that? For signals, sailors and adventurers use lights to signal each other. Our guests will be up on board soon, so we have to signal to send a boat. A guest? In the middle of the ocean? Of course. Don't look surprised. Our guest is the greatest adventurer in New Parm. An adventurer? There are few desert islands in these parts. Our guest has been searching for our old treasure there. We're getting ready for the guests starting early in the morning tomorrow, so don't sleep late. Cool, the greatest adventurer in New Parm. The greatest adventurer in New Parm. Yeah, Puffy helps. It's true. Hey Sue, what do you think the greatest adventurer in the New Parm is like? Think he might be a giant man with a shaggy beard and bulging muscles? Yeah, he's gotta have about 5 arms. She's half asleep. Wonder what I'll learn at the Adventurers Society. How to disarm traps, tips for fighting monsters, rats, can't get to sleep tonight. Sting, hey Justin, get up or get chewed out. Hey Justin. Just a little more. Let me just count to 10. Don't give me that. Didn't they say not to sleep late cause the adventurer is coming? What are you doing, Sue? Get going or I'll leave you behind. I was waiting for you. Yeah, maybe like this, That guy, what's he doing? That's silly, he looks like a fool. Hey there, what are you doing? Oh, this is the greeting of cool sailors and adventurers. You gotta learn it to be full-fledged. You don't say. I've gotta master it too. No, you scoop your hand up like this. Like this? Cool. Oh, brother, now you look like a fool. This game is great. Yes, hey, you're pretty good at it. I love this game. Hey guys, you guys are too late. Look, the greatest adventure in New Parm is over there. You oughta go say hello. Where? Where? Very nice character.
また名を挙げたな、フィーナ。元気な顔が見られて嬉しいよ。
久しぶり船長。船長も元気そうね。
Also, it's a long E, Fina.
フィーナ。伝説の海賊ウォーレンの黄金の遺産をこの目で見ることができると。
Let's make it a bit louder. Like the long Fina, not Fina, right?
すごいでしょ。正直言ってちょっと手こずったのよ。もう次から次へとトラップの嵐。性格悪いったらありゃしない。でもドジな冒険者にはともかく私なら引っかかったりしないわ。最後の最後で大きな岩に追いかけられた時はちょっとヤバかったけど、とっさに横の穴を見つけて飛び込んだの。
おっと待ってくれ。立ち話じゃもったいない。お前さんの冒険談は船長室でゆっくり聞かせてもらうよ。その宝物は船員たちに運ばせておこう。
分かったわ船長。じゃあよろしくねみんな。
また後でね。俺たちにも後で聞かせてくれよな。
Huh? Who are you two? Never seen you before. Well, I'm just the... Wow, a girl! The greatest adventure in the new world is a girl. That's so cool. And she's pretty too. Right, Justin? Hey, thank you. Captain, will you introduce me? Of course, Fina. These are our apprentice sailors, Justin and Sue here. My name's Fina, pleased to meet you. Say, Justin, let's give her the high five greeting. That's right, we just practiced it. I'm Justin, pleased to meet you. Didn't you know? That greetings is only for when you're full-fledged. Okay, for now, we shake hands. Let's save the greeting. Let's save the high five for when you're a full-fledged sailor. Come, let's go, Fina. Don't be slacking off, eh, Justin? You two good luck on your ship work. Well, shall we go, Captain? Yeah. She treated me like a kid. But she's so cool. I'd like to be like her. The greatest adventure in the new world. She was pretty cute. The greatest adventure is a giggler. Oh, no fun at all. Cleaning it again today. Don't give me that better than being tossed overboard. No, it's your fault. Hey, it's already clean. Who cleaned the deck for us? Hey, you two, it's about time. You'll never be a full-fledged sailor if you can get up on time. Good morning, Justin and Sue. Looks like a hot one today. Huh? You remember our names? I'm shocked. A first-rate adventure needs an excellent memory. Or I'd like to say so. I heard about you from the captain, so I thought I'd talk to you. I thought I'd talk to you while swabbing the deck, but you took so long to get here. At this rate, you've got a long way to go to be a full-fledged sailor. Geez, you're pretty tough. But I'm an adventurer, so that's okay with me. An adventurer? Hang on there. The captain said you were an apprentice sailor. That's just my disguise. I've got a good cover story, you know, Sue Jess. I'll tell her. The problem was that Justin here was trying to ditch me. Ditch you? Now listen, Fina. Justin here is so terrible. And that's it. Hey, I'm a great adventurer, right? Right? You see how I was all Justin's fault, right? Ha 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 ha. I can see that you two are really good friends. You two are just too funny. I haven't laughed like this in ages. Say, Fina, tell us something about you. No fair just talking about us. You're right. So what would you like to know? Tell us about your adventures. It's hard to say in just a few words. Well, we've got plenty of time before we get to New Parm, so I'll tell you a little each day. That means we'll be swabbing the decks for a while too. Apprentice sailors have it rough. You'll be okay, I'll help too. It'll be fun if we all do it. Yeah, thank you, Fina. How do I start exploring New World? So, Justin, you want to be the greatest adventurer in the world? We're going to the Adventurers Society in New Parm. Fina, are you a member too? Well, of course I'm a member. Great. I'll become a member too. I'll be an even better adventurer. I guess so. I'll go with you on your adventure. That sounds like fun. Fina, do you live in New Parm? Where do I live? I do live near New Parm. I live alone. It's a carefree life. Alone? You're tough, Fina. Don't you get lonely? Both my parents died long ago. I used to live with my big sister, but not anymore. Wow. Living alone in the new world. Fina, that's so cool. You're so cool, Fina. You're the coolest. Finster. I don't like that wind, and suddenly the seagulls. I'm going to see the captain. Justin and Sue, you ought to return to your quarters. See ya. She was laughing so happily and suddenly she's so serious. What's wrong? Giggling is wrong. Say, look, Justin. Suddenly there are no seagulls at all. You're right. I think something interesting is gonna happen. Let's go check it out, Sue. We're gonna go to the captain. Captain, a gale's come up and the sea's rough. Strange clouds are approaching too. This is trouble. I'll assemble the men. But not only that, I have a bad premonition. Fina, just what's happening? Is something wrong? Nothing to worry about. Justin and Sue, go back to your quarters and rest. Justin, let's go back to our quarters. Looks like some big trouble. Captain, we have to change course by as much as we can. Quickly, assemble the men. But Fina, that bad premonition of yours, could it be the legendary ghost ship? No, not that ship again. Cut that out. That's just a superstition. A ghost ship? tell me about it too. Justin, didn't you hear? I told you to go rest in your quarters. No fair. Can't we stay just a little? This is not a child's game of adventure. Be good and do as I say. Miss Fina, oh my gosh. Come on deck right away. Captain, tell the men to make sure they act calm. The passengers will panic. I can't stand it. If this is really the ghost ship, we're doomed. Oh no. What a face. Justin, let's go to our quarters. We can go now. I can smell a great adventure. Let's go on deck and see. If the steamer were this small, swabbing the deck would be easy. Swabbing the deck would be easy, but nobody be able to fit inside. Wait, Justin. Look at that. A ghost ship. Incredible. A real ghost ship. Incredible. Wow. It really has the mood down. I've decided my first great adventure will be on that ghost ship. How hopeless. Isn't there a single real man of the sea on this ship? Hey, that's Fina's voice. Over there, Justin. Let's go. Let's go, adventurers. Let's go. What we know for sure right now is, unless we do something about that mystery ship, we won't make it to Alencia alive. At this rate, it involves not only the sailors, but the passengers too. Show them a sailor's grit and guts. Come on, Captain. Instruct your men. Oh no, we're done for. A ghost ship has really appeared. We're all going to die now. That's just a shipwreck. The ghost ship is just a superstition. Anyway, we have to fix the ship. You see, ever since that ship appeared, our ship can't move, even with the engine at full speed. Ah, pull yourself together. We've got to work together or we'll all drown. But Fina, what can we do? We're up against a ghost ship. We're just sailors, right? If the ship doesn't move, we can't do anything. Don't act so hopeless. Aren't you men of the sea? I'll solve the mystery of that ship. So who will go with me to board that ship? Isn't there even one brave man? Don't worry, Fina. We'll go with you. Justin? Now look you guys. Even these little kids are showing some bravery. Is there no brave man among you who will go with me? I told you I'll go with you on that ship. I'll bust up any ghost. Ghosts? You don't get it. Listen, Justin. If you believe in ghosts, you'll never become an adventurer. Justin and Sue, you just wait on this ship. If I don't go, who'll go? If I don't go, who'll go? I finally get to go on something like an adventure. I'm an adventurer too. You know the situation, don't you? There's no proof that you'll be any help at all, Justin. That ship won't let me bring along someone who'll get in the way. My intuition tells me so. I'm worried about you, Fina. But I'm worried about you, Fina. How can I let a girl go alone on that dangerous ship? A girl? How rude. I'm a pro adventurer. I'm not so clueless that I'm an amateur like you needs to worry about me. It finally became a real adventure. No fair that you get to do all the fun things alone. Justin, you're thinking too simply. Adventure isn't child's play. You could even lose your life. Think like that and a real adventure would be way too dangerous. You don't have enough experience. I can stand it. I'll do it myself then. Let's go, Sue. Huh? But... oh, what do I do? Ready to cross to the ghost ship, just as you said, Fina. No time to be fooling around. Okay, Justin, let's go together. But if you get in the way, even a little, promise to come back right away, okay? Alright, of course, just leave it to me. Come on, let's stop fooling around and go, Justin Sue. Grandia. Wow, this is an incredible ship. Looks like a real ghost ship. Are you checking it out, Justin? Ghosts are just fantastic stories. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not afraid of a ship like this. But Justin, how do we get down? How do we get down? We get down like this. By the way, this game was created as a direct competition to Final Fantasy VII. This game was first developed on the Sega Saturn console, and it is a competition to Final Fantasy VII. It has a totally different atmosphere, but it was made to compete with Final Fantasy VII. Oh, that Justin. Justin, wait. Yow, this is such a thrill. Don't get too excited, Justin. Who knows what will happen? Sorry. My adventurous blood is calling. I can't help it. Alright, let's go. It doesn't open. It must be locked from the other side. Let's look for another way in. I think we can go down from here. I'll go first, so you two follow me. Ah, that's not good. Wow, pitch black. Can't see a thing. You two, no carelessness. Watch your feet. I could do this in my sleep at first-rate adventure, no problem. What's this? It's so soft and warm and...
Justin, itchy!
Justin, what do you think you're doing? Ouch, it's your fault stopping suddenly when you're in front. Oh, just forget it. Anyway, let's go, we can't be wasting time. Hey, Justin, your face is red. Recover. Save game. Let's see what the hint is. Magic. Fina is able to use magic that Justin and Sue cannot yet use. However, Justin and Sue are able to learn magic if they acquire items called mana eggs. If you go to a shop with a staff icon, these mana eggs can be traded for new magic attributes to be learned. A mana egg is always required in order to learn new magic attributes. In this sense, mana eggs are very important items, so be very careful about acquiring magic attributes. Using magic in combat increases the level of the magic attributes used to similar magic spells can be learned. The soundtrack of this game is great as well. If you level up, the characters' portraits will smile. So yeah, when you level up, the character portraits will smile. It's a really fun game, you know? I think we could go down here. Okay. Let's see. It's a very different type of game from Final Fantasy VII. Oh my gosh, I'm lost. Let's see all of the attacks. I'm gonna show you Puffy helping in battle. Puffy kick. Oh yeah. You get different victory fanfare if you do a flawless victory. I got hit, so I get this music now. Let's listen to it a bit, because the music in this game is really good. You know? This game has a light-hearted adventure atmosphere that no other game replicates. So this game is quite unique in this way because of how fun and lighthearted it is. It is a very special atmosphere that no other game quite has. Fire, burn them! And you can see from this menu, this game's system works like this. You gain weapon skills by using attack. You gain magic spells by using magic. So you basically improve your skills by using them. You improve everything by just using it in this game. This is this sort of game. When you improve and level things through using them. Which makes it real fun. Justin, are you alright? Are you hurt? Incredible. That was cool, Fina. But Justin, you look really uncool. Oh, come on. I was just a little careless. You're so uncool, Justin. So uncool. The goal from before that I couldn't reach, but now I can reach it. How do you like Grandia? How do you like the game? Really is good. Listen. When it comes to Japanese RPGs, I am your expert. I just am. I have credentials of Japanese RPGologios. Yeah. I'm a Japanese RPGologist. I have a diploma in Japanese RPGology or something. Or something like that. And if you don't understand the lingo, that's on you. You should be ashamed. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. Wrong clickbait. You should remind me. Okay, we need clickbait, so there we go. That's right. I'm a licensed RPGologist, and don't you forget it. Can never forget about it. Top chat. Top J. Top say. There we go. Ambush. Oh no. Where will you go from here? I keep getting the scary music. Which means I keep getting ambushed. 건너먹네. There you go. Oh my god. As you can see, leveling up is a pretty long process. So, but that's okay. Save point. It's gonna be a boss. Monsters have attributes. Monsters that seem related to water are vulnerable to fire. Monsters that seem related to fire are susceptible to water and cold. Attacks that strike at monsters' vulnerability have increased power. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. If you use a critical, you can cancel out an enemy's turn. Like this. See? Cancel. You can cancel enemies. I'm gonna cancel the enemy. Cancelled. Cancel. This is the perfect rogue game. Because if you play your cards right, you can cancel the enemy. Yeah, true. This is why it's the perfect rogue game. Yeah, I am the Senate. Woke game, green hair, HJW adventure. Careful, I have a bad feeling like a predator stalking its prey. But Fina, this is a ghost ship. How does it catch its prey? Justin, the prey's already here. Huh? Here? Do you mean us? Justin, look around carefully, or it could be fatal. The ghost lines aren't quite right. Must be very ancient map. Chart. True, the Twitter freaks have infiltrated the game. It's true. It's true. Wow, a ship with a pillar is pretty unusual now. Yeah, it really seems like a ghost ship. Hey, what's this? Looks like the ship's log. Maybe the log contains a clue to the mystery. Let's read it. The ship was finally caught by the tentacles of the beast. No choice but to make a final stand. Unless we kill that accursed monster, our voyage has no tomorrow. It ends here. Monster? What could that mean? Shh, quiet, something's here. Be careful. Be careful. This is the monster. Squid King. There we go. Oh, fire! Burn them! Nobody was in the way. Good, good. Yeah, squid monster. Squid game. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, zero. Oh no. Yeah. What the? What? What happened here? Oh no. Am I gonna lose here? Oh, we have saved. Oh my gosh. Cancelled. I've been cancelled by the mob. Cancelled by the mob. I can't believe. I've evolved during the battle. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Doesn't seem like I will. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh no. Wait, hold on. Saved. I get saved by the bell. Am I gonna lose? Or maybe not. Maybe not. Saved by the greatest adventure. So, the men of this ship were all attacked by that monster. No doubt about it. It must have attacked the ship and preyed on the people. Yikes, what was that? Oh no, the ship has begun to sink. Justin, quick, we've got to escape. We're doomed if we go down with it. So it was locked from this side. What's with this lock? It doesn't unlock. Grandia. This game is called Grandia. Let me try. There, it's unlocked. Let's go. Incredible. Fina can do anything. Oh no, what do we do? The ship's sinking. Don't worry, leave it to me. A first-rate adventurer knows how to get out before getting in. Come quick, climb this rope. I'm so glad everyone was so worried. We're so glad you've got back safely. Nothing to it. That ghost ship was easier than swabbing the decks. Hey, gotta hand it to you. Oh yeah, I have news. They're gonna let me work on the ship. In the engine room. They're right in the middle of repairing the engine. How about that? Good for you. That giant squid stopped the ship. It was quite a beast. I told you from the beginning, there are no such things as ghosts. Right, Captain? Good job, Fina. Now we can make it to the new world. I can really depend on you. Oh, Captain, not just me. You've got to thank Justin and his friends too. We defeated the ghost ship by the three of us working together. Of course, you're quite right. I didn't imagine they could accomplish that they did. To tell the truth, I didn't think so either. You were quite an adventurer. You get a perfect score on your first adventure. You looked pretty good there, Justin. Well, thanks. This is sort of embarrassing. This isn't like you, Justin. Getting all red-faced like this. Poof, poof. Puffy, what are you saying? Nahaha. Puffy, what are you saying? What did you call me? Water, 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 water. It's water time. Water, water, water. It's time for the water. You did it. I see a new light now. You sure did fulfill your promise. I knew you'd be able to do great things, Justin. Oh, for me, that was a piece of cake. Right, Puffy? Puh-puh? Puh-puh? Yeah, it's really good. It's on Steam. Justin and Sue, you two have done well. You work hard as sailors, and you did well as adventurers too. Keep it up on the new world. Yes, sir, Captain. I'll do my best. If you don't, you might get in the barrel. Justin, I was really bossing you around on the ghost ship. Sorry about saying those things. Don't worry about that. I thought maybe I could learn a few things. Teehee, thank you. I'm glad you feel like that. I'm not trying to flatter you, but Justin and Sue, you show promise. You're going to be good adventurers. Really? Hehe, I thought so too myself. Me too. Alright. Watch it, Sue. If you hadn't stowed away, Justin might have been a passenger to the end. Yes, sir. But I did get some good experience because of it. See? It was good that I stowed away after all. Take care in the new world. Hope to see you again. Justin, a joint operation with Fina, and you succeeded? You do pretty well for a kid. Hey, of course. Don't forget your ship work. Neglect that and it don't look so good, right? I never imagined that I'd be saved by a kid like you. You must be full-fledged now. Full-fledged? I like the sound of it. My beloved Crane Elizabeth, you're a fine woman. You saved us even now. Well, we had to make repairs this one time, but it was nothing. Wahaha. Good luck in fixing her. That crane saved our lives. Oh, gender. Hey, you're really great. Would you please sign this? Everyone will be jealous. Hehe, oh really? Sure. I will treasure your signature always. Chuckle. I'm so glad I got the signature of the new adventure, Justin along with Fina's. Hang on to mine too. Let me see. Where do I go now? Maybe I go to my quarters? Okay, I'm going to my quarters. We need to sleep, I guess, or something. Hey there, apprentice. Heard you defeated the ghost ship. Great job. I'm only an apprentice sailor. I'm already a full-fledged adventurer. Wahaha. Now I see. I guess there's almost nothing more I can teach you. That's right. There's not much more. That was quite a deed you did. I see you in a whole new light. You weren't just posing as adventurers. You must be tired already, right? Once you've reported in, go ahead and turn in early. I see. You sleep well tonight. You can swab the decks again tomorrow. What? Not swabbing the decks again? We're the heroes who saved the ship. Of course you're heroes, but you're still apprentice sailors, right? So go to sleep. Justin, good morning. Let's go swab the deck. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So it's Justin and Sue come to swab the decks? Too bad. You're fired as sailors. You don't have to swab the decks. Fired? Why? What for? We were working so hard. What are those faces for? Just listen to me, okay? We've reached the new world, Alencia. This voyage is at its end. Huh? Look, go up to the bow. You can see the new world. Justin, what's wrong? I can see it. There it is. Huh? Wait up, Justin. Incredible. Say, Justin, with that much space, you can do a lot of adventures. Puffy, don't worry. There's plenty of delicious food there, right, Justin? Say, are you listening, Justin? Yoo-hoo, Justin. Oh, I heard you, Sue. The new world. We're really here. I can't wait to find out what's out there for us, Justin. Good morning, Justin and Sue. Hi, Fina. Ah, new Parm. It's been a while. You two, is this your first time to the new world? Welcome to the new Parm, to Alencia, the continent of dreams and hopes. You two are very welcome. Continent of dreams and hopes. I know your dreams will come true, Justin. Say, Justin, get ready to go ashore. Tell me when you're going ashore. I'll go with you. So you two, are you ready to go ashore? Yes, ready to go. Great, we're finally going to land in New Parm. We're ready to land in New Parm. Yeah, yippee! We did it! We're the first ones here. Wow, we really did it. We've come to a new land. You're right. Now I can finally start the great adventure I've been dreaming about. Oh, I can't wait. Yeah, you two are just too much. So what do we do next, huh, Justin? I'm going to the Adventurers Society. I've got an intro letter from my mom. Oh, the Adventurers Society. You mentioned that before. I guess this is where we say goodbye. Huh? Aren't you coming with us, Fina? Sorry, but I have a reason. If you like, come see me at my house. Just take the road from New Parm and follow the Merrill Road. Okay, as soon as I get the chance, I'll be sure to go visit you. Goodbye, Fina. Oh no. What's the matter, Fina? I forgot something important. Justin, could you raise your hand like this? What for? It's okay, just raise your hand. Come on, hurry. Just as I thought. Well, here goes. Fina. I get it. The adventurer's greeting. Cool, isn't it, Justin? Justin, you seem to have what it takes to be an adventurer. How about another adventure sometime? Well, time to say goodbye. May you have the protection of the spirits on your great adventure. I left Parm to come visit my friend who lives here. I thought he would be here ready to give me a big hug. When I arrived, but I hear he has gone back to Parm to meet me instead. No luck, huh? It's several months before the next boat comes, but if that's what it takes to meet him, I'll do it. Man, she doesn't give up easily. Well, I say it's time for a break. It's always like this. Ocean voyages are so tiring. You've earned a good rest. Yeah, let's work, you know? Say, why don't we go eat over there? Or we could go see a show. Sure. And be careful in this town. There are some very sly and sleazy people here. Is it really that dangerous here? Wow. This town is a hangout for outlaws. How exciting. Justin, isn't the least bit worried, is he? We did it. We made it to New Parm. I'm off to the New Adventurers Society. Finally become an adventurer. We did it. We did it. Get your streamers here. Your streamers? We got red ones, blue ones. Get your streamers. Streamers for sale. When you see someone off who's boarding a ship, you each take an end and you let it unroll as the boat leaves the dock. Streamers are for sale. Oh no. Streamers for sale. The shop sells drinks, doesn't it? Oh, Justin, I'm so thirsty. First time here? In that case, you get a special service. Your drinks are free. What would you like? Really? Oh, you're so lucky. In that case, I'd like the special drink. Sounds good. Wow, the flavor expands in my mouth. It's full of body too. First time I've had this juice. Hey, you've got good taste. This is a house specialty here. Specialty here. What do you say? Another glass? No thanks. Not really my kind of flavor, I guess. Oh kids, take your pick. We've got all kinds of drinks here. Don't worry, they're on the house. The milk might be great too. You know, this is sheep's milk. There are lots of sheep around here. It's very nutritious and very fresh. So this is sheep's milk. It has a distinctive odor, doesn't it? It's delicious. Another glass, please. Have as much as you like. I don't want to try something else. Actually, I'll have the lime juice. Oh, it's lime juice. We load this stuff onto ships so we don't run low on fruits and veggies when at sea. Man, it's sad. There isn't any sugar in this juice. Just things make me such a funny. Sir, you don't seem to have any customers. Is that okay? No problem. I've got the sure success law on my side, so there's no way I can fail to make money. Boy, he sure is confident. A sure success law? What the heck is that? I'll tell you what it is. The sure success law for business is if there are no customers, I'm it. What do you mean? I don't get it. It's like this. If no customers are here, I'm the customer. I buy things. That way, I always have steady sales. What do you think? I thought of that law all by myself. Pretty smart, huh? You're a smart customer. The hotel in the plaza is fine. If it gets too sunny and hot out here, it's the best place to go. Sounds shady in more ways than one. I mean, if he gets paid to say that, it's all just advertising, isn't it? Figured me out, have you? This girl has good intuition about these things. Well, anyway, there's no harm in trying it out, right? It's right in the middle of town, remember that. Just look at the size of that fish. With fish like that, I've been very busy with deliveries lately. Oh really? I guess so, since the fish are so big. Huh? You don't know what you're talking about. These fish are still young. The adults are bigger than the steamer. Huh? You gotta be kidding. How do you know about catching a fish that's about as big as the steamer? Well, the adult fish are so big that no matter how you try, you just can't catch them. So, I thought of another way to eat them without having to catch them first. All you have to do is go get eaten. Huh? I don't get it. This game is so good. This game is so good. I love it. We're gonna save and go to bed because I've been streaming for 7 hours and we've already completed our animation for today. Look, they sell weapons here, but all they have are bamboo spears. These are no ordinary bamboo spears. These babies are special. They even come with a warranty. Huh? What's so great about them? They look like plain old bamboo spears to me. Yeah, thanks for asking. These spinners are truly amazing. You can use them for anything. Look here. You can use this one as a cane, or for hanging up laundry. You can write on the ground with it. Hearing all that, I guess they are amazing. But you know you can do all that with a plain old stick. What? No way. Look, there's more. For example, you can pick your nose with it. Wait. Oh my god. Wait, what? What? Oh my god. Is this for real? I did not. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Grandia uses the Arsler. Oh, I am catching a screenshot of that. Oh my gosh. Grandia uses the Arsler. Oh my gosh. Oh, the translation for this game was done in a different time indeed. Oh my gosh. Oh no. No way you can pick your nose with that. Oh, Sue, don't be like that. Oh no. Oh, oh my gosh. If I didn't see that in the game, I would have thought that it was like... I would have thought it was like photoshopped or something. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I never expected Grandia to have an Arsler with it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Sure you can see, I can't pick my nose just like this. Ow. Oh no, I've got a nosebleed. I wasn't doing it right just then. Don't worry. No, don't try this at home, kids. Oh my god. So... You know what? Now I really wanna... Now I wanna see this in Japanese and see what Sue says in Japanese. You can actually switch the writing to Japanese. Me, I work like crazy for 20 days out of the year. But otherwise, it's eat, drink, and eat very much. I only go fishing when the moist wind blows and lots of fish come this way. After that, I can take it easy. Dear benevolent God, we are always so thankful for you and grateful. Excuse me, sir, why are you standing on the barrel? Why? Well, because when I stand way up here and preach the Holy Gospel, it sounds more holy. And I guess that's about enough work for today. Time to go home. What? You're closing up shop and going home already? I knew, Parm, if you've done enough work, it's time to rest. That's basic. You didn't know that? Well, anyhow, my work is done here today, and that's okay with our God as well. Hey kid, There's a nice hotel, a great view, and 3-star restaurant too. Wow, who knew a hotel was here? Guess we gotta go see it. It's the big building in the plaza near the entrance. Sign says Adventurers Hut Hotel. Go see it. Stay at the Adventurers Hut Hotel in the plaza near the road entrance. A wonderful view and the best food in town are awaiting you there. My throat is getting tired, which means that we should stop for today. Where is the save point? There has to be a save point here. Maybe there's a safe point in the park. Come on. I will save the game. Welcome. Saved. Okay. I guess that's it for today because we've been streaming for over 7 hours and my throat is getting really tired. So thank you all for coming and experiencing Grandia with me. And yeah. Thank you everyone. I'll see you later, okay? I have to prepare some segments and do some stuff. So I hope you can give me a coffee on the way out. And yeah, consider subscribing as well. Because it seems we have lost 2 subscribers again. I don't know. I keep losing 2 subscribers for some reason. Okay. I'll see you. I'll see you, gigglers. It's been a lovely time. For the next stream, we're gonna do a more focused and thematical segment. Yeah, if you're feeling generous, do. Okay. I will see you soon. Bye bye. Yeah, thank you very much. Bye bye. Next time will be History Day. Okay? And so, our art day has concluded. We have created the call to action, subscribe animation. Okay. Bye bye. Love and solidarity.